We open on a quiet, unassuming clinic, where we meet Dr. Uzuki Takuma. He reassures his patient before preparing to carefully remove the stitches from a wound. His focus is absolute, his hands steady. The patient, a small child, lies still. It's a delicate and routine procedure for him. He finishes the job with a simple instruction. A grateful mother thanks him on her way out. And he's back to tackling his true nemesis, paperwork. He lets out a quiet sigh, the day's work done. But a junior colleague stops him with a question. She's noticed he only ever uses his left hand. An older nurse begins to tell a story about a landslide and a doctor with a tragic title. The Tragic Genius Doctor, because of course it is. A flashback shows him at the scene, tending to a victim. He was offering aid when the mountain gave way again. A sudden rockfall with no time to escape. He shielded the patient, taking the full impact himself. And ever since that day, the nurse explains, Dr. Uzuki's right arm has been completely paralyzed. In the present, he clutches the limb, lost in thought. His reputation allowed him to keep working for a year, but the limitations of his injury were undeniable. He came to a bitter conclusion. All his hard work to become a doctor was about to end in failure. He sighs, confirming there's still no feeling in his arm. But a strange rattling sound breaks his concentration. The source of the noise is a pristine white cat. Dr. Uzuki stares back, completely baffled. He calls out, wondering if the animal is lost. He's struck by its almost unnaturally pure color. A normal reaction to a cat in a storage room, obviously. But then the space around the cat begins to warp. His eyes widen in disbelief. The very air seems to bend around the creature. And then the world shatters like glass, sending Dr. Uzuki plummeting into the unknown. He can only watch as his reality cracks open, and he plummets into the dark abyss below. He comes to completely disoriented, finding himself in a strange, unfamiliar place. Before him stands some kind of massive, futuristic device. His mind struggles to process the impossible sight. He stands in a vast, high-tech chamber, wondering what in the world is happening. Suddenly, one of the floating screens flashes to life, and of course the cat is here too, acting perfectly normal. He recognizes the cat from before. It's sitting on the shoulder of a mysterious robed figure, a man with a piercing, ancient gaze. The cat suddenly leaps from its perch. Dr. Uzuki is still trying to figure out who this person is. It lands in his arms as the figure stands. The robed man speaks of fragments being gathered, a statement that makes absolutely no sense to our boy. The stranger closes the distance between them and phases a hand straight through his chest. Dr. Uzuki can only stare, his mind blank with shock. The stranger pulls his hand back, offering a simple request. He hopes that our boy will enjoy this new world, a statement that leaves Dr. Uzuki utterly speechless. And then the floor beneath him simply disappears. He's pulled down before he can even process it, plunging into a strange, watery abyss. Because of course his day needed a surprise swim, but instead of drowning, his body feels strangely light, and a brilliant glow suddenly erupts from his chest. The light envelops him in a strange, watery substance. He looks up to see the robed figure watching from above. He realizes this strange liquid is pulling him down through a vast, unfamiliar sky. The world below rushes up to meet him. His mind can barely keep up with the whiplash. Because of course he just fell from a floating island. He plummets towards a lush, alien forest below, a world teeming with strange and vibrant life, where a mage stands watch over his sleeping comrades. His companions are in distress. The mage grits his teeth, cursing their bad luck. He thinks back on the quest they took on. He admits to himself they were completely unprepared. They were ill-equipped for the realities of the journey. He crumples the paper, frustrated by his own naivete. Now his party is exhausted, hungry, and losing hope. He tries to reassure them, but his words lack conviction. When suddenly they're ambushed from the bushes, and the party's tank takes a quill right to the snout. The mage cries out a warning, but it's too late. The beastman Svel stumbles back from the impact. He collapses to the ground as his friends cry out. The mage is crushed by his failure to protect them. But the injured beastman begins to laugh. He scoffs at his own weakness and ambition. The cat-eared girl tries to help him up, but she recoils at a strange, squelching sound. A sickening noise is coming from the wound. She realizes with horror what it means. She confirms their worst fears. The quill was poisoned. The mage Asgray can't believe such a creature is here. He curses, knowing he needs a purification miracle to save Svel. But their attention is drawn to something in the sky. The party looks up, confused by the strange object. It grows larger as it descends from the clouds. Asgray can only stare, his mind reeling. It's the fallen Lord of Calamity, a name that sounds super friendly, but the cat-eared girl sees it as a sign of hope. She begins to recite an ancient prayer for aid. But Asgray, the pragmatist, is having none of it. He calls her a fool for trusting in old poems. He insists the fallen lord is just a legend, a name. Right, as another party member points out, something is falling. Asgray and the girl turn back, their expressions shifting. And sure enough, a small speck descends from the heavens. The girl asks him to identify the color of its light. He squints, explaining the sun's glare makes it hard to see. But then his eyes widen in utter shock. The object glows with a brilliant, unmistakable blue light. The cat-eared girl's face lights up with renewed hope. She immediately sprints towards the landing site. Asgray shouts her name, Quararu, but she's already gone. The object crashes down in a nearby clearing, and Dr. Uzuki makes a less than graceful landing. He realizes the strange liquid and the trees cushioned his fall, but his mind still struggles to comprehend the situation. He tries to pull himself free from the viscous substance, but then he feels something in his right hand. Before he can process it, he's found by the cat-eared girl. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Asgray shouts in frustration. Dr. Uzuki groans, asking what just happened. But the girl speaks in a language he can't understand. The words are completely foreign to him. She seems just as confused by his own words. He wonders what language she's even speaking. And that's when he notices her ears, which is a pretty big clue he's not in Tokyo anymore. He can only stare, his mind a total blank, until she snaps back to reality, crying out for help. Dr. Uzuki is still covered in the strange, viscous liquid. The girl pleads with him, her voice filled with desperation. But as he listens to her frantic words, he slowly begins to understand what she's saying. A sudden noise from the forest draws his attention. The rest of her party rushes into the clearing. He realizes these must be her companions. They embrace, relieved to have found her safe. Though their first concern seems to be the mysterious goo, Dr. Uzuki watches them, confirming they're all together. She's amazed that his words are suddenly making sense. Asgray tells the others to bring him along, as Uzuki accepts the impossible. He's forced to accept this is a different world. Before he can object, the girl grabs his hand, urging him to hurry, and starts dragging him back towards their camp. He tries to ask where they're going, but she doesn't slow down. Their destination is the camp where Svel lies dying. She announces their arrival while our boy is already winded. She immediately rushes to Svel's side, pleading with him to hold on. And Dr. Uzuki finally sees the patient. Quararu desperately tries to comfort the dying Svel. Dr. Uzuki stares, trying to process what he's seeing. The beastman's face is covered in a strange, bubbling substance. The cat-eared girl turns to him, her voice a desperate plea. She begs him to save her friend's life. Dr. Uzuki is frozen, caught completely off guard. Her eyes are wide with fear and a sliver of hope. But Asgray, ever the party pooper, steps in to crush her hopes. He explains they're in over their heads and can't help a stranger. But Dr. Uzuki simply walks past him, his focus already on the patient. Asgray shouts at him to stay back, demanding to know who he is. Dr. Uzuki can't understand the words, but the hostility is crystal clear. But none of that matters. He's a doctor, and someone needs help. He places a reassuring hand on Quararu's shoulder, telling her to leave it to him. Her expression shifts from desperation to shock. Asgray immediately tries to intervene, telling him to get away. But Quararu stands in his way, telling him to stop. She reminds him of the stranger's simple promise. Asgray is baffled, pointing out the very obvious language barrier. But Dr. Uzuki is already kneeling by the patient, ignoring the local drama. His expression is one of intense professional focus. Asgray, on the other hand, is completely stunned. He wonders aloud why only this stranger's words are clear. He shouts at Uzuki, telling him to stop his strange act. But Dr. Uzuki ignores him, asking Quararu for the patient's history. She tearfully explains that Svel was hit by hedgehog quills. Dr. Uzuki glances at the evidence on the ground. A lovely collection of giant, pointy needles. He turns his attention back to the wound itself. He asks for a knife to clear the fur and get a better look. He asks Quararu to pull back the fur around the wound. As she helps him, she notices something strange. She realizes he hasn't used his right arm at all. Dr. Uzuki, however, is focused solely on the patient. He notes the lack of severe inflammation or necrosis. For a supposed poison, the wound itself is remarkably clean. But something about the symptoms just doesn't add up. The only visible sign of trouble is some swelling around the neck. He reaches out with his right hand to investigate further. The moment he touches it, a strange cracking sound fills the air. Quararu cries out, realizing the affliction is spreading. Asgray and the others can only watch in stunned silence. The strange substance continues to bubble across Svel's face. Dr. Uzuki pulls his hand back, his expression unreadable. He sees that his touch left a clear, lasting imprint. A look of understanding slowly dawns on his face. He looks down at the suffering beastman, a theory forming. He asks the party about Svel's current body temperature. The others look down at their fallen comrade, unsure. They give conflicting answers, one saying he's hot, the other cold. Asgrey steps forward, volunteering to check for himself. He touches Svel's back, reporting that he feels the same as always. Dr. Uzuki processes this and a theory clicks into place. Without a word, he suddenly bolts into the surrounding forest. He finds the source of their trouble, a very angry, spiky potato. He stares, completely baffled by this strange new creature. Koreru screams a warning, identifying it as the one that attacked Sveli. Asgrey grits his teeth, preparing to defend the party. But the creature is faster, launching another quill through the air. Koreru can only scream as history begins to repeat itself. The spiky creature blinks, its attack already launched. But Dr. Uzuki is already in motion. His face is a mask of grim determination. He dives in front of Koreru, shielding her with his own body. Asgrey can only stare, completely stunned by the selfless act. The rest of the party watches in horror. The quill embeds itself deep in Dr. Uzuki's shoulder. Koreru cries out, horrified that he took the hit for her. He clenches his jaw, fighting through a wave of agony, and without a moment's hesitation, he rips the quill out. He collapses to his knees, but the pain is strange. Asgrey finally springs into action, staff at the ready. He charges towards the spiky little menace, and with a powerful thrust, he strikes the creature, sending it tumbling through the air. Just as another party member, a young witch, steps forward, she vows to end this fight once and for all, unleashing a powerful fire spell from her staff. The blast completely engulfs the tiny creature. The party looks up, celebrating their very decisive and slightly overkill victory. Koreru rushes to his side, asking if he's all right. He's still on his knees, muttering about the intense pain. But as he gets to his feet, he seems strangely distracted. He stares at his right hand, a look of confusion on his face. Koreru can only watch, unsure what's happening. It's not a lie. He can feel the pain in his right arm, and for the first time in over a year, he can move it freely. He has no idea how or why this is happening, but he wonders if coming to this strange new world is somehow the reason for this impossible miracle. The party can only stare, completely baffled by his reaction. Asgrey points out his strange mix of tears and laughter. Koreru panics, fearing he'll suffer the same fate as Svel. But Dr. Uzuki calmly tells her not to worry. He explains that Svel's condition is likely subcutaneous emphysema, a diagnosis that goes right over their medieval heads. The horse-tailed party member asks him to elaborate. He clarifies the quill punctured the windpipe, leaking air under the skin. She slowly processes this new, unbelievable information. But Koreru and the witch are still confused, asking about the supposed poison. Dr. Uzuki calmly explains that with rest and a pressure bandage, Svel will recover naturally because the creature's quills have no poison. The party stares back, completely lost by his simple explanation. And right on cue, the dying patient begins to stir. Svel sits up, admitting that he doesn't actually feel that bad. A revelation that leaves his friends completely dumbfounded. Their fear quickly turns to joyous relief as they celebrate his recovery. Dr. Uzuki smiles, reassuring them that their panic was understandable. The party listens, still trying to process the whirlwind of events, but Asgrey's expression remains grim, his thoughts turning to the young witch. Asgrey reflects on the stranger with a newfound respect. He'd calmly assessed the situation despite their panic, and even put his own body on the line to protect them. The old legends of a savior from the sky resurface. Asgrey looks on, a wild theory forming in his mind. He smiles, wondering if this man is truly the one who could be their salvation. But Dr. Uzuki is lost in his own memories of the accident. He remembers how his injury left him with no place to belong, and how, at his lowest point, he was dragged into this new world. He looks up at the sky, finally accepting his new reality, and he wonders if maybe, just maybe, he can start over here. The party watches on as Svel apologizes for all the trouble, but Dr. Uzuki is lost in thought, trying to pinpoint when his arm was healed. Was it the strange glowing liquid that cushioned his fall? Or was it something that happened even before that, when that mysterious figure reached into his chest? He remembers the man's final words, a simple request, to enjoy this new world he'd been sent to. A small smile forms, realizing he might owe that creepy, dimension-hopping stranger a thank you. Asgrey watches as Dr. Uzuki seems to thank the forest itself. He asks the others what the stranger is muttering about now. Svel points out that they should be the ones thanking him. The party can only stare, wondering who this strange man really is. But Dr. Uzuki is lost in his own world, examining his hand. He suddenly turns back to them, snapping them out of their thoughts. He realizes they're wary of him, which is fair since they just met. Asgrey calls out, trying to get his attention, But Uzuki's mind is racing with a new, terrifying thought. If they leave him here, he's completely and utterly lost. He points out that they're all pretty banged up, and offers to treat them if they'll take him to civilization. Asgray clarifies the deal. Medical care in exchange for protection. The mage considers the stranger's proposal. Dr. Uzuki waits, hoping his sales pitch was good enough. Asgray's expression remains unreadable, his mind at work. He then asks the obvious question about where he came from, pointing to the floating island, wondering if that's his home. A question our boy has absolutely no answer for. He tries to explain with words they might understand, like teleportation magic. The witch repeats his words in disbelief, an explanation that sounds like a fairy tale to them. Asgray sighs, admitting this is all way above their pay grade. He decides to take him back to town for a second opinion. Dr. Uzuki finally introduces himself by name, a title that seems to confuse them even more. He tries again to explain the concept of a fair trade. Asgray clarifies the terms one last time. He'll treat their wounds if they get him to town, and with that, a deal is struck. With the deal made, Dr. Uzuki gets right to work. Kworaru is first, explaining she got scraped up in the forest. He notes her light gear isn't exactly ideal for rough terrain. He spots a few minor cuts and bites on her leg. Next up is the young witch, who seems a bit embarrassed. She admits her injuries are from her own magic backfiring. Uzuki is intrigued by the concept of self-inflicted spell damage. She unwraps her arm, revealing what looks like a burn. He examines the bandage, noting its coarse, unfamiliar texture. He realizes it's been washed and reused, a surefire way to get an infection. His medical mind analyzes the bandage, noting its poor quality. He realizes this is the standard here and tells the witch she's next. Then it's Asgray's turn, who's dealing with a stomach issue. He explains it's likely food poisoning from poorly stored supplies. Dr. Uzuki sighs, figuring that's just another perk of isekai life. He looks over the battered party, asking about their harsh journey. Asgray admits they're on a simple tracking quest they've yet to complete. Uzuki asks if they'll continue, though he advises against it. The mage seems to agree, admitting it might be time to give up, but the others protest, insisting they must press on for their home. But Asgray cuts them off, insisting it's no use. He admits this journey has taught him a hard lesson. He can't keep putting them in danger for his own sake. With a heavy heart, he tells them it's time to go home. The party can only stare, their hopes completely dashed. A heavy silence falls over the defeated adventurers. He tells them to get ready for the long walk back to town. The party looks utterly dejected by this turn of events. But Dr. Uzuki interrupts the pity party, ready to get back to business. Asgray turns, momentarily forgetting about his new doctor. Asgray reveals he studied some recovery magic himself. He challenges Uzuki, asking what he could possibly do that's better than magic, a question that stops our boy in his tracks. He'd never even considered that healing magic was a real thing. He admits he doesn't know how his skills will stack up, but promises that as a doctor, he'll give it his absolute best. Asgray seems to weigh the stranger's earnest declaration. He finally relents, telling Uzuki to prove what he can do. With the green light, Uzuki is ready to start first aid immediately. But first, he needs to take stock of what little he has on him. He lays out his meager supplies, a stethoscope, a thermometer, and a few syringes. He collapses in despair, realizing this is all he has to work with. But he quickly pulls himself together, an idea already forming. He asks if they can find him a bee's nest, insisting he can make it work. Kworaru looks confused, but says she's good at finding them. And so the party sets out on a new, very strange quest. Kworaru returns victorious, a massive honeycomb in her arms. Uzuki thanks her, also asking if they have any vegetable oil. Asgray hands over a knife, wondering what the doctor is planning. Uzuki explains it's for the witch Magia's treatment, much to her surprise. He begins by heating the bee's nest over a makeshift fire. He then mixes the rendered beeswax with the vegetable oil to create an ointment. He gently applies the salve to the young witch's burn. Next, he uses the sterile plastic from a syringe package as a protective film, and finishes by wrapping her arm, completing his improvised moist wound treatment, complete with a handy diagram for any other doctors who get yeeted into a forest. The witch is amazed, admitting the pain is gone and they'd always just thrown the nests away. Dr. Uzuki then turns his attention to Kworaru, telling her she's next. He explains that after a quick look, he believes her wounds will need stitches. But first he has to remove a tick from her leg, another lovely perk of this world. He explains that without proper sutures, he'll have to use her hair instead. He begins the delicate work, using a syringe needle to stitch the wound. A handy diagram shows his improvised technique in action. The procedure is finished, and Kworaru is amazed at how clean it looks. Dr. Uzuki looks at his right hand, relieved he could still perform after so long. He remembers how this hand had treated hundreds of patients before his injury. His body and his muscle memory have not forgotten the feeling. Kworu and Magia marvel at the results, completely blown away by his skill. Asgray watches them, admitting he's seen sutured wounds before, but never one so perfectly stitched, especially using someone's actual hair. Asgray admits to himself that he's never seen techniques like this before. Magia whispers to Kworu that Uzuki is a much better healer than Asgray. Kworu agrees, adding that Asgray's methods are a bit rough. The mage grits his teeth, wondering if his own magic is now completely obsolete. He suddenly calls out to Kworu, asking to see her arm. He takes her wrist, a determined look on his face. Dr. Uzuki can only watch, completely baffled by this sudden development. Asgray closes his eyes, focusing his will. He unleashes his own recovery magic on her wound. A soft, warm light envelops her arm as the spell takes effect. Asgray pants, sweat beading on his brow as he declares the wound healed. But Dr. Uzuki can only stare, realizing magic is far faster and more convenient. The rest of the party teases Asgray for his petty display of one-upmanship. Kworu looks down at her arm, the stitches and the wound completely gone. He's just as stunned, realizing the skin has perfectly fused together. Asgray watches him, a silent challenge in his eyes. Uzuki marvels that a wound needing a week to heal was gone in an instant. Kworu praises Asgray, who tries to act nonchalant about his success. But our boy's medical mind is already trying to reverse engineer the spell. Even Asgray admits to himself he's never seen a wound heal so perfectly. Asgray admits his magic isn't always perfect, often leaving scars behind. Dr. Uzuki explains that the perfect healing was likely a combination of his sutures and Asgray's magic. The mage listens, his pride clearly taking a hit. But he quickly recovers, insisting his magic is the only true way to treat wounds. He dismisses Uzuki's medicine as unreliable, saying they can't afford to take such risks. Our boy and Kworu can only stare, baffled by this sudden turn. The party discusses the situation, with Asgray doubling down on his skepticism. He holds up a potion, calling its effects just as questionable. Guess he's not a fan of modern medicine. Dr. Uzuki listens, a realization dawning on him. He connects the dots. The poor bandages, the reliance on magic. This world's medical science is practically non-existent. And if that's the case, a new idea begins to form. He turns to Kworu, his expression suddenly serious. He asks her to teach him about this world's medicine. She stares back, completely caught off guard by the request. He starts with a simple example, a painkiller. Kworu explains they have some, but their effects are weak. He uses a stick to write the characters in the dirt, confirming the term. Asgray is stunned, wondering how he can write their language. Guess the magic translation app has a keyboard feature. But Dr. Uzuki just smiles, realizing what he can do here. He's created a massive list of everything he needs to revolutionize medicine. Asgray stares at the sprawling list, completely bewildered. Kworu realizes he's not just listing things. He's promising to make them. A shopping list for a brand new era of medicine, apparently. Dr. Uzuki explains his goal, to create effective medical supplies. The mage is left speechless by the sheer ambition of it all. If he can find the raw materials, he can recreate modern medicine. He clenches his fist, filled with a renewed sense of purpose. With his skills and knowledge, he can start a revolution right here. Asgray continues to stare at the strange, foreign characters. He asks again, his voice filled with disbelief, what all of this means. Dr. Uzuki explains these are all reliable medical supplies he can create. Asgray's mind reels, realizing if this is true, it could change their entire world. But our boy snaps out of it, remembering he was in the middle of treating them. He turns his attention back to Asgray, the last patient on his list, but the mage refuses, insisting he doesn't need any help. He turns away, admitting he still doesn't fully trust the stranger. He tells the party to pack up so they can finally get moving. Kworu complains about his attitude, but Uzuki knows he's still on probation. And with that, the decision is made. The newly formed party sets off on their journey back to town. Dr. Uzuki looks up at the alien sky, finally accepting his new reality. He wonders what the future holds for him now. There's fear and uncertainty, of course, but also a flicker of excitement in his chest. For the first time in a long time, he feels like he might be needed. His mind flashes back to the list of supplies he could create. The party watches him, unsure what to make of his sudden shift. Asgray calls back, telling him to keep up with the group. Uzuki is immediately startled by a six-legged llama thing. He quickly gets to work, asking the horse-tailed girl to teach him their language. As night falls, Uzuki nervously eyes the local cuisine. Svel confirms the treatments are going well and that Magia is next. The next day, their long journey finally continues. They press on through the unfamiliar wilderness. Asgray announces they're getting close, though Uzuki is clearly not built for hiking. But a sudden, deafening sound stops them in their tracks. They realize it was an explosion coming from the village. In the distance, they see smoke rising from their destination. The party can only stare, their minds racing with dread. They arrive to find the village in ruins, a scene of utter chaos. A villager points out the source of the chaos, a massive, lion-like beast. The party immediately sprints towards the village, ready for a fight. Dr. Uzuki struggles to keep up, realizing adventurers have much better cardio. Asgray points out the town's entrance just ahead. But the strange white beast leaps over the fence, heading right for them. The party freezes, recognizing the creature that caused the destruction. Dr. Uzuki can only stare in terror. But the monster simply sprints past him, ignoring the group entirely. And as it runs by, Uzuki feels a strange sense of familiarity. He recognizes that piercing gaze. It's the same cat from the hospital. His mind struggles to connect the dots. He can only watch as the creature disappears into the woods. He swears it looked right at him for a split second. The party debates whether to give chase, but Asgray decides their priority is the village. Uzuki looks to the sky, wondering what else this world can throw at him. They finally arrive at a small, peaceful-looking town. Asgray breathes a sigh of relief, seeing no major damage. Svel explains this isn't their hometown but a neighboring village. A place for supplies and schooling, because even adventurers need an education. Dr. Uzuki points out a crowd gathering in the village square. The villagers are gathered around a single-seated man. Asgray's eyes widen in recognition and shock. He calls out to the man, an older gentleman named Gerald. Gerald looks up, a wave of relief washing over his face. Asgray rushes forward, both men glad to see the other is safe. Uzuki learns this is the former captain of the town guard, a real local hero apparently. The man treats Asgray with a familiar, almost fatherly affection. Asgray quickly asks about the monster that just tore through town. Gerald explains that it fell from the blackened fallen lord in the sky. Gerald lets out a weary sigh, the weight of the attack settling in. He explains they already have their hands full with the demon tribe, and that this new beast was simply too powerful to stop. Asgray asks if he truly believes in the old legends now. Gerald confirms it, saying he saw the calamity with his own eyes. The party is stunned, knowing Gerald was once an unbeatable warrior. Guess retirement hits everyone hard. But he notes the creature wasn't just rampaging, it was searching, a detail that gives Asgray a moment of pause. Gerald asks him to look after the town while he recovers from his own injuries. Asgray agrees, but has an idea about how to treat that wound. But Dr. Uzuki suddenly interrupts, telling them to wait. He warns them that an animal bite can't just be left alone. Asgray and Gerald turn, confused by his sudden outburst. Gerald asks who this strange newcomer is and what's gotten him so worked up. Asgray begins to explain their chance encounter in the forest. But Gerald connects the dots, realizing this must be the fallen doctor. Uzuki confirms it, and Gerald decides to take him up on his offer. He holds out his injured arm, asking for immediate treatment. Asgray is stunned, questioning if he can trust this stranger's unconventional methods. The rest of the party watches, curious to see what will happen next. Uzuki confidently accepts the challenge but has a few requests. Gerald questions his methods, asking if he plans to just stitch it up. But Uzuki quickly corrects the old warrior's assumption. He explains he'll also need clean cloth and a sharp blade. A request for cloth that seems to genuinely confuse the man. And so, with the whole village watching, Dr. Uzuki gets to work. He finishes the initial treatment, announcing he's done for now. The onlookers can only stare, completely baffled by what they've just seen. A simple, clean bandage now covers the wound. Even Gerald is impressed, admitting he's never seen anything like it. The villagers ask if that's really all there is to it. Dr. Uzuki explains he inserted a twisted thread into the wound, a technique designed to drain the fluids and prevent infection. He gives them a quick lesson on bacteria and animal bites. Gerald seems to grasp the concept, understanding its purpose. But Asgray is once again floored by this unheard-of method. He stares at the simple bandage, questioning if this is even real treatment. Gerald laughs, saying some people just rub dung on wounds, which is a choice. He admits he feels like he's being scammed by this so-called doctor. But Asgray reluctantly decides to trust the old warrior's judgment. But their conversation is cut short by a group of frantic villagers. They plead with Asgray, explaining a merchant has collapsed and needs his help. The mage hesitates, admitting his own magic might not be enough. The villagers grow more desperate, urging him to hurry. Gerald gives him a gentle push, asking him to go, even if it's just for their peace of mind. Asgray seems to accept his role as the town's only hope. He rushes off to see the patient, leaving Uzuki to watch. Dr. Uzuki is confused, wondering what peace of mind is supposed to accomplish. Svel begins to explain the real reason they were searching for the demon tribe. But Magia grabs Uzuki, insisting it's better if he just sees the situation for himself. Magia explains that she wants him to help Asgray, a request that leaves Dr. Uzuki completely baffled. The rest of the party follows close behind. They rush through the village streets, arriving at what looks like the town hall. Magia points the way, while Uzuki tries to catch his breath, but he's stopped by the sound of pained groans. Inside, the hall is filled with the sick and injured. His eyes widen as he takes in the scene. He realizes they're all incredibly weak and feverish. The hall is a makeshift infirmary, filled with the sick. He asks what kind of illness they're treating here. Magia explains the symptoms: tremors, paralysis, and severe pain. She calls it a curse, one declared by the demon tribe 2 years ago. This was their quest, to find the demons and break the curse. But the word curse isn't exactly in his medical textbooks. He realizes this is what the party was fighting so hard for. Gerald thanks them for their efforts, but says it's a fool's errand. He tells them they're lucky to have survived the chase at all. He tells them to leave this land and turns to check on his own family. He learns that Gerald's own wife is among the afflicted, but something else in the room has caught his attention. A massive glowing crystal sits at the far end of the hall. He wonders if it's some kind of religious object for this world. A strange, disembodied voice suddenly echoes in his mind. Meanwhile, Asgray attempts to use his magic on another patient. Dr. Uzuki watches the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. The patient confirms his magic is about as effective as a placebo. Asgray's face falls, his best efforts proving completely useless. Svel explains that healers like Asgray are incredibly rare and precious. Svel explains that Asgray learned healing for their sake, but it's useless against the curse. And that's why they were so desperate to find a cure. Dr. Uzuki looks over the rows of patients, noting their only real treatment is magic. He realizes this isn't a simple bacteria or virus. Something else is at play. Aside from Asgray's futile efforts, there's no real medical system here. Just folk remedies like burning incense and applying strange paste to the skin. He even spots a bucket of dark liquid, a grim sign of primitive treatments. He realizes they're fighting with guesswork, a scene straight out of the Dark Ages. But then, a new, terrifying possibility begins to form in his mind. Magia turns to Dr. Uzuki, her voice low. She explains that in this world, there are no heroes. Only a demon tribe, far more dangerous than any dragon. She grabs his sleeve, her grip desperate. She admits that a curse is outside his field of expertise, but she begs him to save Asgray, and this entire town. Dr. Uzuki can only stare, the weight of her words hitting him. A curse is a concept he's never encountered before, but the symptoms of the patients are clear and consistent. And as a doctor, there's only one thing he can do. He takes in the grim scene, the so-called curse of the demon tribe. Magia grabs his hand, insisting that his medicine can't possibly work here. She admits she doesn't understand curses, but Dr. Uzuki tells her that as a doctor, his job is to help, and he promises that he can save them. The young witch can only stare, completely taken aback by his confidence. He turns and strides forward, ready to take on a literal curse. No pressure. He feels her desperate plea resonate through his newly healed hand. He approaches Gerald, who is kneeling by his ailing wife. Dr. Uzuki gets right to work, asking for information to prove he can help. He vows to treat this curse just like any other illness. He begins his examination, asking Gerald for the patient's history. His mind is already at work, piecing together the clues. He jots down everything he learns about the illness. He questions why Gerald is unaffected, and what this curse truly is. With his initial assessment done, he tells the party it's time to leave. Asgray watches him, still unsure what to make of the doctor. As dusk settles, they make their way through the village. But their path is blocked by some classic medieval traffic. The man cries out, wondering if the curse has now spread to his animal. The man desperately tries to feed his ailing animal. Uzuki realizes the curse isn't limited to just humans. Asgray watches the scene, noting how the entire village is suffering. But our boy's mind is already connecting the dots. Gerald offers the weary party a place to stay for the night. Asgray's expression is heavy with the weight of his failure. He suddenly turns to Uzuki, asking if he'd like to go for a drink. He insists that our boy come along with him. A peace offering, perhaps? Gerald watches the exchange with a knowing smile. He even offers Uzuki some money for the evening. Gerald leans in, asking Uzuki to please look after Asgray. He then sends the rest of the party on their way, leaving the two men alone. Asgray leads Dr. Uzuki through the quiet village streets, and our boy starts to understand something about the mage. He realizes Asgray is carrying a burden he can't share with his own party. Their destination is a local tavern glowing under the moonlight, where Asgray has apparently been drowning his sorrows quite effectively. Dr. Uzuki can only stare, completely shocked by the number of empty mugs. He wonders if everyone in this world has a liver made of steel. He cautiously asks if Asgray drank all of this himself, and if he's even okay. Asgray finally begins to open up, mentioning the demon tribe. Dr. Uzuki listens, his expression unreadable. But before he can continue, Asgray takes another long drink. He downs the entire mug in one go, a feat that leaves our boy completely stunned. Uzuki suggests he slow down, wondering if the mage is a secret heavyweight. Asgray slams the empty mug down, calling out to him by name, and then promptly face plants onto the table. So much for being a heavyweight. Uzuki stares, realizing the mage's face is bright red. But through the haze, Asgray manages to thank him for all his help. He mumbles that there's a lot Uzuki doesn't understand, and asks if he can just complain for a little while. Dr. Uzuki listens, his expression patient. Under the light of the full moon, the mage begins to explain his world, and our boy is all ears. Asgray explains that recovery magic has two main forms: the miracle of healing for wounds and the miracle of purification for ailments. Those who can use it are revered as divine officials, their power seen as a miracle in a world with no real medicine. But Asgray admits his own magic is weak, unable to even cure his own drunkenness. He says that even his half-baked magic might be the miracle they need. Dr. Uzuki watches, noticing the mage is suddenly sobering up. Asgray sits up, his mind clear, and begins to explain the region's history. He says this land was once protected by knights, but their patrol stopped 2 years ago. That's when the demon tribe cursed the land, causing a mysterious illness to spread. Uzuki recognizes the figures on the paper as the creatures they were hunting. Asgray explains that even defeating them won't solve the root problem. And so he decided he must become one of the legendary 4 saints. A title that means absolutely nothing to our boy from another world. Asgray explains that with that title, he could revive the night patrols and protect his home. But he admits he stumbled at the very first step. Dr. Uzuki can only listen to the mage's confession. Asgray clenches his fist, frustrated by his own failures. He sees himself as an inexperienced healer, unable to use his powers. He calls his dream of becoming a saint a foolish fantasy. Our boy watches, seeing the mage's confidence completely shatter. He realizes Asgray is being crushed by his own powerlessness, a feeling Dr. Uzuki remembers all too well from his old life. Asgray decides he has to tell his party that their quest is over, a decision that leaves Dr. Uzuki completely stunned. But Dr. Uzuki interrupts, offering to teach him. He'll teach Asgray his own medical techniques, an offer that catches the mage completely off guard. Asgray can't believe what he's hearing. He scoffs, admitting he still doesn't fully trust him, and questions if he could even learn such complex skills. But Uzuki insists that with his help he can. The mage dismisses it as a simple pep talk, clearly not in the mood for a motivational speech. He scoffs, saying such words mean nothing to him, but Uzuki explains he's been watching him closely. He's seen how Asgray always puts his companions first. The mage's eyes widen, taken aback by the sudden praise. Uzuki explains that he's always fighting for their sake, and that desire to help is the true quality of a doctor. He tells Asgray to have more confidence in himself. Dr. Uzuki offers a small, encouraging smile. Asgray scoffs, trying to brush off the earnest words. He mutters something about fate and the stars aligning. He finally looks up, admitting there's no other path for him. And with his head bowed, he begs Uzuki to teach him everything he knows. Asgray agrees, saying he'll look after Uzuki for a while. Dr. Uzuki raises his own mug in response. He proposes they exchange cups, a term that confuses the mage. He explains that in his homeland, it's an invitation to drink together, but he adds that the phrase has a second, deeper meaning. It's a vow, a promise to protect one's comrades. Asgray's eyes widen, the weight of the words sinking in. A small, knowing smile forms on his face. Guess he's on board with the buddy cop dynamic. Uzuki then asks what Asgray plans to do now. He wants to investigate the sick animals, certain he can find the curse's true identity. He presents his notes, a detailed plan to uncover the truth. Asgray stares at the foreign script, which might as well be ancient runes. But his resolve is firm, saying he'll follow this man anywhere. If it means finding a cure, finally calling him teacher. The next morning, a new day dawns on the village. Gerald wakes up, surprised to find his wound is barely even swollen, but a sudden commotion from outside draws his attention. The party is at his door, pointing out their 2 missing members have returned. Asgray and Uzuki are passed out cold on the ground. Apparently their big night out ended with them passed out in a barn. Gerald orders them cleaned up, starting with a very rude awakening. Later, at the dinner table, Svel asks what exactly happened last night, but Dr. Uzuki cuts in, announcing he has some good news. He's figured out the true nature of the so-called demon tribe's curse. The girls whisper, amazed at how quickly he's picking up their language. Asgray reports back, having investigated the local water and food sources. The girls can only marvel at how close their teacher and student have become. Uzuki places a strange plant on the table, declaring it the source of the problem. But Gerald explains they'd ruled it out, since no one would willingly eat it. Uzuki's mind races, realizing this isn't a simple poison at all. He explains the poison passes through the milk of nursing mothers. Gerald connects this to a local legend about dwarves. Asgray realizes the poison is fat-soluble, contaminating animal milk. Uzuki reveals the illness has a name in his world, milk sickness. A plant known as white snake root, a historical plague from his own world. The girls can't believe this simple weed is the source of the curse that has plagued them. Asgray realizes there's only one thing they can do to confirm it. They must eradicate every last trace of the plant from their lands. The girls listen, the scale of the task slowly dawning on them. Gerald agrees, admitting that without medicine, this strange plan is worth a shot. Uzuki explains that the curse is simply the work of the plant. But Gerald asks the most important question, can it be treated? The rest of the party listens, their hopes hanging on his answer. Gerald's voice grows heavy, admitting his wife is already afflicted. But Uzuki stands, insisting there's still something he can do. A flicker of hope appears in the old warrior's eyes. Dr. Uzuki's focus is absolute, his mind already on the treatment. Gerald lets out a long sigh, finally accepting the impossible. He wipes away a tear, calling Uzuki a gift from the heavens. He declares his complete trust in the doctor, asking him to do whatever he can. Asgray looks on, still processing the doctor's confidence. Dr. Uzuki holds out a fist, a silent offer of partnership. The mage looks down, considering the unfamiliar gesture, and with a firm bump, their alliance is sealed. Guess that's how you make friends here. Gerald watches the exchange, a thoughtful look on his face. He turns to Uzuki, ready to offer his formal thanks. He's grateful for the doctor's presence and his willingness to help. But Uzuki cuts him off, insisting thanks aren't necessary. Asgray agrees, admitting they were all in desperate need of aid. Gerald takes in their words, a new respect dawning in his eyes. He realizes this knowledge is worth more than any treatment. He tells the party to gather everyone in the town hall. Dr. Uzuki can only agree, still a bit lost. Soon the entire village is assembled in the hall. Gerald stands before them, ready to make an announcement. The crowd murmurs, wondering what this is all about. He thanks them for gathering, his voice echoing through the hall. He asks if they're prepared to risk their lives for their home, a question that leaves the villagers completely stunned. He then introduces Dr. Uzuki, presenting his own rapid recovery as proof. He explains that this man has shown them a new path forward, a path of possibility, a way to fight back against their fate. He holds up the white snake root, asking if they recognize it. The villagers confirm they've seen the weed growing everywhere lately. Gerald explains that this plant is poisonous, contaminating their livestock. The word poison sends a ripple of shock through the crowd. He declares that if they eradicate this weed, the curse will vanish. The villagers can only stare, their minds reeling. So much for a demon lord. But Gerald isn't finished, announcing that Uzuki can also treat the sick. A wave of relief washes over the crowd, realizing there's still hope. But Gerald warns them that this is just the beginning. He explains that once the weed is gone, the demon tribe will have no choice but to attack them directly. A new wave of fear ripples through the crowd. Some dismiss the stories of the demon tribe as mere superstition. Others scoff, figuring a foe who relied on a weed for 2 years can't be that tough. But Gerald reminds them of the legends of the Holy Knights and the powerful demons they faced. He declares that this is their turning point, a chance to fight back if they have the will to protect their home. The villagers look from the sick to each other, the weight of the decision settling in. The curse may be solved, but now they've traded a plague for an impending war. Great. Asgray asks Gerald just how powerful the demon tribe truly is. The old warrior admits that some of them are on another level entirely, but he tells them that thanks to their arrival, the situation isn't hopeless. They can treat the illness and force the demons to finally show their hand. The doctor's discovery has united the once fearful villagers with a common purpose. Gerald smiles, telling the party they are now the town's true heroes, a title that leaves Asgray completely at a loss for words. But Gerald's tone shifts, warning them of the real danger that lies ahead. He tells them they have a home to return to and shouldn't be forced to die here. But Asgray cuts him off, refusing to be treated like an outsider. He declares that he's staying, refusing to abandon them. The rest of the party agrees, their fear outweighed by their loyalty. Dr. Uzuki watches them, a quiet resolve on his face. He turns to Gerald, who seems surprised by his decision. He admits it's reckless, but he'll help them as a doctor. The old warrior is stunned by his unwavering commitment. His surprise melts into a warm, knowing smile. He admits their help is welcome with so many patients to treat. But he gives Asgray a final, serious order to retreat if things get too dangerous. With that, he leaves them to it, ready to rally the villagers for the fight ahead. Gerald places a hand on Uzuki's shoulder, entrusting him with the town's fate. Dr. Uzuki watches him go, realizing Gerald has left everything to them. The party celebrates their newfound status as heroes of the village. But Magia, the young witch, cuts through the excitement with a question. She asks what their next move is supposed to be. Asgray lists their priorities, treating the sick, removing the weeds, and defending against the demons. He admits that as outsiders, they shouldn't interfere too much. Dr. Uzuki listens to their debate, a plan already forming in his mind. Asgray reminds them they're still just a young, inexperienced party. But Uzuki remembers Gerald's words, entrusting this place to him. Dr. Uzuki's eyes narrow with a sudden sharp focus. He clenches his fist, a new resolve taking hold. He tells them they've been entrusted with this town's fate, and as the ones in charge, they can't afford to show any fear. He declares that for this moment, they are all medical professionals, and together, they will save this town and its people. The party stares back, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. He immediately starts giving orders, prioritizing the sickest patients. Koreru snaps to attention, ready to prepare the honey, while Magia gets to work boiling water for their new field hospital. Svel gets to work, checking on the first patient's consciousness. Dr. Uzuki barks out orders, telling Asgray to move faster. Asgray snaps to attention, acknowledging Uzuki as his teacher. The party watches as their new leader takes command of the makeshift hospital. Korsharu remarks that it's like watching a teacher at a magic school. Svel seems particularly hung up on the new title. The whole party seems a bit stunned by this sudden shift in dynamics. Asgray reflects that he couldn't bring himself to call Uzuki anything else, and Dr. Uzuki accepts the role, knowing he's earned the mage's trust. The rest of the party can only watch, their new dynamic firmly established. The rest of the party teases Asgray for his sudden formality, but Dr. Uzuki calls them over, his focus already on the patients. Asgray immediately asks his new teacher what their next move is. Uzuki offers a small, confident smile, fully in his element. He explains they'll start with the fundamentals of poison treatment, and so, the entire village mobilizes, heading into the surrounding forest. They work together, a united front against the so-called curse. But elsewhere, someone is watching from the shadows. A mysterious figure holds up the very same weed, a woman with rabbit ears who seems less than thrilled about this recent development. He explains they'll start with the fundamentals of poison treatment. Magia wonders what her role is in all of this. She feels her task of boiling water is a bit pointless, but Dr. Uzuki calls out to her with a new instruction. She slumps, feeling like she's just on grunt work duty. He explains that boiled water is crucial for preventing further illness. A handy diagram explains why you don't poop next to your well. He stresses that for the sick, clean water is non-negotiable. Magia suddenly remembers Asgray's own bout with food poisoning, and with a new sense of purpose, she prepares to use her magic. He checks the water, confirming it's the perfect temperature. With these ingredients, he'll create an oral rehydration solution. Asgray asks what exactly he's making with honey, salt, and warm water. Uzuki explains it's a liquid meal designed for easy hydration. The others are still confused by the concept of easy absorption. Our boy struggles to explain modern biology to a medieval audience, but Asgray places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He's decided to trust his teacher completely, asking for his next order. Dr. Uzuki looks back, a small smile on his face. He holds up 4 fingers, laying out the 4 pillars of poison treatment. Kotaru and Svel are amazed, asking if he can really make an antidote. But Dr. Uzuki explains he lacks the materials for a true cure. The party's hopes seem to deflate at the news, but Uzuki quickly tells them not to worry. He asks them to trust him and to trust themselves. The party listens, their resolve hardening once more. Svel notes that unlike animals, they don't have to just wait for the end. The party stands united, ready to learn whatever it takes to save the town. Dr. Uzuki smiles, ready to begin his first lesson. He explains the basics: stop ingestion, induce vomiting, and use charcoal and laxatives. Fun times for everyone. Asgray explains how the poison was unknowingly consumed in their food. Koraru looks over the simple ingredients laid out before them. Dr. Uzuki clarifies this isn't an antidote, but a way to flush the poison out. He glances over at the rows of suffering patients. The entire hall is filled with the sounds of their pained groans. He warns the party of the poison's more severe side effects, and clarifies that his first treatment is only for those with mild symptoms. He even provides a handy diagram for his isekai-style sports drink. He tasks Quareru and Svel with distributing the solution to the less critical patients, which leaves Asgray and Magia to handle the really tough cases. No pressure. He explains that to save the most critical patients, he'll need her help. He offers a small, reassuring smile. The young witch agrees, promising to give it her all. He explains his plan starts with a simple distillation pot. He carefully mixes the ingredients for a saline solution. Magia uses her magic to instantly sterilize the contents. But Asgray points out the severe patients can't drink. Dr. Uzuki reveals his last remaining medical supplies. A syringe and a needle, a classic combo. The mage is baffled by the concept of an injection. He recalls their own primitive attempts at this, which were painful, dangerous, and largely ineffective. Dr. Uzuki explains the concept of a cut-down, a procedure that horrifies the young witch. Asgray asks if that's what he plans to do, but Uzuki has a better idea. He holds up the syringe, ready to try something a step beyond their understanding. An explanation that leaves his new students completely baffled. He asks Magia for a candle, ready to begin his next bit of medical wizardry. He fills the syringe with the saline solution and carefully heats the plastic tip over the flame, stretching it into a thin tube. Asgray can only watch, stunned as the plastic melts and extends. Uzuki admits a proper IV tube would be better, but this will have to do. He's managed to create a 20-centimeter line, the limit of his improvised technique. He knows this is a temporary fix, and he'll need real supplies soon. Asgray and Magia can only watch, with the witch comparing his work to candy crafting. He carefully threads the plastic through the needle, completing his makeshift IV. A handy diagram explains the improvised IV line, a 17th century concept brought to life. He explains the procedure. Insert the needle, then carefully remove it, leaving only the tube to deliver the life-saving fluid. Asgray is completely floored, having never seen anything like it. Uzuki explains this will rehydrate the most critical patients, buying them precious time. The mage and the witch can only marvel at his incredible skill, but his victory is short-lived as he realizes he only has 2 syringes left. He notes there's only 1 critical patient left to treat. He turns to his students, telling them to keep up the good work. But a strange sound makes him pause. Suddenly, massive roots burst through the floorboards. Dr. Uzuki can only stare, completely dumbfounded. Guess this wasn't covered in medical school. Outside, the chaos is spreading through the village. A villager runs in terror, screaming about the moving trees. Gerald's expression is one of pure annoyance. He realizes the scale of this attack is far greater than he anticipated. The villagers can only panic as the roots close in. Gerald orders his men to evacuate the villagers. He turns to face the source of the chaos head-on. A figure descends from the writhing roots, revealing the rabbit-eared woman from the forest. Her gaze is cold, her intentions clearly hostile. Gerald draws his weapon, a pair of massive shears. Guess he's the town's gardener and its guard captain. The woman warns him not to draw a blade he can't use. She smiles, saying she'd rather not have to hurt him. The old warrior demands to know what she wants, and she simply points towards the makeshift hospital. She holds up a small dark seed, vowing to stop their little plan. But Gerald explains they were saved by the man who fell from the sky. He knows exactly what she's come here to do, and she confirms his suspicions, saying that's precisely why she's here. She crushes the seed, declaring that she can't allow them to be saved. Gerald's eyes narrow, his patience clearly at its end. He lunges forward, striking the ground with a powerful blow, but his attack was just a feint. The woman is stunned, wondering how he avoided her. He's already sprinting past her, shouting about the demon tribe's subjugation. He declares that to win, he must fight her not as a person, but as a beast to be slain. He leaps into the air, striking a massive root with his shears. The woman admits he's surprisingly strong and agile for his age, but she smirks, confident that he still can't reach her. Gerald struggles against the vines, trying to cut his way free, but the woman's eyes widen as she senses a strange new power. She notes that fire and smoke can dull the will of even the strongest warrior. But Gerald roars back that he'll burn her and her demon sword to ash. Guess the old man has a few tricks left. He unleashes a powerful, fiery strike, swinging his shears with renewed force. The woman can only stare in shock as his attack closes in. He brings his shears down, seemingly trapping her in his grasp. But in that same instant, tiny objects fill the air around them. He realizes with confusion that none of them are aimed at him. The woman smirks, telling him that both he and the fallen lord are about to learn their place. As a strange feeling washes over him, he looks down to see her hand pressed against his chest, and realizes he's been caught in a web of countless threads. She explains her wood fibers are stronger than iron, making escape impossible. Guess his gardening shears aren't going to cut it. He struggles, noticing the floating island is still looming above them. The woman leans in, telling him it's a shame he won't be saved. But the rabbit-eared woman simply blocks his attack. Back in the hall, the villagers cry out that the demon tribe has arrived. Asgray and Koreru realize these roots are the demon's handiwork. Dr. Uzuki turns to the mage, asking what their next move is. He remembers Gerald's final, desperate order, and a new resolve hardens his expression. Asgray declares their priority is to get everyone to safety. The party leads the evacuation, trying to keep the villagers calm. But a sudden sight stops them dead in their tracks. The entire path out of the village is blocked. Well, so much for the easy escape plan. Asgray turns to Magia, asking if she can just flip the entire ground with her magic. The young witch agrees, beginning a powerful incantation. And with a mighty roar, she unleashes a spell that tears the very earth apart. But her expression quickly shifts from confidence to shock, because the massive roots don't even flinch. Dr. Uzuki realizes they're on a completely different level of power. And from above, the rabbit-eared woman smiles, having found her true target. She stands over a defeated Gerald, now completely ensnared by her vines. Asgray can only stare in horror, finally seeing the face of the demon tribe. He cries out the old warrior's name, realizing their protector has fallen. Dr. Uzuki and the villagers can only stare in disbelief. The rabbit-eared woman then turns her attention to him. She smiles, offering him a gift for his troubles. She glides forward, her roots parting a path for her. One of the vines extends, holding a vial of a legendary panacea. She offers him a deal. Answer 2 questions, and the cure is his. A simple Q&A session with the local demon tribe. What could go wrong? Dr. Uzuki realizes they're completely outmatched. He understands she knows he's the one who ruined her plan. But Asgray steps forward, demanding to know what she truly wants. She warns them to handle the injured carefully, lest they have regrets. Dr. Uzuki can only sweat, completely out of his element. The woman begins her first question, the panacea held out like a prize. She asks if he has any other secret medicines in his possession. Asgray tries to play it cool, saying it's just a rumor they've been chasing. She ignores him, moving on to her second question. Was it Uzuki who saved them? Our boy steps up, admitting he was the one who dealt with the poison. Her expression confirms it, her suspicions now a certainty. In return, she offers to explain her own objective to them. She admits that being strong isn't enough to survive, because they suffer too. She explains that while the fallen lord may save this town, it won't save her people. Asgray mutters that he has no idea what she's talking about. But the woman corrects him, insisting she's not some monster. She then gestures to a plant on the ground, asking if they recognize it. Uzuki is stunned to see it's rice, a staple from his own world. The woman explains that this gift from the fallen lord is the very plague that destroyed her homeland. Dr. Uzuki's mind reels, trying to process the idea of a rice plague. She explains she's been searching for other victims, trying to understand the conditions, and now she's found her primary source of information as a root snakes towards Dr. Uzuki. The root suddenly wraps around Dr. Uzuki's neck. His companions can only cry out his name in horror. The woman releases him, tossing him the panacea and offering to return Gerald. She then begins dragging Uzuki away with a vine, telling him it's time to go. She casually tosses the medicine back, admitting she doesn't even know what it does. But Uzuki ignores his own capture, pleading to check on the injured warrior. The woman seems to consider it, before finally agreeing to his request. He immediately kneels by Gerald's side, beginning his examination. He quickly diagnoses a broken femur, but notes the bleeding isn't severe, complete with a handy chart on just how much blood you can lose from a bad break. He presses his stethoscope to the old warrior's chest. But he hears something strange, a pattern he can't quite place. He tries to buy time, explaining the severity of the injury. The rabbit-eared woman tells him to hurry up, her patience wearing thin. But as he continues his assessment, the symptoms don't match the diagnosis. And then he feels it, a deliberate, rhythmic tapping against his leg. His eyes widen as the realization finally hits him. There's no mistaking it. The old man is faking it. He understands that Gerald is only pretending to be unconscious, looking for an opening. And their captor, for all her power, hasn't noticed a thing. Dr. Uzuki realizes if he plays this right, he can save them. But if Gerald moves recklessly now, it's all over. A new desperate plan clicks into place. He knows the old warrior is faking, but the internal bleeding is real. He turns to the crowd, telling them to stay calm and not to move. Asgray and the others can only watch, trusting his judgment. Gerald lies still, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Uzuki asks if she'll leave peacefully if he comes along. A classic hostage negotiation tactic. She warns him that her kindness has its limits, and with a sudden jerk, she drags him away from the village. Dr. Uzuki is dragged away, his protest completely ignored. But Koreru suddenly cries out, pointing towards the village. The massive roots that had trapped them begin to dissolve into light. Meija realizes the immediate danger has passed, but it came at a terrible cost. The sacrifice of their new doctor. Asgray can only stand there, seething with frustration. He suddenly turns, ready to give chase on his own. The party calls out for him to wait, but he's already gone. Just as Gerald finally sits up, his ruse no longer needed. Gerald gets to his feet, explaining that faking an injury is a classic battlefield trick. He admits he was betting on them to catch on, and that Dr. Uzuki saw right through his act. He realized Uzuki chose to sacrifice himself to lure the demon away from the village. And once again, the old warrior admits they were all saved by the doctor. Asgray's expression hardens, refusing to abandon his new teacher. He tells Gerald to handle the evacuation while he goes to repay the debt he owes. Gerald calls out, reminding him that Uzuki's last order was for them to stay put. He admits that with his injuries he can't fight, having already lost to her once. But he insists the demon isn't invincible, asking Asgray to heal him so they can track her down. The mage agrees, placing a hand on the old warrior's shoulder as his magic begins to glow. Asgray watches the old warrior leave, his words echoing in his mind. He wonders if they're truly strong enough for this. But a sudden sound makes him turn around. The rest of his party stands behind him, their expressions firm. He can only stare, surprised by their silent resolve. They're not running, and they're not giving up. Guess the pity party is officially over. And in that moment, Asgray understands. He remembers how Dr. Uzuki gave each of them a purpose, a lesson his teacher had drilled into him. He turns to his friends, his own resolve now absolute. He declares that from this point forward, their true adventure finally begins. He calls out to Gerald, who has already started to leave. He announces that they will track the demon tribe once more. The old warrior can only stare, completely stunned by their resolve. He tells them not to be foolish, reminding them of the power they just witnessed. But Magia insists that their enemy is not invincible. She believes if they can find an opening, they still have a chance to win. Gerald is left speechless by their unwavering determination. Asgray insists that the four of them are stronger than one injured warrior, begging him to trust them. Asgray insists that if Gerald truly sees them as heroes, then he needs to trust their judgment. The old warrior is skeptical, asking if they even have a plan. Asgray explains he's been watching Dr. Uzuki closely. Gerald listens, wondering what he's getting at. Asgray declares that their teacher is, to put it mildly, physically weak. Gerald is completely lost, wondering how his poor cardio is a battle strategy. Asgray asks what that has to do with anything. But then, a look of understanding dawns on Gerald's face. Asgray offers a small smile, knowing the old warrior has figured it out. Svel and Koreru quickly outline their strategy. Gerald listens, realizing their plan isn't entirely reckless. Asgray asks to borrow his legendary demon sword, promising they can handle it. The old warrior hesitates, recalling the last time he tried to teach them. But Asgray's expression is one of grim determination. Gerald finally relents, his own face etched with concern. He hands the powerful blade to Magia, warning her of its untamed nature. The young witch accepts the weapon, ready to prove herself. Gerald then gives Svel and Koreru their final orders for the fight. He turns to Asgray, knowing the mage already understands his role. He gives Asgray one final solemn order to protect everyone. He warns them of the danger, but the party accepts without hesitation. Gerald tells them to head for the trade city if they can escape. The mage simply nods, his resolve unshakable. And with their mission clear, the party sets off to save their doctor. Elsewhere, our boy is having a much less heroic time. His captor apologizes for getting angry and almost killing him. You know, as one does. She seems genuinely embarrassed by her own outburst. Uzuki tosses her the vine as she admits the panacea was just a bluff. He looks at the vial, recalling her questions about his home and his medicine. She asks if he's been searching for a cure for her people. He struggles against the vine, trying to ask his own questions. She looks to the sky, asking what the fallen lord even is. Uzuki admits he has no idea, calling himself a lost person. She seems skeptical, noting he's not acting on his own. He wonders about her organization and who she works for. She yanks his leash, telling him to hurry up. So much for a civil conversation. He tries to explain he was summoned here from another world. The word teleportation seems to pique her interest, but she quickly dismisses it as a lie, yanking him again. She explains that things are dropped here from other worlds, a statement that doesn't seem to surprise Dr. Uzuki. In fact, it reminds him of the robed man's talk of fragments. His captor seems confused by his lack of surprise, but her thoughts are cut short by a sudden sound. An arrow zips past her head, missing by inches. Dr. Uzuki can only stare, completely stunned. The woman turns, realizing they've been followed. Guess her kidnapping skills need some work. Uzuki recognizes the arrow. It belongs to Quarteru. The rabbit-eared woman stands ready, calling out her attacker. Dr. Uzuki's face is a mask of pure panic. He lunges forward, grabbing his captor to stop her. But she reacts instantly, a massive root deflecting the attack. He realizes he wasn't fast enough to prevent the fight. He holds her tight, trying to shield her from his own friends, just as 2 more projectiles fly in from the trees. The woman realizes that with him clinging to her, counterattacking is surprisingly difficult. His plan is basically to hug the villain into submission. She identifies the projectiles as arrows tipped with gunpowder. She glares into the forest, annoyed by their clever tactics. Her eyes widen in surprise as a new attack lands. She spots a fireball coming from a different direction, and casually swats it out of the air. She turns to see the rest of the party has arrived. Asgray and Magia stand ready, the demon sword in hand. Dr. Uzuki can only stare, horrified they followed him. The woman decides to deal with the sword first. Guess it's the bigger threat. She unleashes a massive wave of roots towards them. A tidal wave of wood and vines rushes across the field, and Dr. Uzuki screams for his friends to run. But Asgray just smirks, asking who said anything about running. Dr. Uzuki can only stare, completely baffled by this sudden bravado. The mage leaps into action, dodging the massive roots, declaring that he's much better at fighting than he is at healing. The rabbit-eared woman's eyes widen in genuine surprise. He shouts for Magia to get ready, telling her to trust him. Dr. Uzuki is still just a very confused hostage at this point. The young witch unleashes a torrent of fire from the demon sword. The flames roar across the battlefield, engulfing the roots. But their captor seems completely unfazed by the attack. But from within the inferno, Svel emerges completely unharmed. The rabbit-eared woman can only stare, her confidence finally cracking. He charges forward, swinging a massive fist right at her. Dr. Uzuki cries out, watching the chaos unfold. But she easily dodges, leaping back to a safe distance. She lands gracefully, looking more annoyed than threatened. Uzuki is stunned, realizing she took no damage at all. But Asgray clenches his fist, praising Svel for a job well done. He shouts that they've created an opening, telling Magia to strike now. And their captor's eyes narrow, finally understanding their true plan. Magia shouts, refusing to let her opponent get away so easily. She pours every last drop of her magic into the demon sword, unleashing a massive, uncontrolled wave of destructive energy. The rabbit-eared woman's eyes widen, a strange mark appearing on her cheek. Magia struggles to control the blade's immense power. The blast tears through the forest, a chaotic torrent of force. Their captor can only stare, completely stunned by the raw power. The explosion rips through the clearing, completely out of control. Dr. Uzuki runs for his life, realizing his friend's plan didn't account for friendly fire. He realizes he's about to be swallowed by the inferno. But just as the blast closes in, Svel dives forward, shielding him with his own body. The world is consumed by a blinding flash of light. Svel groans, having somehow managed to endure the full force of the blast. Without a second thought, he throws Uzuki over his shoulder and makes a run for it. Dr. Uzuki can only watch, stunned that they would risk everything to save him. Svel simply explains that since Uzuki saved them, it's only fair they return the favor. Our boy is moved to tears, whispering a quiet thank you to his new friends. But their captor is far from defeated, her smoldering roots still blocking their path. She emerges from a massive, protective cocoon of wood, and her expression is one of pure, unadulterated rage. The rabbit-eared woman watches them flee, muttering that she never meant for it to come to this. But she knows that Uzuki is somehow connected to the fallen lord, and that connection could spell disaster for everyone. She decides that rather than let him escape, she'll end this right here. A strange wooden collar suddenly materializes around Dr. Uzuki's neck. He and Svel can only stare, caught completely by surprise. Svel's expression is one of pure, unadulterated confusion. Guess surprise neck brace wasn't in the plan. From a distance, Magia and Asgray watch in horror. The mage can only stare as his friends continue their desperate escape. A final ominous shot of the collar, hinting at a very grim fate for our boy. Asgray and Magia can only stare, their teacher's name a question on their lips. The rabbit-eared woman walks away, telling them the fight is over. She turns back, a strange mark on her cheek, declaring that it's already finished. Svel holds the now unconscious Dr. Uzuki, crying out his name. The legendary panacea tumbles from his grasp, completely useless. Svel desperately tries to give him the medicine, hoping for a miracle. But Asgray shoves him aside, insisting the potion is worthless and that he'll heal him. He tries to use his magic, begging his teacher to wake up. He screams, reminding Uzuki of his promise to teach him medicine. But Dr. Uzuki lies still, his body limp and unresponsive. Asgray realizes the collar was meant for a moment just like this. He cries out, remembering how his own arm was once paralyzed. But in his mind, it's Dr. Uzuki who's trying to save him. He pleads with his teacher not to move, not to force himself. But Uzuki's spirit reaches out, his will fixed on a single purpose. His thoughts drift back to the floating island in the sky, and to the strange high-tech chamber where this all began. He remembers the robed figure who sent him here. The mysterious man gives a simple, silent command, and the pristine white cat leaps into action. And out of nowhere, the pristine white cat lands gracefully in the clearing. The party can only stare, completely baffled by this new arrival. Asgray wonders aloud what this cat is even doing here. Koreru is just as confused, questioning where it came from. The cat approaches Dr. Uzuki and begins licking the wooden collar. You know, standard first aid. As it licks, the strange device begins to glow and crack apart. Asgray's eyes widen in disbelief, realizing the curse is being broken. Dr. Uzuki slowly wakes up, touching his neck as the pain finally subsides. The entire party is frozen in stunned silence. Their shock quickly melts into relief as they rush to their teacher's side. Dr. Uzuki lets out a shaky breath, still processing what just happened. But his relief quickly turns to alarm. Asgray shouts a warning, telling them not to let their guard down yet. The rabbit-eared woman pauses her retreat, looking back. She wonders what in the world that cat was. The mysterious feline simply trots towards her, ignoring Asgray's calls. And then it sinks into the ground like a shadow. Dr. Uzuki and Svel can only stare in utter disbelief. Even their captor is stunned, realizing it vanished into thin air. Guess that's her cue to leave. And with that, she finally decides to make a run for it. She sprints through the forest trying to make her escape, but a sudden sound makes her look back in shock. She realizes with horror that she's being pursued by the same massive white beast that attacked the village. The party can only stare, completely dumbfounded. Dr. Uzuki is just as baffled by this new development. The woman realizes this creature fell from the sky. The beast lets out a deafening, furious roar, and their former captor is now frozen in pure terror. But Dr. Uzuki recognizes that creature. It's the cat. The rabbit-eared woman stares down the beast, acknowledging its immense power. Asgray shouts at Uzuki, telling him to get back. He points to a massive crystal, urging him to take cover. But their former captor is ready, vowing to strike first and without mercy. The giant white beast lunges forward, its attack a blur of motion. It brings its massive paw down with crushing force. But the woman catches the blow with a single hand. Guess she's been hitting the gym. The beast is sent flying backward from the impact. Its eyes are wide with shock from the powerful counter. But she realizes it wasn't a counter. The beast jumped back on its own. The beast is sent flying back from the sheer force of her block. But it was a feint, as it immediately closes the distance again. It slams into her, sending her crashing hard into the ground. Her expression is one of pure, unadulterated shock. She struggles to her feet, clearly rattled by the sudden turn. But the beast is relentless, striking her again and again. She's finally brought down, her pride completely shattered. The party watches from a safe distance as the beast stands victorious. The creature gives a final, knowing glance towards them. Asgray can only stare, wondering if this creature just saved them all. Asgray explains he saw a giant version of that cat when he first arrived. He wonders if the creature is here to protect Uzuki, and if it's not an enemy after all. Their former captor lies defeated on the ground, but Asgray's expression is anything but merciful. He pulls a knife, declaring that this is the end. Guess the Hippocratic Oath doesn't apply to mages. But Dr. Uzuki rushes forward, telling him to stop. Asgray reminds him she's a demon who is killed, asking if he'll really protect her. Uzuki hesitates, considering if this could be seen as self-defense. The woman looks up, realizing she might be able to reason with them. But Uzuki's attention is drawn elsewhere, sensing another presence behind them. He insists that killing her is not the best option. But Asgray tells him not to be a fool, that his reasoning is weak. He asks what will happen when her allies come for revenge, a question that leaves the mage completely speechless. Uzuki explains that winning this fight doesn't guarantee the next. He asks Asgray to consider the odds of his own dangerous quest. The mage listens, his own logic now being used against him. Uzuki reminds him that his priority has always been his friends, and so, instead of killing their captive, he suggests they use her. Guess the Hippocratic Oath has a few loopholes. He calls out to the defeated woman on the ground. She looks up, asking what he could possibly want now. Dr. Uzuki takes a breath, ready to make his move. He asks if she was searching for a cure for the plague that destroyed her homeland. She glares back, asking what it matters to him. He offers a deal. He'll find a cure for her people if she answers his questions. The rabbit-eared woman's eyes widen in utter disbelief. She's completely floored by the sudden offer of help. Guess take your enemy to dinner is the new battle strategy. Dr. Uzuki waits, his expression calm and serious. And in the background, Asgray finally gives their captor a name. Race. Dr. Uzuki declares he'll protect them until they're strong enough. An offer that leaves Asgray completely speechless. He questions how Uzuki can trust their enemy so easily. He asks if the doctor isn't worried about the threat she poses. But Uzuki explains that medicine is a humble practice, and that a life is something you only get one of. He speaks of the doctors who came before him, and the knowledge they passed down through generations. He declares that he walks this path not for power or money, but for the sake of life itself. Asgray asks what happens if the person he saves betrays them. But Uzuki explains that a patient's intent doesn't matter. A doctor's only job is to provide treatment. Asgray grits his teeth, frustrated by his teacher's reckless selflessness. He turns to his party, his first priority always their safety. But they've already heard the entire exchange. He argues that his teacher's logic is full of holes. A fair point, honestly. But his friends remind him that they can't afford to lose anyone. He looks to Uzuki, asking if they can truly trust this path. The rest of the party stands firm, their decision already made. The rest of the party can only stare, their expressions unreadable. But they quickly agree, fully supporting their teacher's wild plan. Asgray can only offer a small, accepting smile. But he points out one small, furry, house-sized problem. Dr. Uzuki turns, his expression unreadable. He calls out to the massive white beast. The creature thanks him for his help, asking him to let Race go. Its gaze is surprisingly calm and intelligent. Dr. Uzuki smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. And with its business concluded, the creature simply walks away. Race struggles to her feet, telling him to run while he can. But Dr. Uzuki can only stare, his eyes wide with shock. She tries to move, but her body simply won't obey. She collapses, her lower body suddenly giving out completely. He immediately rushes to her side, asking about her symptoms. She grits her teeth, admitting she feels a strange numbness in her legs. A look of dawning realization crosses his face. He tells her to lie down, ignoring her protests to be left alone. He gently presses on her back, and she cries out in pain. And in that moment, Dr. Uzuki knows exactly what's wrong. He calmly diagnoses her with a herniated disc, and provides a handy diagram for the class. He asks to touch her elbow to explain the symptoms, a request that leaves her completely baffled. He taps the nerve, sending a jolt up her arm. Explaining that same feeling is happening in her back, the impact from the fight compressed a vital nerve. He turns to Asgray, asking if magic can fix it. But the mage admits his power has its limits. A miracle like that is reserved for legendary saints. Race listens, her expression a mix of pain and disbelief. But Dr. Uzuki explains there is a treatment, a surgical procedure to remove the herniated disc. She cries out, certain that drilling into her bone is a death sentence. But Uzuki explains the biggest hurdle is pain, a problem doctors in his world have been solving for centuries. He declares that right here, right now, they're about to speedrun 1,000 years of medical history. An announcement that leaves Race completely speechless. He turns to Asgray and Race, a new plan already in motion. He tells them he has a very important question to ask. And so they set up shop in a borrowed alchemist's cottage. Guess this is their new base of operations. He asks the party to find a place where he can distill alcohol. He then turns to Race, who lies on a couch, watching him with suspicion. He admits his explanation is lacking, but it's a race against time. He asks her to watch his preparations, and after a moment of hesitation, she agrees. With her consent, Dr. Uzuki turns to the party, ready to begin. Meiji is put on distillation duty, and she is clearly not thrilled about it. She complains about the pungent smell filling the entire room. Guess medieval alchemy isn't as glamorous as it sounds. And after all that work, she points out they've only collected a tiny amount. But Uzuki simply thanks her, telling her to keep at it as the vial slowly fills. Race watches from the couch, asking what exactly it is they're making. Dr. Uzuki explains this is the first inhalation anesthetic, a concept that leaves Race completely horrified. But after hours of work, their diethyl ether is finally complete. A handy diagram explains the history of this 19th century medical marvel. Uzuki admits it's far from perfect, with plenty of risks involved. But in a world without modern medicine, it's their only option. He turns back to his patient, asking her to hold on just a bit longer. He searches the alchemist's shelves for the right container, and then asks for one final very strange ingredient, a mouse. A request Kororu is surprisingly well equipped to handle. Race watches from the couch, asking what he plans to do with the mouse. Dr. Uzuki explains he'll use it to demonstrate how he'll solve the problem of pain. a promise that leaves his patient completely and utterly horrified. He carefully soaks a small cloth in the newly created ether and places it in the jar with their tiny, furry, and very unwilling volunteer. The mouse flails for a moment as the fumes begin to take effect, but it quickly calms down, looking a bit wobbly on its feet, before finally drifting off into a peaceful, chemically induced slumber. Race asks if it's dead, but Uzuki calmly explains the anesthetic has worked. He clarifies that unlike poison, this will truly prevent any reaction to pain. He then pinches the mouse's skin with a pair of tweezers. Race's eyes widen in utter shock. The tiny creature doesn't even flinch. The rest of the party can only stare, wondering why it isn't waking up. Dr. Uzuki explains that she'll simply fall asleep, and when she wakes, the treatment will be over. Asgray is stunned, admitting he's never heard of such a medicine. The others call it a miracle, a medicine from the gods themselves. Uzuki just smiles, saying he'd feel the same if he saw technology from 1,000 years in the future. But Race is still sweating, the weight of this impossible choice settling in. As their furry little volunteer sleeps on, completely oblivious, Asgray asks him to heal the mouse, and Dr. Uzuki agrees. He carefully places the tiny creature on the table. And right on cue, the anesthetic wears off and the mouse wakes up. Uzuki thanks the little guy for its help before setting it free. The party can only stare, amazed that it's completely unharmed. He turns back to Race, asking if she's finally ready to trust him. She admits his skills are far more incredible than any legend she's ever heard. Asgray watches the exchange, his expression unreadable. He suddenly steps forward, telling Uzuki to wait. He holds up a document declaring it's a contract they need to sign first, because nothing says trust like legally binding paperwork. Rice explains the contract's terms. If they grant her wish, she'll protect them. But if they fail, a hole opens in their heart. Asgray clarifies this isn't a metaphor. It's a magical contract. You know, the kind with no fine print. Uzuki tries to object, calling the terms far too dangerous. But Asgray explains this is her chance at redemption. Dr. Uzuki can only listen, completely out of his depth. Ray seems to consider the offer with a wry smile. Asgray tells her this is a life-or-death gamble for them all. She bites her thumb, admitting it's a bad deal for her, and prepares to sign the contract in blood. She agrees, saying she'll go along with this bad proposal from the bad adult who suggested it. Dr. Uzuki realizes that with former enemies, a simple promise just won't cut it. Asgray promises to uphold his end of the bargain, vowing to see it through. He holds the contract, his expression firm, and the paper bursts into flame, sealing their magical deal. Asgray explains it's a magic item, telling his teacher to get back to the treatment. With the paperwork out of the way, Uzuki orders them to boil as much cloth as possible. Asgray spots the perfect tool for the job, a massive ornate pot that looks way too fancy for sterilizing rags. Svel immediately gets to work, filling the giant vessel. Asgray complains that boiling every single item is a massive pain. The girls get to work, tossing cloths into the giant pot. But Asgray has a much faster method, using his magic to heat the water. Dr. Uzuki watches as the mage takes over sterilization duty. The water begins to boil instantly. Guess magic is the ultimate time saver. Asgray explains the pot is a magic item designed for this very purpose. Uzuki asks what else needs to be done and is told to sterilize his own toolbox. He leaves the rest to Asgray, trusting his new student with the preparations. He returns to Race, telling her the preparations are almost complete. He holds up 2 fingers, explaining there are just a couple more things to do. He explains the first step is to pinpoint the exact location of the injury, a plan that leaves his patient looking utterly terrified. He begins by testing her knee-jerk reflex, followed by the reflex in her ankle, and finally he checks the muscle response in her foot. With the exam done, he pulls out his next teaching aid, a full skeleton. He places the model right next to her, because that's not creepy at all. Rice immediately objects, calling the skeleton a bad omen, but Dr. Uzuki apologizes, insisting that he needs it. He explains it's all to increase the chances of a successful surgery. He explains how he'll reverse engineer her anatomy to prepare for the surgery. Rice admits she has no idea what he's saying, but she knows he's serious. Uzuki muses that it's strange how their skeletal structures are identical to humans. But then a new, unsettling thought seems to cross his mind. Reese suddenly calls out a name, Forn, a name that Dr. Uzuki has never heard before. He kneels before her, making a solemn vow to borrow her life for this procedure. Rice can only stare, completely taken aback by his intensity. He offers a small smile, acknowledging her fear, and promises to face this challenge with everything he has. He asks her to trust him, to place her life in his hands. Rice can only stare, the weight of the decision on her face. But his expression is calm, unwavering, and full of confidence. Her own resolve seems to harden in response. And after a long moment, she finally agrees. With that, the team assembles for the world's first isekai surgery. He quickly briefs his new assistants on the importance of sterile procedure. Inside the quiet cottage, history is about to be made. As the hours tick by under an unfamiliar sky, it's time for one final confirmation. He sends Svel outside to stand guard during the procedure. With his team assembled, he gives the order to begin anesthesia. Rice takes a hesitant breath, inhaling the strange fumes. The others worry about the pungent smell, questioning if it's poison. But Dr. Uzuki calmly tells her to breathe deeply and not to worry. Kuoreru holds the cloth as their patient begins to drift off. The team carefully administers the world's first isekai knockout drug. Uzuki confirms she's stable, announcing it's time to begin the surgery. They work together, carefully turning her onto her stomach. With the patient in position, the makeshift surgical team is ready. Dr. Uzuki gives his team their final instructions, telling them to carefully monitor the patient's breathing. He needs them to be his eyes and ears for this procedure. The girls look on, the tension in the room palpable. A handy diagram explains their 19th century anesthetic technique. Simple, effective, and probably smells awful. Asgray watches his teacher, his own nerves on edge. Uzuki reassures them, explaining that Asgray's magic will be vital. But the mage's eyes are wide with fear. He points out that it's not him, but his teacher whose hand is shaking. Uzuki admits he's a bit nervous since his arm was paralyzed until very recently. He admits that while he has the knowledge, he's never actually led a surgery before. A confession that leaves Asgray completely stunned. He points out that if Uzuki's hand slips, he could sever a vital nerve. A single mistake could leave Race permanently paralyzed. Dr. Uzuki listens, his own fears reflected in the mage's words. But Asgray offers a small smile, admitting he's relieved to know his teacher is nervous too. He compares it to his own life as an adventurer, where one wrong move can mean death for his friends. He sees a parallel between his own quest and Uzuki's struggle to be a doctor with only one good arm. He realizes that maybe, just maybe, they're not so different after all. And if that's the case, he says, then their path forward is crystal clear. Asgray's words seem to have struck a chord, as Uzuki declares it's time for them both to become the real thing. The mage can only stare, his own fears now laid bare. But Dr. Uzuki offers a small, confident smile. And in that moment, Asgray's doubt turns to resolve. They seal their pact with a fist bump, teacher and student, ready to face the impossible. With their confidence restored, Uzuki tells him to open the toolbox. He explains the specialized tools needed for this delicate procedure. Instruments for retracting nerves, removing bone, and excising the hernia itself. But what they have is, well, it's basically a medieval carpenter's kit. Uzuki notes their tools are better suited for amputation than delicate spinal surgery. Asgray confirms he's ready to play his part. Dr. Uzuki performs one final crucial test, confirming the anesthetic has completely taken hold. He tells Kuoreru to monitor the patient's breathing. With everything in place, he takes up his blade, and with a steady hand, he begins the incision. The first cut is made, and there's no turning back now. He narrates the procedure, cutting through skin and fascia. He calls for the next tool, a palette knife and some cloth, which he immediately bends into a makeshift retractor. Guess you gotta work with what you've got. He carefully inserts the tool into the incision. His focus is absolute as he works to avoid the spinal muscles. And with the tissue retracted, the vertebrae are finally exposed. He orders Asgray to hold it steady, and the mage complies without hesitation. But he immediately hits a snag, realizing there's too much bleeding. He laments the lack of modern equipment to keep the area clear. He calls for the next tools, ready to remove the obstructive bone. He prepares to chisel away at her spine. Casual Tuesday activities. He knows this is the most critical moment of the entire surgery. He reminds them that one slip could paralyze the patient, whose name is revealed to be Forn. Asgray tells his teacher to calm down, asking if he needs his sweat wiped. Dr. Uzuki holds out a hand, his focus never leaving the patient. He tells Asgray not to worry and to simply trust him. He grips the crude tool, his resolve absolute. He reminds himself that with this hand, he swore to save the life before him. And with a sickening crack, he begins to chisel away at her spine. His eyes widen as the bone finally gives way. He's through. Now all that's left is to cut the ligament, carefully avoiding the spinal cord until he finds it. And with his target in sight, he prepares to remove the hernia. He carefully extracts the source of the problem. Asgray can only watch, his breath caught in his throat. He asks if that's really it, and Uzuki simply confirms. This tiny fragment was the cause of all her suffering. Dr. Uzuki holds it up, identifying it as the hernia. Asgray is stunned that something so small could be so devastating. With the hard part over, Uzuki announces it's time to close up. Asgray's mind reels, realizing his teacher used knowledge to find the cause, and then had the skill to remove it with surgical precision. He realizes that this is what a true doctor can do. Asgray realizes this is what a true doctor is. Dr. Uzuki tells him once the sutures are in place, Asgray can finish the job with his magic. And with a soft glow, the wound is perfectly sealed. The exhausted team can only look on, their work finally done. Dr. Uzuki lets out a long, weary breath. He announces that the surgery is officially complete. A quiet moment of victory hangs in the air. Just as Svel bursts in, asking if it's really over, he looks to their patient, asking if she's truly been healed. Dr. Uzuki explains the surgery was a technical success, but Svel is just amazed she'll be able to move at all. He tells his teacher he truly saved a life with his own hands. Asgray, on the other hand, is completely drained and ready to pass out. But Dr. Uzuki can only stare at his own hands. At the right hand that was once useless to him, a quiet smile forms, the feeling of being a doctor finally returning, as their patient Race rests peacefully, and the rest of the exhausted party finally gets some well-deserved sleep. But in his mind, Uzuki is back in a different hospital room, watching over a different patient. He watches over her, knowing this surgery will change her entire life. He worries, noting their homemade anesthetic takes hours to wear off, and he knows they'll need better medicine and tools for her recovery. As Race's consciousness finally begins to return, her mind drifts back to a distant memory. She remembers her homeland, a simple village in the mountains, a place she once thought was boring and uneventful. But it was a peaceful life surrounded by her own people. She remembers the faces of her friends, her family, and she realizes that in that simple life she was happy. She remembers when a new road was built to the city. New settlers came to their village, eager to work the land. Their old fields were transformed into rice paddies, and for a time, everyone believed this new prosperity would last forever. But then something changed. A simple question echoed through the quiet village. A strange illness began to spread with no known cause or cure. It left its victims weak, feverish, and in constant pain. Her sister could only watch, her heart filled with dread. And the neighboring town, fearing the plague, came to help by burning it all to the ground. Her sister urged her to take their brother and run. She offered a final, tearful smile, telling her to go. And Race could only watch, knowing everyone else was lost. She and her brother Forn were the only survivors. They wandered the forest, his strength failing with every step, until they were found by a woman with strange markings on her skin. The stranger offered to teach her a new way to survive. Race looked from her ailing brother to the woman's outstretched hand. She was ready to give up everything if it meant saving him. And with a firm grip, a new desperate pact was made. Rice's eyes snap open, her mind reeling from the impossible dream. But she's met with the calm, gentle smile of Dr. Uzuki. He asks if she's conscious and if she can squeeze his hand. She can only stare, wondering if any of this is even real. He watches her, knowing this is the moment of truth. And she responds with a grip that nearly crushes his fingers. Well, she's definitely not paralyzed. He laughs it off, admitting her strength seems to have returned. He then asks if she feels any numbness in her lower body. She sits up, moving her leg and confirming she's completely healed. Uzuki realizes Asgray's magic is on another level, healing in an instant what would have taken weeks. Reese admits that even magic has its limits and offers him her thanks. She then apologizes for the whole magical death collar incident. You know, water under the bridge. But Uzuki just smiles, saying they both got something back in the end. With the air cleared, she asks him to teach her about the plague that destroyed her home. She explains that she was just dreaming of her past, and recounts the story of her village to a very attentive Dr. Uzuki. But she quickly cuts herself off, insisting she doesn't need his pity. Uzuki ignores her pride, his mind already focused on finding a cure. He asks about the specific symptoms like high fevers and jaundice, a detail that makes Rice pause, as she realizes every victim had the exact same signs. Rice asks if he truly has some insight into her people's plague. She presses him, demanding to know what kind of illness it is. And Dr. Uzuki gives his diagnosis: malaria. A handy diagram explains one of his world's most infamous diseases. He explains how the rice paddies, a gift here, became a breeding ground for the plague in his own world. Rice's expression shifts to one of desperate hope, asking if it can be cured. Uzuki confirms it's possible, explaining that the cure can likely be found in this world's plants. She realizes that if he can truly find a cure, she must protect him at all costs. But Uzuki asks the obvious question, does helping him mean betraying her own people? Rice explains that the demon tribe isn't some unified nation. just a collection of outcasts trying to survive. Dr. Uzuki asks her to clarify what she means. Reese explains that the demon tribe are just people, humans whose magic has gone haywire, leaving them on the brink of death. A revelation that leaves our boy completely stunned. She demonstrates her own unique magic, manipulating plants with her will. She explains that while they have special abilities, they're also outcasts who often clash with humans, which is why she never considered an alliance before. She points out that he's now made enemies of everyone and might be in a very dangerous position. Uzuki can only offer a nervous laugh in response, but Reis extends her hand, ready to seal their new, very strange alliance. Dr. Uzuki's eyes narrow, a thought taking shape. He considers her words about strength not being enough to survive, and with a firm grip, he takes her hand. Reis can only stare, completely caught off guard. He tells her that even so, if there's something he can do, he'll take the hand of anyone who's suffering. His simple declaration leaves her speechless. He smiles, admitting that joining forces gives him the will to win. Reis looks down, processing his earnest words. She calls him a fool for being so trusting, but warns him to be careful. He simply smiles, thanking her for the advice. Just then, the pristine white cat appears in his hands out of thin air. The mysterious feline lets out a soft, contented purr. Reis is stunned, while Uzuki greets his furry little guardian angel. The cat hops down, its business apparently concluded. It calmly trots across the floor as Dr. Uzuki watches it go. But then it leaps onto the table, startling them both, and just as quickly it vanishes into a puddle of shadow. Guess that's its dramatic exit. They're left to wonder what it was. A familiar of the fallen lord, perhaps? But for now, Dr. Uzuki is just too exhausted to care. Reis asks if he's finally going to get some rest. And with that, Dr. Uzuki promptly passes out on the floor. He sleeps soundly, the ordeal finally over. Reis watches him, a complex mix of emotions on her face. She stands, her resolve hardening. She remembers his promise to take her hand without hesitation, and in that moment she makes her choice. The next morning dawns on a new, fragile alliance. Asgray reports back to Gerald, explaining everything that happened, but Uzuki is already back at it, deciding to brew another batch of anesthetic. Because who needs sleep when you can revolutionize medicine? With his new anesthetic in hand, Dr. Uzuki announces they're ready to go, and so they set out on a new journey to a Dwarven village to procure medical equipment. A necessary quest in a world where even a broken bone can be a death sentence. For Dr. Uzuki, this is a chance to save countless lives. But for Asgray, it's a crucial step towards his dream of becoming a saint. Their noble quest is immediately interrupted by a pack of angry monsters. Asgray leaps into action, telling his teacher to stay out of the fight. Uzuki and Reis watch from a safe distance as the party engages the beasts. Reis seems impressed by their skill, a small smile on her face. But Asgray is already worried, knowing he has to protect them if a stronger foe appears. Reis explains that a little hardship is necessary for their training. As evening approaches, they decide to make camp for the night. Reis kneels, placing a hand on the forest floor. And with a sudden rumble, a massive treehouse erupts from the ground. Magia stares in awe, asking if they can really live in a tree. The others agree this is a massive upgrade from sleeping on the ground. Reis guarantees their comfort, explaining that good rest is essential. But her expression turns serious, clarifying this isn't just for fun. She asks if they truly want to grow stronger, saying they must push their limits. And with a menacing smile, she promises to show them hell before they sleep. Looks like boot camp is officially in session. The party can only stare, completely unprepared for the sudden training arc. And Reis's version of training is just as brutal as promised. The grueling session continues long into the night. Leaving the entire party completely and utterly exhausted, Reis looks over them, noting they've earned their rest. But Dr. Uzuki is still awake, preparing for the days ahead. Reis joins him, commenting on Asgray's tireless efforts. She explains he's fighting desperately to live up to his own ideals, a new insight that Dr. Uzuki takes to heart. She then gives him a full breakdown of the rest of the party's abilities. Dr. Uzuki agrees, noting that they're all trying their best. Reis admits that while she can only fight, the others have room to grow. She tells him it's his job to support them since he's their personal doctor now. Dr. Uzuki smiles, promising to do everything he can for them. Reis asks what he's drawing, and he explains it's a blueprint for something they'll need. A detailed chart of different surgical needles, a shopping list for the Dwarven village. He tells her to just watch, confident he can get everything they need. He gets back to work, sketching with an intense focus. Reis admits she doesn't understand the details, but she can see his absolute seriousness. And in that moment, she realizes this is how he fights. His focus is absolute, his mind lost in his work. Rice decides she'll stay up a little longer, just to watch this strange man at his craft. Their journey continues across a vast open landscape. They board a ferry, crossing a wide river. A hooded passenger enjoys the cool breeze on deck, but a sudden lurch sends them stumbling forward. A nearby sailor cries out in alarm. He warns the passenger about the strange horse in the water, but the creature suddenly spits a jet of water at his hand. Guess petting the local wildlife is a bad idea. The attack sends the hooded passenger flying overboard, but they land back on deck, grabbing the injured sailor. The figure gently takes his wounded hand, and with a soft glow, a healing spell mends the injury. The sailor can only stare, the pain completely gone. He exclaims that such a miracle is the work of a saint. The hooded figure quickly shushes him, trying to avoid the attention. They stand alone, muttering about their desire to avoid the front lines. The hood falls, revealing a young woman determined to stay in a support role. Guess heroics aren't for everyone, and in the distance, their destination finally comes into view. Meanwhile, in a Dwarven forge, a young apprentice learns a hard lesson. His master scolds him for his carelessness. The boy can only cry, the pain overwhelming him. A question hangs in the air. Why is the god of smithing one-eyed? As the party travels, they discuss the legends of this land. Svel explains the harsh realities of the forge, a job with some serious occupational hazards. Dr. Uzuki notes a similar legend existed in his own world. Asgray realizes their destination is likely filled with injured craftsmen. Race asks if even he can do anything about something like blindness. But Uzuki's mind is already at work, a new possibility taking shape. Svel announces that their destination is finally in sight. Koru looks out over the sprawling Dwarven settlement, a village built for one purpose, mining the mountains. Smoke rises from countless chimneys, a sign of industry. The air is thick with the smell of coal and fermenting alcohol, a dwarf's paradise, basically. Rice asks if he can truly help with blindness, and Uzuki confirms he can. He explains he can treat the eye and even replace damaged parts. Svel is amazed, but Uzuki clarifies it depends on the equipment. A nearby dwarf overhears them, asking if he's an eye doctor. Dr. Uzuki admits he has some experience in the field. The dwarf immediately grabs Uzuki, calling him a miracle worker. The party watches as their doctor gets dragged away yet again. They're led through the smoky streets of the Dwarven town. Inside a forge, a young boy desperately tries to wash his eye. An older dwarf watches him, asking what he's been doing since yesterday. He scolds the boy, saying that if he can't wash it out, he'll go blind. Uzuki arrives, asking the master smith if iron flew into the boy's eye. The old dwarf confirms it, gesturing to his suffering apprentice. Dr. Uzuki's mind immediately identifies the problem. He diagnoses it as a metal fragment embedded in the cornea, a common but dangerous injury for smiths. The master smith eyes the newcomers, asking who they are. The dwarf explains, this is a traveling doctor who can treat eyes. But the old smith is skeptical, remembering another quack from yesterday. The other dwarf insists it's worth a try since a craftsman's hands and eyes are everything. Dr. Uzuki agrees to examine the boy, despite the sudden request. He glances back at Asgray, a silent question in his eyes. Asgray admits this complicates their mission to get new tools. But the dwarf makes a promise. Heal the boy, and he'll craft anything Uzuki needs. Our boy can hardly believe his luck, and the dwarf confirms his word is his bond. The master smith finally speaks, asking if he can truly treat an eye injury like the one from yesterday. The master smith asks if he can truly heal an injury like this. Uzuki explains he can't make any promises without a proper examination, but asks the young boy to place his trust in him. The old smith can only watch as his apprentice continues to suffer. He sighs, admitting he doesn't know what to believe anymore, but he knows that for a craftsman, blindness is a terrifying fate. He even recounts the grim tradition of abandoning those who lost their sight. Svel seems to tell the other dwarf to be quiet. The young boy looks to his master, who is also his father. The smith explains that this just proves how valuable their eyes and hands truly are. He admits that it would be better if the boy's eye could be saved. The other dwarf can only listen, sweating under the immense pressure. The young apprentice is terrified, knowing blindness means the end of his life's work. But Dr. Uzuki understands that fear all too well, remembering his own useless arm. The boy looks up, apologizing for all the trouble he's caused. The master smith finally asks if Uzuki will truly treat him. And our boy doesn't hesitate, promising he'll save the kid. The other dwarves urge them to show their gratitude, and the master smith finally relents. Rice watches, realizing this treatment will decide the boy's entire future. The young apprentice looks on, wondering if this stranger is truly a savior. Dr. Uzuki turns to Magia, asking if her staff can produce light. He then drapes his white coat over the top of her staff and asks her to make it glow from underneath the cloth. He explains that a thin beam of light will illuminate the eye's layers. A handy diagram explains his improvised slit lamp technique. He asks the boy to let him take a look, and the apprentice agrees. The light shines across his eye, revealing the tiny metal fragment. Uzuki confirms he can treat it and that they should start immediately. The boy is terrified, asking how he'll even do it. Our boy holds up a needle and his new anesthetic. Guess eye drops haven't been invented yet. He explains the anesthetic will put him to sleep, and when he wakes up, the procedure will be finished. The young apprentice lies down, ready for the strange treatment. Uzuki places the ether-soaked cloth over his face, and soon, the boy drifts into a deep, artificial sleep. With the patient unconscious, it's time to begin the delicate work, a procedure that has his assistants completely horrified. But Uzuki calmly explains that in his world, this is a routine procedure. Guess they build them tougher back home. He carefully uses the needle to extract the metal fragment. And with the source of the pain removed, he turns to Asgray to finish the job. The master smith asks if it's really over. Uzuki confirms the fragment is gone and the boy is safe. The old smith can only stare, his mind reeling. A wave of relief washes over him. He's overcome with emotion, grateful his son was saved. Dr. Uzuki watches the touching reunion. The other dwarf declares they've earned a lifelong debt. Guess they're getting those tools after all. But Uzuki humbly says he just did what he could. The master smith approaches, his expression serious. He asks if the doctor can also save those already blinded. Dr. Uzuki admits there's a way, but it's going to be a long story. He provides another handy diagram, explaining the history of corneal transplants. He explains the risks, the need for steroids and antibiotics, and the concept of transplanting from another person, which horrifies Asgray. Even Svel is stunned, admitting they still don't know the true extent of their teacher's knowledge. The master smith realizes that investing in this strange doctor is an investment in the future of his entire people. He declares he'll gladly make any tool Uzuki needs, a promise that brings a wave of relief to our boy's face. The smith even offers a letter of introduction to the church, a huge boon for their quest. Asgray listens as his teacher considers the smith's words. The old dwarf asks if he'll also treat the other townspeople. He's relieved, saying Uzuki is much better than the priestess from yesterday. Uzuki asks about this priestess, learning she was tossed in a storehouse. The master smith gets a thoughtful, almost mischievous look. He asks them to see if she's a fraud, admitting he has no patience for priests. Guess their hospitality has its limits. Asgray mentions he's been to the local church, piquing Uzuki's interest. A dwarf leads them away, ready to show them to their next patient. They arrive at a simple, windowless storehouse. The dwarf throws open the door, announcing this is the place. Inside, they find a young woman kneeling in a set of stocks. She complains that while she's hungry, it's not so bad, and that it would be much more comfortable with a cushion. The master smith notes how relaxed she is, while Uzuki is just shocked they left her here. The smith apologizes for the poor accommodations, but she says it's fine. Dr. Uzuki asks what exactly this priestess did to deserve this. The old smith explains she was just messing around, wanting things made for herself. She looks up, asking what he wanted the guillotine for, a request to remove the limbs of her followers that leaves Uzuki calling it a cult. The smith sighs, saying after hearing that, he couldn't possibly let her treat his son. The priestess asks what kind of injury he was even trying to treat. She explains that even a severed arm can be healed if you just cut it again. The master smith calls her out for joking, but she insists it's a trial. Asgray turns to her, completely baffled by this new level of medical malpractice. But the smith suddenly recognizes her from a portrait Gerald showed him. She looks just like one of the four saints, a revelation that leaves both Asgray and Dr. Uzuki completely stunned. She cheerfully introduces herself as Justina, the fourth saint, who can regenerate lost limbs. Our boys can only stare, their minds struggling to process this new information. A title card confirms it. Justina, the fourth saint, a miracle worker. But her miracle has a dark side, requiring a second, often fatal amputation to work. Asgray stares, trying to process the title, the Saint of Execution. Dr. Uzuki can only sweat, a deep sense of unease settling in. Justina shudders, admitting the memory of the amputations is enough to make her sick. Uzuki questions her methods, explaining that without proper care, a severed limb just leads to a slow, painful death. He clarifies that in his experience, amputation has an incredibly high mortality rate. A handy diagram shows why, a brutal procedure with a 50 to 80% chance of failure. Fun times. But Uzuki realizes that if she can truly regenerate limbs, it changes everything. drastically reducing the risk. The Master Smith suddenly bows his head, offering a deep and sincere apology. He realizes he's locked up one of the country's most revered figures in a dirty storehouse. But Justina just shrugs it off, explaining the execution is just a necessary evil, not a personal preference. The Smith is not reassured. Justina explains that if he's truly sorry, he can make it up to her by building an improved version of this device. Her priorities are certainly unique. She admits that she's actually being cornered at the moment. Her own family is pressuring her, calling her a false saint. They're demanding she prove her power on the battlefield. But she explains to Uzuki that's impossible, recounting a past failure that nearly ended in tragedy, and that's why she needs the guillotine to prove to everyone that she's a true saint. Asgray and Uzuki can only listen, completely lost. But the Master Smith refuses, declaring that dwarves don't craft execution tools for fun. She insists that with such a tool, she could save even more people. The Master Smith decides to think it over, suggesting they eat first. And so the party heads out into the bustling Dwarven town. But word of the successful treatment is already spreading like wildfire. Uzuki overhears them, learning the church had sent someone else entirely. The Master Smith explains to Justina that a traveling doctor solved the problem. He adds that Asgray's party is aiming to become saints, which piques her interest. Elsewhere, Asgray and Kuororu have found something to pass the time, a local archery range filled with practicing dwarves. Kuororu is eager to join in, but Asgray tells her to take it seriously. But Justina suddenly gets a brilliant and probably terrible idea. Justina claps her hands, getting the attention of the nearby dwarves. She asks the party if they'd like to see what a real saint can do. She announces the Saint of the Bow has arrived, asking if anyone has hand trouble. Kuororu and Magia are confused, questioning her new title. The Master Smith can only stare, completely baffled. But a burly dwarf pushes through the crowd, telling everyone to move. He asks if a saint is truly here, his expression desperate. Another dwarf explains the man's hand was crushed in an accident. The man with the hook presents his injured limb to Justina, begging her for help. He shows her his hand, the fingers twisted and completely useless. The dwarf is stunned, admitting he never expected to see a saint here. He explains his fingers are crushed and useless from drawing heavy bows. He recounts how he lost one hand in battle, and the other was ruined by his work. Justina explains this is a common ailment for long-lived races like dwarves. A handy diagram explains the condition is a form of degenerative arthritis, and that's why she's known as the Saint of the Bow in the capital. Asgray and Magia exchange a look, clearly not buying her story. She then grabs a bottle from a nearby table and cheerfully asks for a volunteer to remove the man's hand. The crowd can only stare, completely horrified by her request. She holds up a small axe, explaining that in a pinch, you need a tool anyone can use. The dwarf asks if she'll heal his other hand, and she cheerfully confirms it'll have to go too. The man looks down at his ruined hand, then raises the axe himself. He declares that he'll be the one to do it, asking her to heal him afterward. Justina is absolutely thrilled by his sudden, violent enthusiasm. The Master Smith can only watch, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. The dwarf's hand trembles as he grips the axe, stealing his resolve. Justina tells him not to force it, pointing out how much easier a guillotine would be. She explains that a clean cut has a much higher success rate for her miracle, and with a final cheer, she sends him off to the chopping block. The dwarf raises the axe, his resolve hardening. But Dr. Uzuki suddenly calls for them to wait. He explains that if a clean cut is all she needs, a guillotine isn't necessary. Justina admits that if there's a better way, she's more than willing to hear it. She agrees, turning to face him with a curious expression. Uzuki asks her to let him demonstrate his own method. She cheerfully agrees, asking what he has in mind. Guess today's public amputation is postponed, and with that, they decide to head back to the forge. The party helps set up a large table in the courtyard. The Master Smith asks if this simple setup will truly be enough for what he has planned. Uzuki presents a simple leather mask, explaining it will make the anesthesia much easier. The Master Smith and the other dwarf watch on, their expressions unreadable. The smith asks his friend if he's getting nervous about the procedure. The man admits it's pathetic to have to swing an axe at himself. The young apprentice, his eye now bandaged, asks if his brother's arm can truly be saved. Uzuki confidently says, of course, reminding them how he just fixed the boy's eye. He tells the man to relax, explaining that an amputation likely won't be necessary. The dwarf with the hook hand looks to Uzuki, a flicker of hope in his eyes. But the Master Smith points out there's still a major problem. Uzuki clarifies the real question is whether the man's hand can be fully healed. The dwarf asks what he means about his right hand. Uzuki explains he'll test the saint's magic on the left hand first. And if it fails, he has a backup plan, an artificial joint. A concept that leaves the dwarf completely stunned. A handy diagram explains the 20th century medical marvel. Uzuki admits that while he avoids unnecessary surgery, if regeneration is possible, it's the best path forward. The mastersmith admits he couldn't recommend the amputation. The patient calls Uzuki a far cry from a battlefield sawbones. The mastersmith tells his friend they'll drink to his recovery. The dwarf considers his options for a long moment. He then bows his head, placing his fate in Dr. Uzuki's hands. Uzuki accepts, promising to give it everything he has. Justina asks how he plans to do the amputation, listing off some rather primitive methods, but Uzuki explains he'll simply put the man to sleep first. A concept Justina finds completely impossible, certain the patient will just bleed out. She still insists her guillotine is the superior, cleaner option. Guess she's really attached to that idea. Uzuki ignores her, announcing it's time to begin the procedure. Justina watches with keen interest, ready for a demonstration. And so, under the open sky, the world's first isekai surgical team assembles. The dwarf drifts off, the anesthetic finally taking hold. Uzuki confirms their roles. Asgray on anesthesia, Koreru on bleeding control. He gives Koreru her final instructions for the procedure. She applies a cloth tourniquet to the man's upper arm and twists a wooden rod to tighten it, cutting off the blood flow. Guess that's one way to do it. With the preparations complete, Uzuki picks up his blade. Justina watches, curious to see how effective his methods truly are. He makes the first small incision into the skin. He carefully searches for the nerves and blood vessels and begins the delicate process of tying them off. Justina watches the procedure, her expression shifting to confusion. The patient, still under, wonders why he can't seem to wake up. Uzuki narrates his process, cutting the skin after securing the vessels. Justina questions why he isn't just chopping it straight off. He explains he's leaving a flap of skin to suture later, just in case her miracle doesn't quite stick the landing. She tells him not to fail, a comment he seems to take in stride. He moves on, cutting through the muscle layer, and with a bone saw in hand, he prepares for the final step. The limb is successfully removed, a clean and precise cut. He explains that normally he'd finish the procedure, but now, it's all up to her magic. He turns to Justina, who seems completely baffled by the scene. She's stunned that the patient isn't thrashing in pain. He explains that anesthesia prevents all pain, a concept she can't grasp. He tells her to save her questions and begin her part of the procedure. She begins her incantation, a surprisingly simple chant for a saint. A brilliant light envelops the severed limb. The dwarf patient suddenly wakes up, calling out in confusion. He looks down to see his hand has been completely restored. The mastersmith can only stare, completely speechless. The young apprentice asks Uzuki what he thinks of the saint's power. Justina tries to stop the emotional dwarf, telling him to calm down. But Uzuki pulls her back, asking her to let him speak first. She asks about his strange medicine, realizing that with it, her guillotine is obsolete. She offers a deal. She'll tell them how to become a saint in exchange for his secrets. But she suddenly panics, realizing if they become saints, she'll be demoted. She begs him not to help them, fearing she'll be sent to the front lines. Asgray explains the process is actually quite simple. All they need is a recommendation from 10 dioceses and to pass an evaluation. Uzuki listens, realizing his anesthetic could be the key to their success. The rest of the party celebrates, their path to becoming saints now clear. But Justina admits that personally, she's glad they're willing to reconsider. She explains that if they become saints, her own safety is at risk. A statement that leaves Race and Magia completely confused. Magia asks if this means Race will be hunted as a demon. Justina immediately panics, trying to shush the entire conversation. But Rice explains that to those in power, saint and demon are just convenient labels. Politics even in a fantasy world. Justina continues to freak out as the others look on, baffled. Magia admits Justina's magic is the real deal, but something isn't adding up. Race explains that magic is shaped by one's personality and experience. Justina explains that regenerating a limb is a near-death experience, a detail that makes Uzuki recall Race's own story. Asgray's eyes widen as he connects the dots, and Race confirms his suspicion. Justina declares that saints and demons are the same, humans whose magic went wild after a brush with death. The girls can only stare, completely stunned by this revelation. Asgray is just as shocked, his entire worldview crumbling. Justina, on the other hand, seems completely unfazed. She demands to know how Race figured out their secret. Race explains she heard it from someone else, and for the rest, Justina can just look at her. The saint is left sputtering, her big secret now completely exposed. Rice points to the strange mark on her own cheek. She explains that when their magic goes wild, a strange mark appears on their body. Justina touches her own cheek, realizing her heart-shaped mark is the same. Rice asks if she too had a brush with death. Rice recounts how her mark appeared when her village was burned down by the plague. Justina can only offer a quiet acknowledgement of their shared trauma. She then shares her own story of losing her family to a beast attack. She recalls being the sole survivor, saved only by her magic and the church. As she used her powers to help others, her magic grew stronger. And in the end, she says, at least she found a place to belong. Guess trauma is the ultimate power-up in this world. Rice whispers to Koreru, who seems happy to finally be praised. Justina laughs about her good life, while Asgray looks like he's having an aneurysm, but she explains that the church's surveillance on her has been increasing. She was explicitly warned that she's no different from the demon tribe, and that her only path to survival was to secure her position as a saint. She explains that being seen as a commoner is the same as being an enemy to the powerful. Race listens quietly, her own past echoing in the saint's words. Asgray and Svel realize they've just stumbled into a massive political conspiracy. Justina cheerfully declares that now they're all accomplices, bound by this dangerous secret. She then breaks down, terrified of being hunted by holy knights if they fail. So much for the confident saint. Major recalls that Gerald was once a holy knight himself. Asgray complains about being hunted by the very people meant to protect them. Justina asks if they truly want the protection of the holy knights. An idea seems to spark in Koreru's mind. Justina announces she has a brilliant plan for them. She offers them a chance to work directly under her, an offer they probably can't refuse. Asgray and Koreru are completely stunned by the proposal. She insists it's a perfectly safe and not at all suspicious arrangement. She explains that the church will become their new patron, and in exchange for their help, she'll ensure they get everything they need. She explains that with the holy knights on their side, they'll be protected. She grabs Asgray, begging him to agree to her plan. Uzuki recalls that this was Asgray's goal all along. He considers her offer, admitting it's not a bad proposal, but Asgray is still skeptical, questioning if they can truly trust her. Uzuki admits she's a bit strange, but he doesn't think she's lying. Justina seems to be having a moment of her own. Uzuki reminds Asgray that he didn't trust him at first either, but in the end, they accepted the knowledge he had to offer. He explains that new technology needs the backing of a great authority. He explains that to save as many people as possible, Justina's offer is their best path forward. Asgray finally relents, admitting his teacher is right. Justina can barely contain her excitement. So much for playing hard to get. Asgray admits that while she's shady, a shortcut is still a shortcut. He recalls Gerald's words about accepting help from those willing to give it, and so he declares that for now they'll work under her to save people. Justina is overjoyed, celebrating their new role as heroes, a title that leaves Svel completely and utterly confused. But Asgray reassures his party, confident they can handle whatever comes next. Justina explains her goal is to make as many people smile as possible, a sentiment that leaves Asgray completely lost. She then announces their first mission, a beast hunt right here in the village. Guess the paperwork is already filed. But the Master Smith suddenly appears, calling out to them. He announces he's ready to begin crafting their new tools. Dr. Uzuki smiles, gratefully accepting his offer. But he has one more request for the Smith. He explains he has an idea to reduce the strain that causes arthritis in archers. The Smith asks if he means improving the bow itself, as Uzuki presents his plans. He lays out the principles of the crossbow and the compound bow, a leap forward in weapon technology. The Master Smith admits the pulley system is a new concept, but he finds the idea fascinating. Uzuki explains he wants this new bow made to protect Koreru's hands. He tells her that even small preventative measures are an important part of medicine. Koreru can only stare, completely touched by his concern. The Smith estimates that with the medical tools, the entire job will take 2 to 3 days. He promises to get right to work, and Uzuki thanks him for his help. The other dwarf insists on treating them to food and lodging as thanks. Guess that's Dwarven hospitality for you. The party gratefully accepts the generous offer. The dwarves lead them away, telling them not to be shy. They're shown to a house on the main street, their new temporary home. But Uzuki gets her attention, calling her by the wrong name, Forn. As they walk, she tells him she has a favor to ask. But he cuts her off, saying there's something he wants her to make. Race is immediately horrified, assuming he wants her to use her powers for something gruesome. She admits she'll use anyone she can, and Uzuki doesn't seem to disagree. He simply tells her he thinks she'll find his idea interesting. He then asks if she'd like to start a cloth revolution with him. As one does. Race can only stare back, completely baffled by the strange proposal. Koreru overhears, explaining that making cloth takes months and is impossible while traveling. She realizes he wants to create a superior fabric in just a day or two, and tries to drag him shopping instead. Dr. Uzuki just offers a gentle, knowing smile. Race can only stare back, completely baffled by his proposal. But she finally agrees, admitting his smile is a bit unnerving. Uzuki thanks Asgray, telling him they're just heading out for a bit. And as the day wears on, the party is treated to some classic Dwarven hospitality. A massive feast is laid out in their honor. Asgray and Magia enjoy a well-deserved drink, while Svel and Koreru dig into the mountain of food. And Justina seems to be fitting in just fine. Guess she's a natural. The dwarf explains they can find everything they need in town. Their first stop is a local alchemist's shop, where Uzuki happily gathers a strange collection of ingredients. With their supplies in hand, they head back under the moonlight. They arrive back at the forge a bit later than expected. The master smith greets them, not seeming to mind their tardiness. Uzuki immediately asks to borrow a large pot in the yard. The smith agrees, happy to help with their cloth dyeing project. Guess that's the cover story. And so as the new day begins, Dr. Uzuki and Race get to work on their mysterious plan. He places the large pot down, ready to begin. Uzuki asks Race if she can create plants with her magic. She confirms she can, calling it a memento of her lost home. She asks what he plans to make with all the ingredients he gathered. He explains his goal is to create medical gauze using the hemp from her homeland. Race is stunned, realizing he wants to use her own magic. He reminds her of his promise, saying it's not just about her family. He asks her to let him help with the memories of her home as well. Race is left completely speechless by his earnest words. She can only mutter that he says these things with such a serious face. She agrees, saying all she has to do is grow the hemp. And with a flash of magic, she produces a massive bundle of it. Uzuki confirms this is all they need and they get right to work. The raw fibers are placed in the large pot to boil. Rice watches, reminiscing about the long, nostalgic process of making cloth. She turns to Uzuki, asking what part of this is a revolution. He explains they're going to refine and bleach the fibers, a task she knows is an incredibly difficult and lengthy process. A handy diagram explains how alkaline solutions can soften and improve the material. Science. It works. Reese explains the traditional method takes half a year of constant, careful work, but Uzuki explains that was the biggest obstacle to mass production. Race is stunned, questioning his use of the past tense. He holds up a jar of sodium hydroxide, explaining it will speed up the process, a chemical compound that means absolutely nothing to her. He adds it to the pot, explaining it will dissolve the waxy coating on the fibers. He tells her to just watch. Guess it's time for a science lesson. And after a couple of hours, the pot is still boiling away. Uzuki pulls out a sample, telling her to feel it for herself. She's completely floored by its softness and absorbency, a process that should have taken half a year. He explains this is how they'll make gauze, an essential tool for saving lives. Rice stares, realizing this is a way to save lives. She never imagined this material could be used this way. Uzuki explains that even the greatest minds can overlook simple solutions. Race can only ask what he's talking about. He connects her story to that of the saint, Justina. He places his hands on the gauze, declaring it will save countless people. She can only watch, his words sinking in. He explains that true healing isn't always a dramatic miracle, and that with her power, she too could be a savior. He reminds her that simply tending to a wound was the very beginning of medicine. He smiles, explaining that this was the very first step. He takes her hand, promising that from this point on, things can change. Race can only stare, his words leaving her completely speechless. She finally scoffs, saying she doesn't care if he's a demon or a hero. But Uzuki explains it's a simple request from a doctor, and they both have to keep moving forward. Race lets out a small, embarrassed laugh. Guess she's not used to this much sincerity. And so their work in the Dwarven village continues. But their next mission takes them deep into the mountains, and into the dark, winding tunnels of the Dwarven mines. Meanwhile, word spreads that the new doctor is brewing some strange new liquor. They call it a divine liquor, a drink that can numb any pain. And with a hearty cheer, they raise their mugs in a toast. One of them notes the strange taste but decides he can handle it, just as a small label peels off the side of the barrel, revealing a very clear warning: no open flames. A warning that goes completely unnoticed next to the open torch. What could possibly go wrong? Elsewhere, Koreru tests out her brand new bow, a complex system of pulleys designed by Dr. Uzuki himself. She draws the string, marveling at the advanced archery tech, and with a powerful thrum, she lets the arrow fly. The arrow slams into the target with devastating force. Asgray and Svel can only stare, completely stunned. The entire practice log is left smoking in the aftermath. Asgray wonders how such a simple bow could be so powerful. Quararu is ecstatic, feeling like she's wielding a magical weapon. But the Master Smith humbly explains they just followed the doctor's instructions. Svel remarks on how much they're learning from their teacher's vast knowledge. Asgray recalls the first aid lessons Uzuki gave him back in the village. Meija chimes in, reminding him of the food poisoning lecture. Guess some lessons are more memorable than others. But Asgray steels himself, knowing that knowledge is only useful if you put it into practice. Asgray agrees that this beast hunt is a good chance to practice. Quararu adds that if they're to become saints, they have to do what's necessary. But Uzuki's mind is on Race's homeland, and the cure for malaria he must find. He realizes they were ignorant, and that the only path is to help everyone without prejudice. Quararu admits that their teacher is kind, but also very strict, a fact that brings a small smile to Dr. Uzuki's face. Asgray declares that first, they must prove their strength to the world, a sentiment that makes Magia chuckle beside him. She teases him for sounding like a legendary hero, much to his embarrassment. The young witch calls him an idiot as they continue their journey. Guess some things never change. But their beast hunt is cut short by a sudden, violent tremor. Asgray looks on, a sense of dread washing over him. A massive explosion has rocked the nearby mountain mine. Smoke billows into the sky, a clear sign of disaster. Guess Dwarven workplace safety isn't what it used to be. At the mine's entrance, dwarves are gathered in a panic. The party arrives to find the area swarming with evacuees. Asgray spots a familiar face in the chaos. The young apprentice runs towards Dr. Uzuki and Justina. The rest of the party rushes over, demanding to know what's going on. Asgray explains they were just requesting more anesthetic when it happened. The dwarf explains that some guards were secretly drinking in the mine. Asgray asks if that stuff was even drinkable, given the pungent smell. Uzuki admits that while it's not a deadly poison, it's highly flammable. A handy diagram explains the long and storied history of getting wasted on ether. Asgray realizes several workers are still trapped inside, and they'll have to go in. He turns to his teacher, desperately asking if there's anything he can do. But a new figure with fox ears watches them, her expression unreadable. She declares that this is the perfect opportunity, announcing that she and Asgray's party will handle the rescue. Asgray immediately objects, calling her plan reckless and demanding she wait. But Race tells him this is the perfect chance for them to get stronger. He asks what she expects him to do in this situation. She asks if he'll just stand by and watch when he could be doing more. Asgray insists he has no intention of abandoning the trapped dwarfs. Race explains she doesn't want to abandon them either, and wants them to grow. She tells them she's saying this because she believes they're capable. The mage can only sweat, feeling the immense pressure of her words. She holds out a hand, telling him to decide quickly if he'll accept her help. Quararu agrees, saying they can save people with the first aid Uzuki taught them. Asgray sighs, realizing this is the opposite of Gerald's plan. Putting practice before theory.
Svel and Magia listen, the weight of the decision hanging in the air.
Race and Justina agree that this is their chance to prove themselves. Asgray admits they're inexperienced, but they can't just stand by. He turns to his friends, declaring it's time for them to grow. The rest of the party can only agree, ready to follow his lead. Rice offers a small, satisfied smile. Guess her pep talk worked. Asgray tells his teacher to prepare for the injured, entrusting him with the aftermath. And with that, the rescue party heads into the collapsing mine. Justina watches them go, impressed by their sudden courage. Dr. Uzuki turns to the crowd, already organizing a makeshift triage center. The Master Smith rallies the other dwarves, telling anyone with free hands to help. Uzuki immediately takes charge, ordering them to start by boiling water. Meanwhile, the rescue party ventures deep into the unstable mine. Rice pauses, her senses picking up something in the air. A low rumble echoes through the tunnel, shaking the walls. They find the first group of injured dwarves, but Race points deeper into the mine. Asgray takes in the scene, his expression grim. He carefully navigates the debris, the support beams groaning under the strain. He looks up, realizing the entire structure is about to give way. He points to the epicenter, warning them they're running out of time. Asgray pushes forward, leading the party into the heart of the collapse. But the fox-eared woman stops him, her hand on his shoulder. She points out the smell of alcohol is much stronger here, near the epicenter. Asgray pauses, his mind racing as he processes the new information. And just ahead, they find them. A group of dwarves buried in the rubble. Quararu and Magia can only stare, horrified by the scene. Svel rushes forward, confirming they're alive, but one has a badly crushed leg. Asgray realizes the injury is so severe, amputation might be the only option. A handy diagram explains crush syndrome, a nasty side effect of being, well, crushed. Asgray steels himself, ready to put his teacher's lessons to the test. He applies a makeshift tourniquet, managing to stop the bleeding. He reassures the injured dwarf that Dr. Uzuki is waiting for them outside. With the first group stabilized, they prepare to move out. But the groaning support beams warn them the mine is still unstable. They make it back to a fork in the tunnel, ready to split up. Asgray orders Svel and Koraru to evacuate the injured while he goes for the others. They agree, heading for the exit as he warns them to be careful. Asgray's team prepares to head deeper into the collapsing mine. But their path is suddenly blocked by a massive cave-in. The dwarves realize the exit is gone, and the tunnel is about to get a lot smaller. Well, this rescue is going great. The dwarf realizes that at this rate, they're all done for. Another tremor shakes the tunnel, sending more rocks tumbling down. The entire party can only watch as their only escape route vanishes. The trapped dwarves look up in horror at the groaning support beams. Asgray's team finally reaches them, asking if they're the only ones left. The dwarves are overjoyed, confirming they're the last ones in this section. Asgray notes they're not badly hurt and tells them to get moving. But Race's eyes widen as she senses the structure is about to fail. She screams a warning, telling them the support beams are at their limit. And in that instant, the entire ceiling comes crashing down. Asgray can only stare, his mind racing. The path behind them is completely gone. The trapped dwarves realize their fate is sealed. But the fox-eared woman notes the cracking isn't over. Maja asks what they're supposed to do now. The fox-eared woman holds up a hand, telling them to wait. And with a surge of power, massive roots erupt from the ground, bracing the collapsing ceiling as Race explains it's a temporary fix. Asgray can only stare, the pressure mounting. She asks one of the dwarves if this mine is a lost cause. The dwarf asks if they can even escape, his hope fading. But Race turns, saying she has a plan. She points upwards, giving Magia a new target. The young witch can only look on, completely confused. Rice explains they'll just blow a hole straight through the mountain. You know, simple stuff. Magia is horrified by the sheer scale of her suggestion. She questions the brute force approach, worried about the entire mine. But Race tells her not to worry about the details, promising to help. Magia turns to Asgray, clearly looking for a more sensible option. Rice tells her to just repeat her performance with the demon sword, assuring her they have plenty of time. Magia argues back, calling Race's plan completely insane, but Race simply tells her that with her power, it's possible. The young witch is still sweating, completely unconvinced. She glances over at Asgray, looking for support. He gives a silent, encouraging nod. Magia is still on the verge of a full-blown panic attack, but with a final shout, she decides to give it her all. She plants her staff, ready to unleash her magic. But her full power isn't enough to break through. Race looks on, confirming that it's still not enough. Race tells her to stop complaining and focus. She orders Magia to pour every last drop of her power into this one spell, explaining that all she needs to do is blow it all away. Asgray watches on, his faith in them unwavering. Race places a hand on her shoulder, promising to support her no matter what. Magia's eyes widen, her fear giving way to a new resolve. The others can only watch, their hopes resting on the young witch. She's still sweating, the pressure almost unbearable. Guess just blow a hole in the mountain is a lot to ask, but she tightens her grip on her staff, ready to go all in, and with a final desperate cry, she unleashes her full power. Rice watches, surprised by this sudden shift in the young witch. Magia remembers she's not alone, her friends are with her. She declares her name, her voice filled with a new power, and if her friends have cleared a path for her, she'll trust them, calling upon the very heavens to shake. She unleashes a torrent of magic to protect them all. The blast tears through the mountain with incredible force. And just like that, they've created their own exit. Guess subtlety wasn't in the lesson plan. Magia can only lean on her staff, completely drained from the effort. Rice can only stare, her expression unreadable. Rice tells the exhausted witch to look up. She calls this a sign of Magia's growth. The young witch can only stare, surprised by the praise. The entire party stands in the aftermath, their escape route secured. Outside, the dwarves hear the distant rumble, wondering what just happened. Dr. Uzuki looks up, thinking another explosion has rocked the mountain. But Justina clarifies that the sound was Magia's magic. She seems confident that the young witch has broken through. Dr. Uzuki can only offer a small, knowing smile. He knows it's time to prepare for the incoming patients. Elsewhere, a group of robed figures approaches the village. They see the smoke rising from the mountain, questioning the explosion. Their leader seems to dismiss the chaos, his focus elsewhere. He declares their first priority is to find Justina. Back at the mine, Dr. Uzuki is already in command of the rescue effort. The first wave of injured dwarves groans in pain. He quickly assesses the situation, noting most are only lightly wounded. But he grits his teeth, knowing he could do more if he had his new tools. His thoughts are cut short as he spots a new group arriving. A blindfolded man in ornate robes stands at their head. Guess the church has arrived. Uzuki notes the newcomers aren't dwarves, as Justina cheerfully points out they've been found. She explains they're holy knights and acquaintances of hers. The robed figures approach, their leader silent and imposing. Uzuki calls out a familiar name in shock, but Justina quickly corrects him. She mutters about being sent to the front lines, a fate she's desperate to avoid. She explains that with his anesthetic and her regeneration, they can create a new kind of miracle. Dr. Uzuki can only listen, completely overwhelmed by this sudden turn. She insists that if they demonstrate their combined skills, the church will have to accept them. Our boy can only stare, caught in a political mess he never asked for. He lets out a long, weary sigh, the weight of the world on his shoulders. He realizes this is a turning point for this world, and that now is the time to act. He looks to the mountain, knowing they all have to give it their best. But his thoughts are cut short as the holy knights finally arrive. Their leader demands to know what's happening, declaring he can't just ignore this chaos. Justina mutters that they've been found. Guess the welcoming committee is here. The knight tells her it's time to return to the capital. His expression is firm, insisting he won't allow any more delays. But Justina steps forward, telling the knight, Edgar, that now isn't the time. She points to the injured dwarves, telling him to help with the rescue effort. Edgar stands firm, telling her they'll talk after this is over. But she insists that things aren't that simple. Uzuki wonders if the situation is truly that dangerous. Justina tries to explain that they're actually good people, but his attention is suddenly pulled away. Svel and Koreru arrive carrying the most critical patient. He immediately kneels to examine the crushed leg. The tourniquet is in place just as he taught them. Edgar notes the severe contusion, warning that time is running out. He declares that they must amputate the limb immediately, but Uzuki's mind is already running through the deadly complications. A handy diagram explains compartment syndrome, where swelling can cut off circulation. Svel asks if he can truly save the leg, and Uzuki admits it's not impossible. He explains that while he can't promise a perfect recovery, they're out of time. He steels himself, realizing he'll have to improvise once again. But a sudden shout from the crowd makes him pause. The master smith rushes forward, carrying a familiar wooden chest. He proudly announces that the doctor's new tools are finally ready. Talk about perfect timing. Dr. Uzuki can only stare, his eyes wide with relief. He takes the chest, thanking the smith for the life-saving delivery. Dr. Uzuki calls out, asking for a room to begin the preparations. A dwarf points the way to a nearby workshop, but Edgar calls for them to wait, and Uzuki glances back with a confident look. The Holy Knight offers his help, assuming they'll need assistance with the amputation. But Uzuki calmly explains that he and Justina can handle it alone. Edgar is stunned, arguing that restraining a struggling dwarf is a job for many men. He can't understand how two people could possibly manage it. Even Justina seems to agree, her expression filled with doubt. Guess she's not in on the plan yet. Edgar finally relents, telling them to follow him. But Uzuki just smiles, saying it's better to show him, and that there will be no struggling patient to hold down. Edgar can only stare, completely stunned by his confidence. Uzuki rushes ahead, telling Svel to hurry with the injured. The Holy Knight watches them go, reluctantly ordering his men to follow. The rest of the party arrives, relieved to see their friends are safe. They explain that the Holy Knights have arrived to escort Justina. The knights follow close behind, clearly not trusting the situation. Justina seems completely unamused by this entire ordeal. Rice decides to hide with Magia, borrowing her comically large hat. Asgray tells Magia to look after her while he goes to help his teacher. They finally arrive at the workshop, ready to begin the surgery. Inside the workshop, the injured dwarf is prepped for surgery. Dr. Uzuki takes a moment, observing the scene before him. He knows they're understaffed, but there's no time to find more help. Justina questions if he's really going to proceed with just the two of them. But she gets to work anyway, preparing the anesthetic. Asgray and Koreru watch from the side, exchanging a nervous glance. The young mage can't help but peek at the new equipment. A full set of pristine surgical tools, a far cry from their last kit. Uzuki looks them over, confident that this is all he needs to succeed. But Edgar remains skeptical, asking how a few new tools could possibly make a difference. Edgar watches from the sidelines, his skepticism palpable. Uzuki tells him to just watch as they're about to begin. The Holy Knight can only agree, his curiosity now piqued. With his new tools in hand, Uzuki prepares for the procedure. He holds the scalpel, announcing it's time to start, and with a steady hand, he makes the first incision. He carefully cuts into the swollen tissue. His focus is absolute, the pressure immense. He cuts deeper, working to relieve the dangerous swelling. Guess delicate isn't in the Dwarven medical dictionary. The Holy Knight can only stare, completely stunned by the scene. He can only stare, questioning if what he's seeing is even real. The patient lies completely still, not a single twitch of pain. He wonders who this strange doctor is and what influence he has over a saint. And in that moment, he realizes, this must be the reason Justina abandoned her post. As the surgery concludes, the world outside remains oblivious. Asgray and the others arrive just as Uzuki confirms the procedure is done. Edgar continues to stare at the patient, his mind reeling from the impossible scene. Uzuki turns to him, asking what he thought of their little demonstration. The Holy Knight can only admit that the bleeding was almost non-existent. Edgar realizes this surgery is on a completely different level, but Uzuki humbly gives all the credit to Justina's perfect post-op care. Edgar can only stare, trying to process the idea that our boy just did the cutting. He then presents a letter to Justina, a report he's already drafted. It details Uzuki's methods for improving surgical outcomes. Justina cheerfully agrees, saying it was all her idea to improve on the guillotine. Of course it was. The report concludes that even a saint has limits and magic alone isn't enough. Edgar explains this breakthrough could change her reputation among her political enemies, a fact that Justina seems to find absolutely hilarious. He warns her not to give the nobles any more ammunition to use against her. Edgar tells Justina that for now, she must return to the capital. She agrees, admitting this new surgical method will help her avoid a demotion. She turns to the others, ready to explain her new plan. Just then, two dwarves rush over, excitedly handing Asgray official quest forms. Justina explains they'll act in her name, earning points on their way to the capital. Dr. Uzuki agrees to the plan, much to Asgray's surprise. He explains that with recognition, they can save even more people. But Asgray points out the shortest path is also the most dangerous. Guess there are no scenic routes in this world. Edgar suddenly addresses the young mage, calling him Asgray. Asgray can only stare back, wondering how the knight knows his name. Edgar explains he's received several letters from Gerald, who spoke of a student aiming to become a saint. Edgar then asks if they know the legend of the hero. Uzuki recalls Asgray being called a hero back in the village, but Edgar explains that in the past the saints chose a hero, and he'd hoped Asgray would follow that same path, a thought that leaves the young mage deep in contemplation. The knight admits he has high hopes for Asgray's future. Justina, however, is more interested in a detour for sweets. Guess priorities are priorities, and so the two parties go their separate ways for now. Justina and Edgar depart on a massive winged beast. Koreru waves a cheerful goodbye as they fly off into the distance. Asgray watches them go, admitting she was a handful until the very end. He suggests they all head back to the inn to get some rest. And so, the party returns to their temporary home in the Dwarven village. Asgray notes that Magia and Race should already be resting inside. But as he opens the door, he's met with a strange silence. Inside, the giant white beast holds a dazed Race in its mouth. Well, that's one way to make an entrance. Reese has no idea what just happened, as confused as everyone else. And just as suddenly, the creature vanishes into a shadow on the floor. Dr. Uzuki and Asgray can only stare, completely stunned. A book suddenly materializes from the shadow. A plant encyclopedia. He picks it up, wondering about this strange new gift. But one of the illustrations seems strangely familiar to him. He tells Race this might be the legendary cinchona tree, the very plant that can produce the cure for malaria. Race is completely floored by this sudden revelation. The cat, having spat out the book, finally drops her on the floor. Guess its delivery service needs some work. Asgray asks to see the book, the cat now standing calmly behind him. He reads the description, noting the red branches and green leaves. Asgray realizes the tree grows in the Onkoselka region, a detail that Dr. Uzuki doesn't quite catch. Asgray explains that their next beast hunt is right next to that very region. Uzuki can only stare, stunned by the sheer coincidence. Race mutters that it feels like they're being manipulated. Guess a magical cat dropping a solution in your lap is a bit on the nose. But Asgray points out that even if it's a setup, it's an opportunity they can't ignore. Magia questions if they should really change their plans so quickly. Asgray turns to Svel, asking if malaria is a well-known disease here. Svel confirms it, explaining that many of the older generations suffered from it. And with that, Asgray declares that finding this cure is a more heroic quest than just becoming a saint. Race explains that helping them is part of her deal with Uzuki. She reminds them this is a transaction, not an act of kindness. but Koreru suddenly tackles her with a hug, thanking her for being so kind. Rice is completely flustered as Dr. Uzuki watches with a gentle smile. She asks someone, anyone, to get this overly affectionate archer off of her. But Uzuki just says it's good to see them getting along. Guess he's not helping. He then turns to Asgray, asking to see the details of their next quest. With the party assembled, he points to their new destination, Onkoselka Village. Their mission is twofold: hunt the beasts and find the legendary medicinal herb. And with a unified cheer, the party accepts their new quest. A day after leaving the Dwarven village, their journey to Onkoselka Village goes smoothly. Svel thanks Race for setting up camp, but she seems unimpressed. She suddenly turns, calling out to the others. Kuoreru returns from her hunt, proudly presenting their dinner. She drops the fresh kill on the ground. But Svel's expression is one of sudden concern. He spots a tick, remembering Uzuki's warning about parasites. Kuoreru explains she'll freeze the surface to kill them off. And with a flash of magic, the carcass is instantly sterilized. Guess that's one way to handle food prep. Race then turns her attention to Magia, giving her a new task. She drags the witch away, insisting that Kuoreru also needs a thorough cleaning. Asgray asks if the others can handle the butchering, and Svel confidently agrees. Kuoreru gets to work, stringing up their dinner for preparation. She pulls out her knife, her expression one of intense focus. The young archer begins the delicate process of dressing the animal. A handy diagram explains the adventurer's guide to butchering, a process that's equal parts biology and economics. Svel offers to take over the skinning, and Kuoreru gladly accepts his help. He gets right to work, his movements quick and efficient. Another diagram explains the importance of proper skinning to preserve the valuable hide. Svel happily notes that preparing together is fun, though Kuoreru seems to disagree. But Asgray's expression is one of deep concern. Dr. Uzuki finds him studying the map alone, a worried look on his face. He approaches, asking the young mage what's troubling him. Asgray looks up, his expression grim. He asks Uzuki if he remembers the cinchona tree and the fake cure Race's brother once had. He points to its location on their map, explaining where they need to go. But the path is blocked by ancient ruins, guarded by golems and massive carnivorous plants. He explains that the other route takes them past a volcano that spews blue fire. And beyond that lies a valley teeming with dragons. Guess there are no easy shortcuts in this world. Asgray explains that straying from the main path is a death wish. He notes the natural threats here are anything but normal. He admits he can't let his party fall behind while he's trying to make a name for himself. But he also wants to gather information to help his teacher get home. Uzuki is stunned, surprised the young mage was thinking of him. Asgray tells him not to forget his own life and the family that's waiting for him. But Uzuki just smiles, saying his arm was healed here, so repaying that debt comes first. Always the selfless doctor. He then points to the map, asking about a place called the Valhalla Floating Island. Asgray explains it's a massive landmass floating in the sky, much like the Fallen Lord. It periodically descends, sparking battles with the Empire, whose new ruler seems itching for a war. Asgray explains the war claims thousands of lives every year. He adds that elves and lizardmen are conscripted into the fighting. Dr. Uzuki realizes their maps are far from complete. Asgray confirms that different regions mean different races, and that each race has its own unique medical problems. A handy chart shows the common ailments of various fantasy creatures. Guess even minotaurs get indigestion. He explains their journey is to treat these people and spread Uzuki's knowledge. And in that moment, Dr. Uzuki finally understands. He wonders if this was his purpose all along, to save this world. But Asgray just smirks, calling his goal a bit too vague. Uzuki clarifies the robed man's words about the Fallen Lord, a detail that leaves Asgray completely lost. He explains the Fallen Lord scatters life across the world. Race scoffs, questioning why they're told to avoid destruction. She asks if Uzuki was given the power to kill the Demon King, but our boy just smiles, admitting that's a bit out of his league. Rice notes his kindness, saying he'd probably try to save them all. She admits she never expected him to share his knowledge with a demon. Asgray wonders if the demon tribe is like Gerald, a question that leaves Race completely baffled. Reese quietly agrees with his assessment. She muses on Gerald's nature, calling him that person. Elsewhere, in a bustling adventurers guild, a new quest is being considered. The poster shows a massive insectoid beast plaguing the Onkoselka region. A woman with strange markings notes that in such a remote area, no one will come to help. She smiles, deciding that if people are in trouble, she'll lend them a hand. Meanwhile, a completely different party of adventurers makes their way through the forest. One of them notes the large warrior's impressive gear was a gift. The warrior proudly shows off his shield, eager to be of use to his friends. They note that according to the map, they should be arriving at Onkoselka village soon. Uzuki reads that to find the cinchona tree, they must pass through a place called the Mosquito Bird Cave. Svel clarifies that mosquito bird is just a fancy name for a bat. But Asgray insists their main quest comes first, and the search for the cure will have to wait. Elsewhere, the other party of adventurers discusses their own quest, noting the target doesn't seem too strong. They spot a gate in the distance, realizing they've finally arrived at the village. And just as they do, our own heroes reach their destination as well. But Dr. Uzuki stops in his tracks, his eyes wide with disbelief. He looks up at a massive, sprawling village built into the very trees. He can only stare, stunned by the sight of houses floating in the sky. Guess Rice's treehouse was just a preview. This is Onkoselka Village, a settlement unlike any they've ever seen. A sprawling city built high in the canopy of ancient trees. A text box explains, this is a remote village of beastmen, skilled hunters who trade in leather. Magia explains that they live in the trees because the forest floor is crawling with powerful nocturnal monsters. Their quest is to hunt a giant insectoid beast known as a horsefly. Uzuki looks around, noticing strange glowing stones hanging from the branches. He takes in the sights, completely out of his element once again. The local beastmen seem completely at ease in their unique home. The village is bustling with activity, its residents going about their day. Asgray notes that the village is filled with powerful-looking wolfkin. He spots several leather-working stations, realizing this is a village of hunters and craftsmen. Asgray finds something strange about this village. Rice explains it's a famous settlement of hunters and mercenaries, which makes Asgray wonder why they'd need to hire outsiders. A question that Dr. Uzuki finds equally puzzling. Asgray decides they'll have to ask the village chief for answers. Guess customer reviews weren't available. But their discussion is cut short by a sudden cry for help. A young beastman runs towards them, begging them to save his father. Without a second thought, the party rushes to help. Dr. Uzuki's eyes widen as he takes in the scene. A massive wolfkin struggles to breathe, his son at his side. The massive wolfkin gasps for air, his face a mask of pain. Dr. Uzuki's expression is one of immediate professional concern. He rushes to the man's side, asking if he's all right. Uzuki listens closely, noting the wheezing sounds of pneumonia. He tells the young boy to keep his father calm for now. The man continues to struggle, each breath a painful effort. Dr. Uzuki's mind races, trying to diagnose the strange symptoms. Just then, an older dog-like beastman arrives, scolding the man for his recklessness. He declares this is the curse of the white snake, and that the man won't live to see tomorrow. Guess bedside manner isn't his strong suit. The struggling wolfkin explains that if he doesn't act as a shield, the horsefly will destroy their village. The wolfkin insists that he has to be the one to fight. Dr. Uzuki is stunned by the mention of this strange curse. The wolfkin, now recovered, asks if they're travelers. Asgray steps forward, explaining they're here about the horsefly. He tells them they've come to learn more about the situation. The older beastman is surprised they're here for that specific quest. And so, the party is brought before the village elders for a meeting. The chief is surprised to see a request answered by the saints. But Asgray points out their quest form conveniently left out the whole curse part. The elder agrees to explain the full details of their mission. The elder explains the horseflies breed in the swamp every year. The wolfkin warrior listens, his expression tense. He continues, saying the beasts aren't a major threat on their own, but most of their warriors have been conscripted for the war. A war against the Valhalla floating island. A name Uzuki recognizes. The wolfkin admits that with only the cursed left to fight, they had no choice but to ask for help. Asgray asks for more details about this curse of the white snake. The elder calls it a divine punishment that attacks the heart. He explains the swamp is the territory of a white snake and a breeding ground for the horseflies. For 5 years, their warriors have been dying from the curse, a snake said to live in their hearts. The elder explains that even minor cases of the curse cause blindness or paralysis. Asgray realizes this curse literally eats away at its victims. But Dr. Uzuki's mind is already at work, analyzing the symptoms. Reis points out that neither magic nor brute force can stop it. Asgray refuses, saying he won't let his friends risk their lives for this. The wolfkin warrior can only listen, his hope fading. But his son rushes forward, begging them not to abandon his father. He explains there's a secret medicine, a glowing moss deep in the cave that can cure it. Magia's eyes widen at the mention of the cave, and Reis realizes that's the very same cave they need to enter to find the cinchona tree. Asgray asks if they can get cursed just by being near the swamp, a possibility that leaves Magia completely terrified. Asgray decides the risk is far too great for his party, but Reis seems to have a different idea. She offers to handle both quests herself, an offer that leaves the rest of the party completely stunned. Asgray immediately objects, telling her it's too dangerous to go alone. But she reminds him the cinchona tree is her only hope. She asks him to just grab the moss while he's there, as if it's a simple favor. But Dr. Uzuki explains the secret medicine is likely a lie, and the curse is very real. Rice listens, her expression unreadable. The warrior thanks her, vowing to fulfill his promise even if it takes 5 years. But she insists his life is more important than her own quest. The rest of the party can only watch, caught in the middle. But Dr. Uzuki's mind is already at work, a new theory taking shape. He steps forward, holding the plant encyclopedia. Race tells him not to interfere, insisting she'll handle this. But Uzuki asks a simple question. Is there any proof the glowing moss actually works? A question that leaves Race completely stunned. The beastman can only repeat the word proof, a concept they've clearly never considered. He asks for the data, wanting to know the results of past treatments. The elder defers to the warrior, who seems to know the most. The warrior explains the moss is a tradition passed down through generations. Race can only watch, completely baffled by this line of questioning. The warrior wolf finally seems to make a decision. Dr. Uzuki asks them to let him uncover the true nature of this curse. The beastman can only stare, stunned by his audacity. Guess show me the clinical trial data is a new concept here. He explains that with their help, he might be able to solve it all at once. Wolf is left sweating, completely overwhelmed by this sudden hope. The elder bows, promising to tell him everything he needs to know. Asgray agrees to hear his teacher out, and Race reluctantly follows suit. And so, Dr. Uzuki decides to start with a proper examination. He listens to Wolf's breathing, his expression serious. He carefully documents every symptom, every detail. He then lays out all the data he's gathered, explaining his findings. Guest class is in session. His lecture focuses on one key point: how to avoid the curse. He explains that the swamp itself is the key, and that the horseflies are more than just a nuisance. Magia unleashes a powerful ice spell, freezing one of the massive beasts in its tracks. Magia holds her staff, her focus absolute. Svel and Koreru move in, ready to shatter the frozen beast. Asgray shouts a warning, telling them not to get stung. The beastman elder agrees, ordering them to finish it quickly. And with a final crack, the creature shatters into 1,000 icy pieces. Asgray looks on, wondering if they've dealt with the worst of it. But his relief is cut short by a sudden sense of dread. He shouts a warning as another one buzzes into view. And this one is much, much bigger. Guess it's time to meet the parents. Asgray realizes this is the queen, telling everyone to stay on their guard. But before the queen can attack, another drone buzzes forward, only to be swatted out of the air by Wolf's bare hand. The party can only stare, completely stunned by his sudden move. But Race seems unimpressed by their hesitation in the fight. Asgray tries to explain their lack of real-world experience, but Race shouts back that if she did nothing, she'd be haunted by it. Asgray realizes that after everything Uzuki taught them, they have to act. Back in the village, Dr. Uzuki gives his final diagnosis: filariasis, a term that leaves the beastman warrior completely baffled. A handy diagram explains the parasitic worm is transmitted by insects, just like the horseflies. He explains that Wolf's condition is caused by worms in his heart. Another handy diagram shows how the parasites block blood flow. Science is fun, kids. Wolf is stunned, realizing it's not a curse, but an infestation. Uzuki confirms the horseflies inject larvae that grow inside them. The rest of the party looks on, completely grossed out by the details. The elder realizes this is just as terrifying as any curse. Uzuki theorizes the white snake's disappearance led to more flies and more disease. Wolf admits they never saw the snake as a threat, so they never dealt with it. Dr. Uzuki listens, a plan already forming in his mind. The elder explains that if it's not a curse, they can finally fight back. Wolf clutches his chest, accepting that this is simply his fate. But Dr. Uzuki stands, refusing to let him give up hope. He explains there's only one possible treatment he can think of: a surgical procedure to remove the worms with his tools. But a sudden knock at the door interrupts his explanation. A woman with scars and a large man with an eye patch appear, asking if someone needs help. Guess the do not disturb sign fell off. Uzuki can only stare as the woman seems to be addressing him. He has no idea who these new arrivals are. The woman seems to be holding back a laugh, finding something strange, leaving our boy completely and utterly confused by her behavior. The woman leans in close, sniffing his neck and noting a familiar plant-like scent. Uzuki is flustered, asking if she means Race, still calling her by her brother's name. The woman laughs, realizing Race is guarded enough not to give out her real name. Our boy is completely lost, wondering who this newcomer even is. She turns to him with a wry smile, asking who he might be. The large man with the eye patch pulls her back as Uzuki tries to process the situation. He notes that Race is acting like a threatened cat. The woman explains it's because she's sensitive to others. Uzuki realizes that if he lets his guard down for even a moment, she'll ask if he's trying to flirt with her. Guess personal space isn't a concept here. The woman laughs at his confusion, while the man calls her out for being so forward. Our boy is just trying to process who these people are. The two seem completely at ease, despite the tense situation. Just then, the door creaks open, interrupting their strange introduction. The young beastman asks if he should have let them in. Uzuki quickly reassures him, guessing they must be friends of Race, a fact the woman seems to find particularly amusing. She explains that this isn't just about tending to wounds, it's about saving her, too. A statement that leaves Dr. Uzuki completely speechless. The man with the eye patch finally apologizes for their sudden and rather intense entrance. The man with the eye patch calls out to Wolf by name. He holds up an old quest form, asking if Wolf remembers fighting beside him 10 years ago. A title is mentioned, the legendary Mercenary King. Wolf is stunned, saying he heard the Mercenary King was dead. Guest reports of his demise were greatly exaggerated. Dr. Uzuki can only listen, completely lost in this sudden reunion. The scarred woman turns to him, asking where Forn is. The Mercenary King shows her the quest poster, disappointed they missed the hunt. She turns back to Uzuki, offering to share a little secret while they wait. She admits that Race can be a handful, but asks him to be patient with her, explaining that her distrust of people is just a way to keep them at a distance. Dr. Uzuki can only stare, completely out of his depth. The scarred woman just offers a smug, knowing smile. He finally asks what their relationship is to Forn. She seems to consider the question for a long moment. Our boy is still waiting for an answer, his confusion growing. The man with the eye patch decides they should just introduce themselves. The woman, Alfryla, calls herself Forn's master, and the man her assistant, Bernhardt. Uzuki is stunned by the word master. Alfryla then turns the question back on him, asking who he is. He introduces himself as Takuma, the doctor for a party aiming to become saints. Alfryla is stunned to hear they're aiming to become saints. She asks if Forn is with them, and both Uzuki and Race confirm, a fact that sends both her and Bernhardt into a fit of laughter. She declares that this sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun, but she quickly turns to Uzuki, telling him to get back to his patient. Our boy's attention is pulled back to the struggling Wolfkin. Wolf gasps for air as his son cries out in fear. Alfryla notes that this is the final stage of the curse and it looks bad. Dr. Uzuki realizes just how dire the situation has become, and without another word, he gets back to his examination. Bernhardt tells Uzuki to focus on the patient, promising to handle the root cause himself. But our boy is too focused on the examination to even register his words. He listens closely, realizing the worms have completely blocked the right ventricle. A handy diagram explains how the parasites cause sudden, fatal heart failure. Uzuki remembers a dog from his childhood that died the same way. Wolf gasps for air, knowing that without treatment, death is certain. His son turns to Alfryla, desperately asking what will happen to his father. She gently covers the young boy's eyes and tells him to say his goodbyes while his father can still hear him. Guess bedside manner runs in the family. The boy looks up, his face a mask of pure, heartbreaking terror. The young boy cries out, begging his father not to die. He can't understand why this is happening to them. Alfryla explains this is the sad reality of the curse, and Wolf grits his teeth, accepting that this is the end. She declares that there's no way to save him now. But Ray suddenly calls out, telling them to wait. Dr. Uzuki steps forward, declaring there is a treatment. A statement that leaves Alfryla completely stunned. He turns to her, asking if she truly understands the situation. She shouts back that the curse is caused by worms in the heart. Uzuki listens, realizing this woman knows more than she lets on. She insists that opening a man's chest is a death sentence, and Race agrees that even a saint's magic has its limits. But Uzuki is stunned that Alfryla knows the disease's true name. He turns to her, calmly explaining they won't need to open the patient's chest. He declares he can do it with medicine, tools, and skill alone, a statement that leaves Alfryla completely speechless. He turns back to Wolf, admitting there's no time for a full explanation, but he begs the warrior to bet on this one last chance. Wolf can only gasp, the weight of this impossible choice on his face. Dr. Uzuki pleads with Wolf to place his trust in him. The massive warrior can only gasp for air, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and desperation. But with a final, weak nod, he agrees to the procedure. Uzuki offers a small, relieved smile. He immediately turns, ordering everyone to prepare for the surgery. Alfryla watches on, a curious smile on her face. She seems impressed by Uzuki's sheer audacity. Guess he's got her attention now. He turns to her and Bernhardt asking for their help, and Bernhardt immediately takes charge, assigning roles for the upcoming surgery. Bernhardt asks Alfryla if she's really on board with this plan. She just smiles, admitting this is far too interesting to pass up. Uzuki thanks them for their help, and Bernhardt confirms they're ready to move. But Race calls out to him, a worried look on her face, as Wolf's son begs them to save his father's life. Dr. Uzuki can only offer a small, confident smile in return. He promises to give it everything he has, and with that, the preparations begin. Inside the quiet workshop, the makeshift surgical team assembles. The anesthetic mask is placed over Wolf's face, and the procedure begins. Alfryla is amazed by the anesthetic, but asks how he'll remove something from the heart. Uzuki begins his lecture, explaining the flow of blood through the neck. Alfryla compares it to blowing an enemy's head off. A bit morbid, but she gets the point. He uses a diagram to explain his plan to ligate the jugular vein. He'll insert a tool through the vein and pull the worms out directly. Alfryla looks at the tools, wondering if it's even possible. She's stunned by his knowledge, realizing it's built on a foundation of experience. Uzuki admits he's lived a long life in his own way. He takes a deep breath, his focus absolute, and with a steady hand he begins the incision. He carefully inserts the retractor into the incision and gently spreads the tissue to expose the vein. Bernhardt asks about the technique, and Uzuki explains it's to avoid damaging vital nerves. He points to the exposed vessel, identifying it as the jugular vein. Alfryla is stunned, admitting his precision rivals that of an assassin. He then picks up a long, specialized tool, ready for the next step. He carefully inserts the instrument into the vein, guiding it on its long journey directly to the patient's heart. Alfryla can only watch, her mind completely blown by this impossible procedure. Guess heart surgery wasn't in her mercenary training manual, and just like that, he begins to extract the worms from a living man. Alfryla can only stare, confirming what she's just seen. A diagram shows the tool reaching deep into the heart to extract the parasites. She realizes that with this method, he can perform the impossible without opening the chest. Uzuki announces the first phase is over, and they must now stabilize the patient. Alfryla asks if he managed to remove all of them, but our boy simply says no, holding up the extracted worms. He explains his current tool can't reach the worms deeper in the pulmonary artery. He admits he's reached his limit for now, and they'll need to develop a new, more flexible tool. Alfryla is stunned that he's already planning his next move. Just then, Asgray calls out to his teacher from the doorway. Uzuki calls out to Asgray, who's just arrived. He tells his student to close up the wound. And with a flash of magic, the incision is sealed. Sometime later, back in the quiet treehouse, Wolf is awake and recovering from the procedure. His son can only cry with relief, his father finally safe. Alfryla examines the extracted parasites, the so-called curse. The girls, meanwhile, are completely and utterly grossed out. Guess biology isn't for everyone. Alfryla offers a smug, knowing smile. She turns to Race, a silent question in her eyes. Reese confronts her, demanding to know why she's even here. Alfryla just smiles, saying she's just helping people out as usual. But Race insists that Alfryla's version of helping is the real problem. Alfryla changes the subject, asking where they found Uzuki and calling him exceptional. She then turns the accusation back on Race, saying it's her aunt. Camping, that's the issue. Alfryla explains that the Fallen Lord is testing people, and that Uzuki was sent by him. She reveals that she was originally supposed to bring Uzuki directly to Race, but she was taken out of commission while our boy was being treated. Race holds up their contract, explaining she's only with them to get a cure for her brother. Alfryla just laughs, finding their strange arrangement incredibly amusing. Race seems to agree with her master's assessment. Alfryla smiles, saying that thanks to Uzuki, Race has become much more expressive. A comment that leaves Race completely flustered. Alfryla continues to tease her, noting how much her expressions have changed. She admits this development is far more interesting than she ever expected. Her gaze turns sharp, a new thought crossing her mind. She muses on the Fallen Lord and his lost item, Uzuki, and wonders if this blessing could extend to the demon tribe as well. But Bernhardt suddenly interrupts their conversation as Race steps forward, offering to have a little chat with absolutely no sincerity whatsoever. Asgray questions her sudden offer to talk. Alfryla introduces herself, claiming she's the mastermind behind what happened in their town, a revelation that leaves Asgray completely stunned. His mind flashes back to a painful memory of a similar sickness. The others can only watch as this strange reunion unfolds. Alfryla's expression is one of complete smug satisfaction. She dismisses Race's concerns, saying it's fine if things are rehashed. but Race insists that the matter of her brother is far from resolved, a statement that Koreru cheerfully refutes with a sudden hug, leaving Race completely flustered by the sudden show of affection. Alfryla smiles, saying she's happy to be a necessary evil if it brings them all together. Race can only look away, completely flustered by her master's words. Asgray notes that while they were out hunting, another strange person has appeared. He explains she was also involved in Forn's case, trying to get them to accept a quest. Alfryla just offers a smug, knowing look in response. Asgray admits that just as Koreru said, they've managed to solve the problem. He tells his teacher he hopes no more meddlesome issues arise, but if they do, he says they should all face the problem together. Dr. Uzuki smiles, explaining that choosing a path is what's truly important. A lesson that seems to catch the young mage completely off guard. Asgray admits he's worried and wants to ask his teacher and Svel for help. Dr. Uzuki just offers a small, understanding smile. He suggests they take this conversation elsewhere, since a room full of patients isn't the best place for a strategy meeting. They find a quiet spot where they can speak freely. Alfryla asks what they were discussing, referring to her as the mastermind. She explains that she always acts with a clear purpose in mind. Bernhardt listens quietly, his expression unreadable. She admits that while her actions may cause trouble for others, she holds no personal grudges, and that's precisely why she feels the need to apologize to them now. But Asgray rejects her apology, saying they have no intention of playing her games. Bernhardt agrees, adding that a simple apology won't make up for her actions. So Alfryla offers them a different solution, holding out a simple knife, a gesture that leaves Dr. Uzuki completely and utterly confused. She drops it to the ground, explaining she's a wanted demon with a massive bounty. The party can only stare at the weapon lying in the dirt. She explains that if they're not interested in her true purpose, they can just take her head and claim the reward. Well, that escalated quickly. Asgray and Uzuki are left speechless by her morbid offer. Bernhardt points out that Asgray isn't even trying to stop her from making such a reckless proposal. Rice asks if everything Alfryla does is for the sake of the demon tribe, and Alfryla confirms it with a smug, knowing smile. Dr. Uzuki can only sweat, completely lost in this conversation. Asgray ignores her morbid offer, demanding to hear her true purpose. Alfryla looks down, considering his request for a long moment. She then declares that if nothing changes, the world will be destroyed. A statement that leaves both Asgray and Uzuki completely stunned. She explains that in a few years, or perhaps a few hundred, she wants to prevent that fate. Our boy can only listen, trying to process this sudden doomsday prophecy. Alfryla's expression is grim, her resolve absolute. She explains that the incident in their town was just an experiment for this very purpose. Uzuki asks how the world could possibly be destroyed, like by a giant meteor perhaps? She admits she doesn't know the exact method, but there are two triggers. The first is the fallen lord, and the second is the persecuted demon tribe. A revelation that leaves Dr. Uzuki completely stunned. Asgray points out this seems like a completely separate issue, but Alfryla suggests a powerful demon might just curse the world out of spite. A theory that Asgray finds hard to believe, but she confirms his line of thinking is more or less correct. A confirmation that leaves the young mage completely floored. Alfryla explains that what she just said was only the trigger. The real world-ending threat is the next generation of demons, born from tragedy. In other words, a hero or a demon king. A revelation that leaves Asgray completely stunned. Dr. Uzuki can only sweat trying to process this new information. The rest of the party is just as lost, their minds reeling. Race, however, seems to understand all too well. Alfryla asks Wolf if he's ever heard of a demon so powerful it could be mistaken for a god. She explains that demons are just humans who gained their power through a brush with death, and that they aren't born from natural disasters but from the tragedies of war. She explains that after such tragedy, only revenge awaits. A sentiment that leaves Magia and the others completely terrified. But Race understands this feeling all too well. She admits she shares that same unforgiving anger towards those who destroyed her home. Uzuki and Asgray can only listen, realizing the depth of her pain. He reminds her that her past is why they're here, and the cure for her brother is within reach. Race offers a small, challenging smile, saying she's counting on him, Takuma, and Dr. Uzuki accepts her trust without a moment's hesitation. She tells him to leave it to her, promising to find a cure no matter what, a development that Alfryla seems to find incredibly amusing. Alfryla explains that demons are born from tragedy, their hearts filled with revenge, and the greater the tragedy, the more powerful the demon it creates. A cycle that she believes will eventually lead to the world's end. Bernhardt agrees it's a matter of probability. As long as tragedy exists, so will these monsters. And Uzuki realizes she's talking about the birth of a hero, or a demon king, but Alfreila holds up a finger, reminding them of the second trigger, the fallen lord. She explains it's a source of tragedy itself, capable of wiping out entire cities. She points to the map, noting the ruins left in its wake. Wolf can only listen, the grim reality of their world sinking in. And Alfreila reveals this is why she experimented on their town, to understand the fallen lord's motives. Asgray lets out a long sigh, realizing he's been caught in her web. Alfreila explains she protects the demon tribe, because there are so many pitiful souls like Forn. But Race's expression hardens, clearly not buying her master's justification. Alfreila explains that those who rush to revenge are the true seeds of disaster, and that for world peace these unfortunate demons must not exist at all. Her gaze is cold, her grim philosophy laid bare. She then picks up the knife she'd dropped on the ground. She explains this is her purpose, and she has no intention of being a martyr. She holds the knife out, asking how they will judge her now. And Asgray is left holding the blade, a silent and impossible choice in his hands. Asgray can only stare, her grim offer hanging in the air. His hand tightens around the hilt of the knife. He looks at his party, realizing their entire journey has been about helping others. Race points out that everyone they've met, including her, has found a reason to smile. Dr. Uzuki watches his student, who seems to be taking the lead. Asgray asks if his teacher's list of medical goals is still far from complete. Uzuki confirms it, thinking of the malaria cure and corneal transplants. A small, confident smile forms on Asgray's face. He declares that their journey is to save anyone who needs it, and there's still so much more they can do. He turns back to Alfreila, declaring her morbid offer is unnecessary. She can only watch, her expression unreadable. His grip on the knife is calm, not threatening, and he hands it back to her, saying her meddling was uncalled for. Alfreila just smiles, saying they all just want to live in peace and avoid destruction. The beastmen can only look on, completely lost in this philosophical debate. Uzuki admits he was a bit startled when she pulled out the knife, but he's glad it's over. But her choice of words, avoiding destruction, rings a bell. He suddenly remembers the robed man's warning about the fallen lord. He turns to Alfreila, asking what she knows about it. He explains those were the exact words spoken by the man inside the fallen lord. Alfreila is completely stunned, questioning if there was truly a person inside. Dr. Uzuki can only offer a quiet confirmation. She immediately grabs him, demanding he tell her everything. Our boy agrees, ready to share what he knows. And so, under the open sky, he recounts his strange encounter. The entire party listens as he finishes his story. Alfreila is lost in thought, realizing the fallen lord's actions might have a deeper purpose. Bernhardt notes that this new information changes everything, and Alfreila's usual plans are now on hold. Koreru tells Uzuki that even if he's meant to stop destruction, he's still just a doctor who saves people. Alfreila grabs him, her eyes wide with a manic excitement. She declares that his purpose and hers are one and the same. Our boy can only stare back, completely and utterly lost. She explains the fallen lord chose him and spared her for a reason. And if they continue on this path, destruction is all but guaranteed to be avoided. Uzuki sweats, asking what any of that is supposed to mean. Reese clarifies with a simple answer, just save those who need saving. A concept that still leaves our boy looking completely baffled. Guess save the world wasn't in his job description. And with that, Alfreila grabs his hands, insisting they should all get along. Uzuki can only offer a nervous agreement as Race looks on in horror. Asgray admits he's completely lost, but it seems they've been dragged into this mess. Dr. Uzuki approaches Wolf, a question on his mind. The beastman asks if he's ever been to the demon ruins. Alfreila explains she's traveled most of the continent in her long life. Wolf asks if she'll share her knowledge to help their journey. She cheerfully agrees, offering to teach them ancient languages. Guess she's a traveling encyclopedia now. The party celebrates this unexpected turn of events. And so, they gather under a tree for an impromptu history lesson. Alfreila's expression is serious as she shares her wisdom. Wolf diligently takes notes while Koreru dozes off beside him. Dr. Uzuki can only listen, completely taken aback by her depth of knowledge. The rest of the party sits in rapt attention as the lesson continues. Asgray watches from a distance, admitting her thoroughness is almost suspicious. Bernhardt leads him away from the group for a private chat. He explains that a leader must sometimes watch their party from afar. He admits that for him, seeing them all get along is an ideal world. Asgray seems to accept the praise, if a bit reluctantly. Bernhardt offers a small, knowing smile in return. He then tells Asgray that Alfreila is truly serious about changing the world. He explains that unlike them, she doesn't have the luxury of pretty ideals. Asgray asks if he's truly serious about stopping the world's destruction. Bernhardt explains that if Alfryla says it, he simply believes her. He admits that sometimes, however, he worries they don't have enough people to save the entire demon tribe. Asgray can only listen, the weight of his words sinking in. Bernhardt says it's a dream of his to find a leader who can save them all peacefully. He then turns to leave, promising they'll meet again someday. With their intense conversation finally over, the group prepares to part ways. But Dr. Uzuki calls out, asking for one last word. He admits he doesn't know if he can stop destruction, but he knows he just wants to save people. He turns to Race, explaining, there's one thing he'd like to try. She's surprised, asking if he has some brilliant new idea. Asgray approaches, asking his teacher to let him in on the plan. Dr. Uzuki just offers a small, confident smile. Race explains that as their leader, she wields immense power, a fact that Alfryla seems to quietly confirm. Uzuki then asks if he can test that very power. He believes that with her help, they could create a medicine that surpasses anything from his world. Race can only stare back, completely baffled by his proposal. And just like that, Alfryla unleashes a torrent of her own power as a demonstration. She pours her immense power into a simple cup on a tree stump. Alfryla questions if she really needs to add more. As Race sweats from the sheer concentration, Reese can only watch, completely baffled by this strange process. Alfryla's expression is one of pure, unadulterated strain. And finally, a single drop of liquid forms from the overflowing energy. Uzuki explains that this single drop is their entire goal. Guess less is more is the theme here. The scene flashes back to the day before, where Uzuki laid out his plan, to use their power to create a medicine that could control the fates of the powerful. Bernhardt questions the phrasing, but Alfryla just offers a smug, knowing smile. Uzuki clarifies that he's not talking about a poison, but something else entirely. He explains that only through proper medicine can they hope to end the prejudice against the demon tribe. His plan is to use their unique abilities to create a new kind of medical staff. He's confident it will work, explaining there's already a precedent.
A detail that leaves Bernhardt completely confused.
Race points to Justina, a demon who's convenient for humans to call a saint. Uzuki confirms this is exactly what he was thinking. She remembers his promise that her power could also be used for healing. He told her that with enough effort, even she could become a saint. Alfryla seems amused by his attempt to reframe their abilities. She then asks what this new medicine is supposed to be a substitute for. He explains the medicine is made from xenon, a gas found in the air of his world. He tells Reese it's a far superior anesthetic to ether, with fewer side effects. A handy diagram explains the history and properties of this miracle gas. Wolf is amazed, saying even ether was impressive enough. But Asgray immediately asks if there's a catch to this new method. Uzuki admits the cost is immense, requiring them to cool a massive amount of air. A chart explains the extreme temperatures needed, far colder than any winter. Alfryla agrees to the challenge, ready to spend all night using her magic. Guess someone's pulling an all-nighter. She focuses her immense power into a simple glass of water. And after all that effort, she's left completely drained, with Rice looking on in shock. Rice shivers, amazed that a single person could achieve such extreme cold. But Uzuki explains that to get xenon, they'd need to liquefy 100 cubic meters of air, a process Race calls wildly inefficient. A handy diagram confirms her suspicion, showing the immense cost of this miracle gas. Guess the best medicine doesn't come cheap. Alfryla stumbles away, completely drained from the effort. Uzuki asks if she's all right, and she explains that normal ice magic is nothing like this. She admits that achieving such a low temperature is far beyond the power of any normal mage. And that's exactly why Uzuki says he must protect her as a valuable creator. Alfryla can only offer a smug, knowing smile in response. Race watches them, a complex mix of emotions on her face. Uzuki explains that the extreme cold is a form of torture, a near-death experience in itself. Alfryla explains that ice magic isn't uncommon, and that even a witch of freezing could become a saint. Race recalls being given a similar choice in the past, a realization that seems to dawn on Dr. Uzuki. Reese offers a small, knowing smile. The scene flashes back to Race speaking with Justina. She asks the saint if her past failure was truly just a failure. Alfryla's expression is one of quiet understanding. Race turns to her master, a new resolve in her eyes. Uzuki extends his hand, admitting his ideas aren't always perfect, and that her help would be invaluable. He asks her to work with him to find the best path forward for the demon tribe. Alfryla's eyes narrow, considering his ambitious proposal. She agrees, but warns him that she's far from the most dangerous demon out there, a revelation that leaves both Uzuki and Race completely stunned. Just then, Bernhardt returns, dragging the legendary white snake behind him. Our boy can only stare at the sheer size of the beast. Bernhardt casually calls it a souvenir, telling them to do with it what they will. Guess catch and release isn't his style. He then turns to Race, calling her by her old alias, Forn. He offers a rare smile, praising her for how well she's been trained. Koreru points to the rest of the party, asking if he means them, and Bernhardt quietly confirms, his gaze fixed on the strange new group. Bernhardt notes that while their individual skills are still rough, they've learned to fight as a single, cohesive unit. They cover each other's weaknesses, maximizing their combined strength. He tells Race she's been well-trained and found a good teacher. Guess our boy's getting some credit. With their business in the village concluded, Uzuki announces it's time to move on. Asgray asks if they're finally going to find the cinchona tree. The party agrees, ready to continue their quest. Race looks back, a complex expression on her face. And so, they arrive at the entrance to the Mosquito Bird Cave, a dark and foreboding place filled with jagged rock formations. The party ventures into the massive, glowing cavern. Magia notes the sheer size of the cave, a long walk from where the white snake once lived. Race confirms their destination lies even deeper, according to the book from the Fallen Lord. A handy map shows their path through the cave, leading to a plateau where the cinchona tree is said to grow. Asgray considers the possibility that the legendary tree is truly within their reach. But their exploration is interrupted by a swooping creature from above. Magia points out the massive bats, realizing these are the mosquito birds they'd heard about. Uzuki explains that with the white snake gone, these bats are eating the horsefly larvae, restoring the natural order. With the path ahead clear, they decide to press onward. And so, the party continues their journey into the depths of the mountain. Dr. Uzuki consults the encyclopedia as they walk. The party navigates the narrow, winding passages. Asgray suddenly stops, a look of surprise on his face. Ahead of them, the cave opens up to a sunlit plateau. They finally step out into the fresh air, their long journey through the dark at an end. Koreru's eyes widen with excitement. She points towards a grove of trees, certain she's found their prize. Uzuki plucks a small flower, comparing it to the book's illustration. He holds the delicate blossoms in his hand, and Race confirms it's a perfect match. They've found the cinchona tree. Dr. Uzuki confirms it without a doubt. This is the cinchona tree. The rest of the party looks on, their long journey finally at an end. Koreru tackles Race with a massive hug, overjoyed by their success. Race can only offer a small, complex smile, clearly not used to this much affection. But their celebration is cut short by the arrival of another party. A woman with long ears explains she's also here for the tree, seeking a cure for her brother. Guess this place is a popular tourist spot. Her companion looks on, surprised to find others have beaten them to it. Uzuki explains to Race that the Fallen Lord is the one who led them here. The newcomer overhears, realizing their quest might be part of a much larger, more complicated plan. Uzuki wonders aloud about the Fallen Lord's true intentions in giving them the book. Race asks Dr. Uzuki if she can have the flower. He agrees, handing it over as he asks what she needs it for. He places the delicate blossoms into her waiting hands. The rabbit-eared newcomer suddenly glows with a strange power. She opens her eyes, her expression one of intense focus. Dr. Uzuki can only ask what she just did. She explains that she simply memorized it, and with a flash of magic, a full cinchona tree sprouts from the ground. Guess farming is for amateurs. Uzuki stares in awe at the impossible sight. She explains she can now grow as many as they need, asking which part is the medicine. Rice explains that since this is a trial, they should make an exceptional medicine. Dr. Uzuki agrees, promising to do everything he can to make it happen. The rabbit-eared woman watches them, a curious smile on her face. The other newcomer offers a smug, knowing look of her own. Uzuki turns to her, explaining he has a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. She suggests they visit the Nardis chapel on their way to the capital. Uzuki is confused by the mention of a chapel. Her companion explains it's where the new pope is elected, by locking everyone inside until they agree. Sounds like a fun weekend. Uzuki realizes this sounds strangely familiar to the conclaves of his own world. The woman confirms it, explaining that plagues have broken out during the endless debates. A handy diagram explains the conclave, a system with some serious historical baggage. Uzuki realizes this means the election is happening right now, and Alfrela confirms his suspicion. She explains this is the perfect chance to test their new cure and put the church in their debt. She calls it the perfect next step on their path to becoming saints. Dr. Uzuki considers her plan, admitting it's a solid opportunity. And with that, he declares their next move is decided. Alfrela says she'll return to Race's brother, telling them to meet her in the capital. The rabbit-eared woman agrees this is their most direct route. Alfryla announces they'll head back to the village first. And with that, the two groups part ways for now. Alfryla notes that Race is a support fighter, and close combat is a waste of her talents. Bernhardt walks with the rabbit-eared woman, asking what's on her mind. She admits she's never been this invested in a quest before, and offers a small, knowing smile. Alfryla watches from a distance as the party heads off. Uzuki and the rabbit-eared woman exchange a few words before they depart. Alfryla's gaze is sharp, her mind clearly at work. Bernhardt admits that for the first time in centuries, he sees a glimmer of hope. And with their business concluded, the party returns to the village. They arrive to find Bernhardt has completed their quest, the horsefly threat now over. The elder is stunned, realizing they've dealt with the white snake as well. The massive beast lies defeated, its reign of terror finally over. Bernhardt gives Asgray a little push, telling him to explain what happened. Asgray stammers for a moment, not quite used to public speaking. But the villagers are already cheering, celebrating the news of their victory. He explains that with the snake gone, the ecosystem will rebalance itself. Uzuki asks if that makes sense, and Race confirms his theory. He declares that the curse of the white snake is officially broken. Guess it's time to update the local folklore. The beastmen are overjoyed, praising the work of the future saints. The elder offers his deepest thanks, a debt they can never truly repay. The elder suggests they cook the white snake for a celebratory feast, an idea the villagers are more than happy to get behind. And so, the entire village comes together to prepare the massive beast. Bernhardt himself begins the process of butchering their main course. The meat is quickly chopped and prepared for the pots. And soon, a massive stew is bubbling over the fire. Fresh bread is baked to accompany the meal. Guess waste not, want not applies even to mythical creatures. A massive spread of food is laid out for everyone to enjoy. The party can only stare at the incredible feast before them. Uzuki muses that this is a good way to honor the life they took. But Uzuki is concerned about bacteria and parasites, hoping they cooked it thoroughly. A handy diagram explains that snakes are basically swimming with parasites. Fun for the whole family. But the beastmen dig in, celebrating their hard-won victory. Race seems to be enjoying herself, while Uzuki looks on with a doctor's apprehension. Bernhardt, Rice, and Asgray share a drink, though Rice looks less than thrilled. Soon the bowls are empty, the feast a resounding success. The entire village celebrates their freedom from the curse. And as a new day dawns, the party prepares to depart, their work in Onkoselka now complete. The elder offers his final, heartfelt thanks for saving their home. Asgray announces it's time to depart, but Uzuki asks him to wait. He calls out to Wolf, who turns to face him. The doctor explains that the treatment isn't over yet, as adult worms still remain in his lungs. Wolf listens intently, his expression serious. He seems to accept this grim news, but Uzuki isn't finished. He promises to develop a new tool and return in half a year to finish the job. Guess this is what they call a follow-up appointment. The massive warrior can only stare, stunned by the doctor's promise. He explains that Uzuki not only saved him, but cured the entire village's curse. He bows his head, saying there are no words to express his gratitude. Dr. Uzuki just offers a small, confident smile in return. Wolf's son declares he'll become a strong warrior just like them. The elder muses that this story will inspire the next generation. Asgray humbly says they were just fulfilling their quest. And with that, they prepare to head for Nardis Chapel. The villagers promise them a warm welcome should they ever return. Korevu waves a final goodbye as they depart. They reflect on the kindness of the villagers, hoping for their peaceful future, a sentiment the entire party seems to share. But Bernhardt suddenly asks about the massive basket on his back. It's filled with the white snake's meat, a rather unique parting gift. Bernhardt explains the basket is actually their leader's ride, a statement that leaves Asgray and Korevu completely baffled. Alfryla steps forward, ready to give them a demonstration. Dr. Uzuki can only watch, his eyes wide with shock. The massive basket suddenly dissolves into a swirling mass, reforming into something else entirely, and in its place stands a massive winged serpent. Guess that's one way to avoid baggage fees. Uzuki and Svel can only stare, their minds struggling to process the scene. Race notes, it looks like a cross between a snake and a dragon. Meija asks if it can fly, and Race confirms it without a hint of surprise. Alfryla explains the beast was summoned, telling them to stay away for a few days. Bernhardt seems to understand, but Uzuki is left completely confused. Race points out the creature is only a single-seater, asking if Bernhardt is staying behind. He explains that Alfryla has ordered him to guide and protect them. Asgray is hesitant but decides not to refuse the extra help. Bernhardt declares he'll train Rice's weak points, much to Asgray's shock. Wolf objects, saying their situation is already dangerous enough. Meija recalls her own reckless feat of blowing up the mountain. Guess overkill is their new team motto. Rice explains that while Magia will train, Koreru is the main focus. Alfryla just laughs at their youthful energy as Uzuki looks on. Dr. Uzuki listens as Alfryla explains the truth of the matter. She calls Bernhardt a form of insurance just in case things go south, a concept that leaves our boy completely and utterly confused. She explains the church may already be hunting Race and Bernhardt can help. Alfryla insists that it's always better to have more options. Uzuki admits that having the mercenary king on their side is reassuring. Race reminds him that the demon tribe is isolated from the rest of the world, and Alfryla asks him to support them for as long as possible. Dr. Uzuki agrees with a small, determined smile. She tells him she's counting on him as the party continues their journey. Alfryla says she'll head to Rice's brother, telling them to meet her in the capital. And with a final wave, she takes to the sky on her summoned beast. Asgray watches her go, admitting that a flying mount would be nice. But he knows their own journey is the real problem. He worries about the long walk, especially with his teacher's limited stamina. But Bernhardt tells him there's no need to worry. He explains that a flying mount could cut their 20-day journey down to just 2. Uzuki recalls the winged beast Justina rode back in the Dwarven village. Asgray explains those are for nobles and cost a fortune. Our boy can only compare them to the airplanes and bullet trains of his world. Bernhardt explains that to make the cure, they'll need time and equipment. Magia realizes he's already thought of a plan to fund their research. She wonders if they can truly create a complex medicine in under a month. But the rabbit-eared woman tells Dr. Uzuki not to worry. He explains that even a simple extract from the bark is effective enough. Bernhardt smiles, confident their goals are finally within reach. But Uzuki points out a major drawback. The medicine is incredibly bitter. A handy diagram explains how that bitterness led to the invention of the gin and tonic. History is delicious. The rabbit-eared woman cuts him off, flustered by this sudden tangent. She reminds him they probably shouldn't discuss the origins of cocktails in front of any dwarves. Bernhardt is suddenly very interested in this gin and tonic, asking Uzuki to make him one. Uzuki asks if he's a drinker, and Bernhardt boasts he could down an entire barrel. He suggests they get moving, planning a party for the evening, as the others decide it's best not to talk about alcohol with him. And so their journey continues, past the massive skeletal remains of some long-dead beast. The party walks on, their expressions set with a new determination. As night falls, they set up camp, a warm fire crackling in the darkness. Rice and Dr. Uzuki study the encyclopedia, planning their next move. The entire group gathers around the fire, sharing a quiet meal. Bernhardt offers Asgray a drink, teasing him for not partaking in the festivities. He then turns to Koreru, asking her to pass him another bottle. Guess the party is just getting started. Koreru is shocked by the strong drink, but Bernhardt says it's necessary for the road. Uzuki chimes in, warning him to drink plenty of water to avoid kidney stones. He explains it's a painful condition where stones form in the urinary tract. A handy diagram explains the long and agonizing history of kidney stones. Guess some problems are timeless. Bernhardt offers to teach Svel some magic in exchange for the drinking lesson. Svel admits he's not very good at magic, but Bernhardt reassures him. He explains his magic is simple but systematic, which might be useful. He tells Svel to hold a cup, preparing for a demonstration. And with a simple snap of his fingers, he unleashes his power. The cup and a nearby book suddenly glow, reinforced by his magic. Svel suddenly finds his hand stuck against an invisible barrier. Bernhardt explains this is his magic, a simple wall. He clarifies it's a close-range barrier, perfect for defense, or for restraining an enemy's hands, as he demonstrates by pouring more liquor into Svel's trapped cup. Svel dispels the magic with a snap, having had enough of the lesson. Bernhardt explains his magic was born from the moment of an explosion, a power he wished he'd had in the past. Svel can only stare, the weight of that statement sinking in. Bernhardt tells him that if he has something to protect, he can't afford to be reckless. The words hit home, leaving Svel in quiet contemplation. Bernhardt apologizes for the sudden heavy turn in conversation. Bernhardt suddenly stands, his attention caught. He then chugs his entire drink in one go. Guess he's a man of extremes. Asgray asks if he's all right, clearly concerned by his new drinking buddy. Svel admits that while he's still inexperienced, he has things he wants to protect, and with a deep bow, he asks Bernhardt to teach him. The mercenary king is taken aback by the young man's sincerity. Svel's expression is one of pure, unwavering resolve. Bernhardt admits he's surprised to see someone so willing to be humble. Asgray explains that Gerald taught them to show sincerity to those who deserve it. Bernhardt's interest is piqued, realizing the former Holy Knight is their master. Bernhardt is thrilled, asking for another story to go with the next drink, and so their journey to the capital continues. Their path takes them to the Grand Nardis chapel, where a grim scene unfolds in the infirmary. The sick groan in their beds, their bodies racked with fever. Others are too weak to even ask for water. An observer notes that the timing of this plague couldn't be worse. One of the cardinals complains about the oppressive heat. A priest bursts in, calling for the acting pope, but the man in charge seems completely unfazed by the interruption. The priest insists this is more than a security issue, demanding they halt the election. But the acting pope is dismissive, focused on establishing a wartime medical policy. He explains a new sickness unrelated to the war is spreading through the chapel. The priest argues they must decide their priorities now. He realizes with dawning horror that if they do nothing, the nation itself could fall. The chapel stands under a grim sky, the situation growing more desperate by the minute. Elsewhere, our heroes are blissfully unaware of the unfolding crisis. Dr. Uzuki gathers the party and makes a very important announcement. He wants to go to a hot spring. The entire group is left completely speechless by this sudden change in plans. And in the distance, steam rises into the air, signaling their next, very relaxing destination. They arrive at a rocky, steaming landscape, which Uzuki identifies as a hot spring. But Race corrects him, explaining this is actually a volcanic crater. The rabbit-eared woman admits their true goal was never a spa day, but to find sulfur. A detail that piques Dr. Uzuki's interest. They spot a group of miners, learning that a landslide has trapped some of their comrades. Magia's expression fills with immediate concern. Race tells her to be ready to use her magic to help if another landslide occurs. The miners trudge through the dangerous terrain, their faces grim. One of them struggles, the volcanic gas stinging his eyes. But his companion suddenly looks up, his face a mask of pure shock. But Svel leaps forward, shielding the miners from the falling debris. The man thanks him, stunned by the quick save. A massive volcanic beast emerges from the dust and smoke. Asgray orders them to take it down quickly so they can retreat. And just like that, the battle is over. Guess it wasn't a boss fight. The miners express their immense gratitude for the rescue. They wave their goodbyes from the cliffside, wishing the party a safe journey. Svel is just glad they managed to sort things out. Asgray laments missing out on the hot spring. But Magia insists a magical substitute just wouldn't be the same. Asgray asks where Kororu and Race have gone. Bernhardt points them out, explaining they're doing some special training. A term that leaves Asgray more than a little confused. And in the distance, a barrage of projectiles fills the air. Kororu leaps and weaves, desperately dodging the onslaught. Race shouts orders, telling her to move faster and learn from her mistakes. But Kororu can barely keep up with the relentless assault. Guess this is what they call tough love. Asgray watches on, certain a counterattack is impossible. He can only marvel at the sheer power of the demon tribe. As a single projectile slams into the ground with devastating force, Uzuki watches the training, hoping Kororu will grow stronger from it. But Svel's attention is suddenly drawn to something falling from the sky. He reaches out and catches the strange projectile. It's one of the balls Race was using for her training. A large beastman finds its elasticity fascinating, asking for a closer look. Bernhardt explains it's a plant the Fallen Lord discovered, and Race was given its seeds. Uzuki explains that in his world, this material is called rubber. But Magia is immediately repulsed by the pungent smell coming from his cup. She grabs his hand, demanding to know what he's making. He explains he dissolved the rubber in ether to process it. Guess science experiments are never tidy. Asgray asks if this strange new material is actually useful. Bernhardt explains it has enough applications to make them world-class merchants. But Uzuki admits that while it's interesting, it's not quite a world-changing discovery. He lists off its many uses, from shoe soles and tires to protective gloves. Asgray is stunned by its versatility, and Uzuki says that's just the start. He explains its medical applications like catheters for urinary blockages. A handy diagram explains the long and uncomfortable history of the device. Bernhardt suddenly gets very quiet, wondering if heavy drinkers are at risk. The Beastman asks about bladder rupture, and Uzuki confirms it's a deadly condition. He explains the emergency treatment is a risky gamble at best. Bernhardt explains the rubber is flexible and has endless applications. But Uzuki reveals there's one more ingredient needed to make it truly useful. He presents the sulfur they gathered from the volcanic crater. He then apologizes for the lack of an actual hot spring. So much for a spa day. He explains that adding sulfur will unlock the rubber's true potential. He imagines a world with waterproof raincoats and even tires for carriages. A handy diagram explains the history of the pneumatic tire. Asgray admits he can't quite grasp the full scope of this discovery, but he agrees that better rain gear would be a huge advantage on the road. Uzuki smiles, saying they'll start there and take it one step at a time. Just then, Koreru and the rabbit-eared woman return from their training. Asgray notes that they've finished up earlier than usual, but Koreru excitedly announces that she's found something amazing. She tells them to follow her, already running off into the woods. The others can only follow, wondering what she's so excited about. She leads them deeper into the forest, towards a clearing, and Dr. Uzuki's interest is suddenly piqued. He sees a natural steaming pool of water just ahead. Magia's eyes light up as she realizes it's a real hot spring. Guess the spa day is back on the menu. Asgray agrees it's a perfect chance to relax, and Svel suggests they ask the locals for permission. The party approaches the natural spring, a moment of quiet contemplation. But Race questions if they can afford to waste time like this. The rabbit-eared woman reassures her, calling her by her old alias. Uzuki explains that he'll handle the medicine, and that sometimes they need to relax. He invites her to at least dip her feet in the water. The rabbit-eared woman seems hesitant, a rare blush on her face. She can only stare back, clearly flustered by the invitation. Meanwhile, the others are already getting ready, with Magia pointing out the men have their own separate spring. Guess it's not a co-ed spa day. Their journey eventually takes them to a massive, sprawling city. This is the holy capital Nardis, the center of the church's power and medicine. 7 days after their arrival in the holy capital, the party gathers at the local adventurers guild. Magia explains they're running low on funds for their research. Svel lays out the plan. They'll handle the quests while Uzuki works on the cure. Asgray tells his teacher it's better if he stays out of trouble. A suggestion Uzuki nervously agrees to, planning to borrow the guild's office. Race promises to stay and help, which doesn't seem to reassure Magia at all. And so the party splits up to handle their respective tasks. Uzuki and Race prepare to begin their own work in the city. Meanwhile, the others head out into the wilderness on their new quest. Bernhard and the rabbit-eared woman finish their quest, a satisfied look on his face. The rest of the party meets up with them, asking how their mountain excursion went. Bernhard admits he's ready for a drink, but knows it's impossible for demons in this town. He decides they'll celebrate once their work is truly finished. Meanwhile, back in the city, Uzuki is hard at work in his makeshift clinic. He examines a patient, with Race assisting him in the background. He confirms the man's jaundice is gone, and he's recovering well from malaria. The patient is amazed, recalling how he used to be bedridden for weeks at a time. Uzuki explains the nearby lake is a breeding ground for the mosquitoes that carry the disease. The man is relieved, knowing that with the cure and materials Uzuki provided, their village is finally safe. Uzuki asks Koreru to bring him a week's worth of medicine. He specifies he needs the medicine itself, and a cup to drink it from. He hands the full bottle to the grateful patient, telling him to return for a refill. With the day's work finally done, Uzuki decides it's time for a meal. They head to the now quiet Adventurers Guild. But an older man with a grand beard calls out to Takuma. He explains that the medicine they ordered has just arrived. The man notes it's a local remedy for an endemic disease, a fact Uzuki finds fascinating. Race can only wonder what's so interesting about it. The man offers a demonstration, pouring the strange liquid into a vial. And as he does, the vial in his hand begins to glow. Rice asks what this strange new medicine is. She wonders if it's some kind of alchemical elixir, but Uzuki explains it's just a simple medicine. Its glow a natural property of the ingredients. Guess science is the new magic. Koreru is completely amazed by the sight, but her expression quickly shifts to one of concern. The guildmaster explains that with so many adventurers failing their quests, supplies have been running low. A guild worker confirms that many quests have been failing for unknown reasons. He explains it's not as simple as a powerful monster appearing. The failures seem completely random, with no connection between the quests or their locations. The guildmaster explains that the situation on the ground is dire, a fact that leaves Dr. Uzuki deep in thought. The guildmaster offers his full support, encouraging them on their path to becoming saints, and with a final wave, he heads out for the day. The guild worker turns to Uzuki, hoping his friends are safe, but Race and Koreru reassure him, confident in their party's strength. Uzuki jokes that he's the one who needs protecting, glad for their help. The guild worker promises to report their progress to the church, bringing them one step closer to their goal. With their work done, Race announces it's time for a break, and so they step out into the quiet streets of the capital. Uzuki explains they'll just have to wait for the church to contact them. He smiles, saying it's best not to rush things and arouse suspicion. Race listens quietly, her expression unreadable as always, but she suddenly turns back towards him and offers a heartfelt, if slightly awkward, thank you. Uzuki is completely caught off guard by the sudden sincerity. She explains she's been wanting to thank him for a long time. She reflects on how everyone has grown, each finding their own purpose. She remembers how much more reliable the others have become on their hunts. And she knows it's all because of him. Because he changed everything. Dr. Uzuki can only listen, her words catching him by surprise. He smiles, saying it's not just his doing, and that meeting her has been a source of strength for them all. He hopes they can continue to meet and learn from others on their journey. Rice offers a rare, genuine smile, agreeing with his sentiment. Our boy seems relieved to see her finally opening up, but her expression turns serious as she worries about the others being targeted. He reassures her that if things get tough, they'll figure it out together, a promise they both seem ready to keep. And so their journey through this vast, complicated world continues. The party stands over their latest kill, another successful hunt in the books. But Asgray notes the beast wasn't strong enough to cause the recent string of failures. Maja agrees that even with their own growth, it's strange that so many adventurers are disappearing. Asgray's expression hardens, certain there must be another cause. Bernhard, however, is just enjoying the thrill of the hunt. Guess someone's having a good time. But a hand suddenly reaches out from the nearby bushes, belonging to someone who was clearly watching them. Asgray's eyes widen as he senses a presence from above. He whips his head around, looking up at the sky. But he finds nothing there, leaving him completely confused. But a strange energy suddenly ripples through the clearing. Maja is the first to notice, realizing it's not just a shadow. She screams that they've walked right into a magic trap. The entire party is caught off guard as the ground beneath them shifts. Asgray's eyes widen in horror as he realizes they're sinking. The very earth seems to have turned into a shadowy swamp, pulling them under. He shouts for them to find a way to stop it, but his hands meet an invisible barrier, trapping them in the spell's radius. He struggles against the force, but it's no use. Guess "don't step on the obviously cursed ground" wasn't in the training manual. As Magia is pulled under, a voice calls out to Asgray. Bernhardt tells him not to worry, ordering him to go on ahead. Asgray realizes the caster must be nearby, vowing to save his friends. He agrees, his eyes fixed on the dense forest. Bernhardt prepares to break free with sheer force. Guess magic traps are just a minor inconvenience for him. Asgray dashes through the shadowy swamp, leaping through the trees in search of their attacker. He spots a strange figure, their body dissolving into leaves. The caster turns as Asgray calls out, his cover now blown. The figure grits their teeth, bracing for the inevitable confrontation. And Asgray closes in, ready to end this fight quickly. The caster stumbles back, caught completely off guard. Asgray tackles them with brutal efficiency, spinning them around in a powerful takedown. He slams the attacker into the ground, pinning them instantly. The caster can only gasp, completely overpowered. Asgray demands they release the spell immediately. Guess he's not in the mood for negotiations. He raises a fist to end it, but something makes him pause. He finally gets a clear look at his opponent. A child of the demon tribe. Asgray freezes, completely stunned by the revelation. The child glares back, asking if he'd really do this no matter what happens to his friends. He tells the child that subduing them is the best option. And just as he does, the shadow trap finally dissipates. The rest of the party emerges, freed from the spell's grasp. Asgray calls out, relieved to see his friends are safe. The entire group gathers, their attention now on the captured child. Asgray demands to know if they're the cause of the recent disappearances. The child can only stare back, their face a mask of pure terror. Now bound by Race's magic, they face a tense interrogation. Asgray warns them to start talking, his patience wearing thin. The child finally speaks, explaining that being handed over is a death sentence. The child's face is a mask of pure terror. They remain silent, bound by Race's magic. Bernhard points out that he and the child are both adults of the demon tribe. The child asks for a chance to explain their situation, but Race coldly states that their fate was sealed the moment they were revealed to be a demon. A harsh reality that leaves the child completely stunned. Bernhard notes that if they answer, they'll be handed over. He considers their options with a grim expression. He explains that if they don't talk, they'll be handed to the knights for execution. So he offers a much simpler, quicker alternative. Guess he's not a fan of paperwork. The child is left completely speechless by his grim offer, but they manage to find their voice saying if that's the case, they'd rather bet on the pity of a fellow tribesman, a choice that leaves them wide-eyed with terror. The rest of the party can only watch this grim negotiation unfold. The child looks down, a silent resignation on their face. Rice watches them, her expression unreadable. She remembers Alfryla reaching out with a similar difficult choice. Bernhard and Rice's companion approach, telling the child not to move. But instead of a final blow, the magical bonds suddenly loosen. Asgray questions her decision, warning the child might just attack again. But Race's companion says it's not right to offer help with a threat. A sentiment that gives both Asgray and Bernhard pause. The child can only look up, completely stunned by this change of heart. The woman cracks her knuckles, confident she can handle any surprise attack. She reaches out a hand and the child flinches away in fear, but she simply places it on their head, a gentle gesture. She warns that staying in this damp place will only make them sick. The child's eyes widen, completely disarmed by her kindness. Her gaze softens, recalling a memory of another sick child. She gently asks for the child's name. The young demon quietly answers, Klein. The woman repeats the name, her expression softening. She then asks who gave them their orders. Klein begins to cry, the pressure finally breaking them. They explain an Imperial soldier threatened their mother's life. Asgray and the others are stunned by this revelation. Bernhardt notes this isn't the first time the Empire has used such tactics. The Beastman recalls the war with Valhalla, wondering how this connects. Klein explains they were only told to attack adventurers, nothing more. Maja questions why an Imperial soldier would be this far from the war. Bernhardt listens, a theory forming in his mind. The rabbit-eared woman realizes they've sent a spy, and Bernhardt concludes their goal is to assassinate the papal candidates, a revelation that leaves Magia and the Beastmen completely stunned. Guess subtlety isn't the Empire's strong suit, but Asgray considers the possibility, given the capital's importance. Bernhardt asks for his thoughts, and Asgray begins to connect the dots. He explains that the Church controls the nation's medical care, and that battlefield injuries, especially from magic, are their primary targets. Bernhardt adds that the entire war effort is shifting. Maja suggests they should just attack the Church directly, but Asgray dismisses the idea, saying it's impossible with their heavy security. Bernhardt explains the Empire's plan is to lure out the knights and pick them off one by one, a strategy that leaves Magia and Svel completely horrified. He concludes that even if the assassination fails, delaying the election is a victory in itself. Svel can only listen, the grim logic of war sinking in. But the rabbit-eared woman suddenly stands, interrupting their discussion. She asks if she can make a selfish request. Guess it's her turn to derail the plot. Bernhardt notes how unusual this is for her, as Asgray looks on in surprise. Her gaze is filled with a new, unwavering resolve. She asks them to save the child who was taken hostage and become a hero. Klein can only look up, a flicker of hope in their eyes. Asgray questions her selfish request, but Bernhardt seems intrigued. She explains she can't ignore their similar circumstances and believes they can help. Asgray lets out a long, weary sigh. Guess their to-do list just got longer. Magia admits that this is a pretty unreasonable demand. The rabbit-eared woman agrees, her resolve unwavering. She turns away, admitting she wasn't thinking clearly and tells them to forget it. But Race's companion says this is just how she is, always making impossible requests. Magia just smiles, saying it's business as usual for them, and agrees to the plan. The rabbit-eared woman's eyes widen with a new determination. The Beastman explains their new mission: stop the assassins targeting the papal candidates. Asgray is completely caught off guard by her sudden change of heart. But he lets out a sigh, realizing he can't just say no. He admits he can't be the kind of adventurer who abandons a child in need. His words leave her completely speechless. Asgray tells them they need to move quickly before they're discovered. She tries to object, but the others are already on board. She can only look down, a mix of embarrassment and gratitude on her face. And with a final thank you, their new, unsanctioned quest begins. She looks at them with resolve, saying she's counting on them. The rest of the party can only stare, caught off guard by her plea. Klein is completely stunned, unable to process their sudden kindness. They wonder why these people would go so far to help them. Bernhardt asks if their mother ever told them stories about heroes. He explains that this is exactly what a hero does. The word hangs in the air, leaving Klein completely speechless. The entire party stands ready, their new mission now clear. A hero, a title they never thought they'd hear. And so they make their way to the assassin's hideout. Klein, now working with the party, approaches the enemy hideout. They stand before the massive gates, ready to play their part. The young demon steels themselves, knowing what's at stake. They look up at the fortified building, a lone figure watching from the roof. Back with the party, Bernhardt considers their next move. Klein takes a deep breath, preparing to act as the bait. They step forward, a shadow extending from their foot. Guess it's time for some infiltration. With a quiet knock, they announce their arrival. The door creaks open, revealing one of the Imperial soldiers. The man tells them to enter, completely unaware of the trap being set. Klein looks on, their expression hesitant. The soldier leads them into a room filled with other Imperial troops. The men look on, their faces grim and unwelcoming. Klein steels themselves, their gaze fixed on the path ahead. The soldier orders them to follow, leading them down a flight of stairs. They descend into the lower levels of the hideout. Guess the welcome party is in the basement. A man who appears to be the leader looks up as they approach. He acknowledges their arrival, his expression cold. Klein's eyes widen with a dawning sense of horror, and there, chained in a cell, is the hostage, Klein's mother. Klein can only stare, their mind reeling from the sight. The leader kicks another captive aside, calling out to the adventurers. He gives a curt order, gesturing for them to come forward, and 2 more captured adventurers are brought into view, bound and defeated. The leader scoffs, realizing he hired the wrong people for the job. Guess his HR department needs some work. He opens the cell, revealing Klein's mother as he taunts them. The mother can only apologize, her heart breaking for her child. She offers a sad smile, sorry for forcing Klein into this. Klein rushes to her, a desperate embrace through the cold iron bars. But even in this despair, Klein remembers the promise that a hero had come to save them. Klein's mother can only stare, completely stunned. The leader turns, declaring, Klein's part in this is over. He raises his knife, ready to tie up loose ends. But a shadowy tendril suddenly wraps around his leg. He looks down in shock, questioning what's happening. The shadow beneath him expands, pulling him down. His eyes widen with dawning horror. He's being dragged into the very floor beneath him. Guess karma's a real drag. Another soldier looks on, completely baffled by the scene. And just like that, the leader is swallowed by the darkness. The soldier panics, realizing he needs to call for backup. He opens his mouth to shout a warning, but an invisible barrier suddenly seals his lips shut. He touches the strange magic, unable to make a sound. Guess Bernhardt's magic has more uses than just trapping Svel. Asgrey moves in to neutralize the other guards, and with a single, decisive blow, the fight is over. With the lower level secured, the party regroups. Asgrey notes there are still more enemies upstairs, and the real challenge is just beginning. The rabbit-eared woman approaches the cell, ready to free Klein's mother. And with a simple turn of the key, the hostage is finally safe. Klein's mother tries to speak, still reeling from the sudden rescue. But the rabbit-eared woman gently shushes her, saying everything is all right now. The mother can only stare, completely stunned by this turn of events. With the hostages secured, the rabbit-eared woman declares the situation is under control. She notes that while the walls are stone, the floor and ceiling are just wood. She turns to Magia, suggesting this will be much easier than blowing up a mountain. Guess demolition is their new specialty. Klein and their mother share a tearful reunion through the cold iron bars. The mother smiles through her tears, stroking her child's head. Magia suggests they don't need to be so merciless with the remaining soldiers. But Asgrey and Svel disagree, their expressions grim. Mercy is not on the menu today. Magia plants her staff, ready to unleash her magic. She takes a deep breath, deciding to go all in. She warns the others to stay clear of the blast radius. Elsewhere in the city, a lone wagon makes its way through the quiet streets. The driver's expression is one of quiet concern. They hear a distant explosion, wondering if it's magic. His companion dismisses it as just the city guard at work. Guess explosions are just part of the local ambiance. But the first man holds up a bottle, insisting they have to hurry. And so their mysterious journey continues into the night. Sometime later, back at the clinic, Race hands over their earnings. Uzuki finishes with another patient who thanks him profusely. But their quiet clinic is suddenly interrupted by a group of knights. Their leader holds up a familiar bottle, asking if Uzuki is the doctor responsible. Our boy confirms it, wondering who these men are. The knight introduces himself as church security and asks for his help. Uzuki asks about the patient's condition, his professional instincts kicking in. The knight explains the patients are the papal candidates and the election is on hold. And Uzuki realizes this is the opportunity they've been waiting for. Elsewhere, the rest of the party prepares to head out. Asgrey tells Koreru to look after their teacher while they're gone. Asgrey returns to find the clinic completely empty. He demands to know what happened, but Koreru tells him to calm down. She explains the church knights came asking for his teacher's help. She recalls them taking Uzuki to treat the critically ill patients. Svel agrees this was their goal, and Uzuki should be safe with his identity known. But Asgrey worries about what could happen if his teacher is left alone. Magia imagines him getting carried off by some random monster. Guess she's not helping. Koreru suggests putting a collar on Race to keep track of her. Asgrey admits that while it's a terrible idea, it might be the right call. But for now, all they can do is wait for word from their teacher. Koreru asks about their quest, wondering why they're so late. Asgrey calmly confirms that the situation has been resolved. She presses for details, and he admits it's a bit complicated. He explains they solved the disappearances and handed the culprit to the knights, but he seems hesitant to share the full story. He tells her there are complex issues at play, and to keep it quiet. She nods in agreement, even if she doesn't fully understand. He explains their plan is to report it discreetly to get the reward. Guess even heroes have to deal with paperwork. And so their focus returns to the Grand Nardis chapel. Inside, Dr. Uzuki is already hard at work preparing his report. Inside the chapel, Edgar reviews the reports, confirming the local medicine is useless. He realizes the treatments are not only ineffective, but some are actively harmful. He wonders how Gerald would have solved this. Admitting his new command is a heavy burden, a knight interrupts, informing him they've brought in a well-regarded doctor from the city. Edgar is skeptical, doubting a local doctor can do what their own healers could not. He opens the door to the infirmary to see for himself, and finds a long hall filled with the sick, with a familiar figure already at work. Dr. Uzuki, his face covered, assesses the grim scene. Edgar's eyes widen in complete and utter shock. Uzuki turns, recognizing the symptoms are identical to the plague from Asgray's village. He immediately orders them to cease all harmful treatments, and to improve the sanitation and diet for all the patients. Edgar watches from the doorway, his arrival perfectly timed. The knight introduces our boy as the well-regarded doctor from the city, and in that moment, Edgar realizes they might just have a chance. He grabs Uzuki, finally recognizing him as Takuma. He holds up the report, asking if he's the one who created the glowing medicine. Uzuki confirms it, explaining he had an alchemist extract the key ingredients. He tells Edgar he already submitted a full report on his findings. Edgar looks flustered, admitting he completely missed the author's name. Guess reading the fine print is important. Uzuki explains that with Edgar here, things will be much easier. He reveals his plan was to solve this plague and then join forces with Justina. Edgar calls him a hero for fighting the plague head-on. The Holy Knight considers the results of this new treatment. He notes that this very knight was given the glowing medicine. And the man's jaundice is already starting to fade. Edgar explains the death rate here is already over 10%, but Uzuki confidently states that with proper care, he can turn this around. His powerful words leave Edgar completely stunned. And with that, he entrusts the fate of the chapel to Dr. Uzuki. Dr. Uzuki offers a quiet thank you, accepting the immense responsibility. Edgar orders his men to document every single detail of Uzuki's work. He plans to use these results to completely overhaul their medical system. The knight acknowledges, ready to follow his new orders. But Uzuki approaches, asking if he can offer his own input. Edgar agrees, admitting the situation is far too critical to ignore any ideas. He explains he's been waiting for someone like Uzuki to break the stalemate. Guess the old ways weren't cutting it. Our boy asks about the crisis, wondering if someone important has fallen ill. Edgar confirms that's part of it, but the problem is much bigger than this chapel. He pauses for a moment, considering where to even begin. Edgar asks if he has the knowledge to save the entire nation. Uzuki is stunned, questioning if he's really the one for the job. He stammers, saying it's too much for someone like him to handle. The sheer weight of the request leaves him completely overwhelmed. But then he remembers the words of the fallen lord, and Alfreila's grim prophecy, and in that moment, everything starts to click into place. He clenches his fist, realizing this is the opportunity he's been given. He thinks of all the people in this world who are suffering needlessly. He tells Edgar that if his medicine can truly help solve this crisis, then he'll do whatever it takes to save this world. Guess Do No Harm just got a major upgrade. He admits he can't do it alone, but with their help, he'll try. Edgar is completely taken aback by his unwavering resolve. Uzuki sweats, realizing the weight of the promise he just made. The Holy Knight offers a simple, heartfelt thank you. He then leads Uzuki away, saying there's someone he must meet. They arrive at a set of grand, imposing doors. Edgar gives a polite knock, announcing their presence. He asks Cardinal Diltska if he has a moment to spare. A voice from within grants them entry, and Edgar opens the door. Guess it's time to meet the management. Inside, a man with a magnificent beard asks who has come to see him. Edgar introduces Uzuki as the doctor from Justina's report. The Cardinal recalls Justina's antics, but Edgar confirms he's met Uzuki. He explains that Uzuki might be the key to breaking their current stalemate. Our boy asks about the war and the nation's crisis. The Valhalla floating island has descended, sparking a war, and Edgar asks what our boy thinks will happen next. Uzuki compares it to the invention of gunpowder in his world. A handy diagram explains how it changed warfare and medicine forever. Guess some lessons are universal. He realizes magical explosions would cause similar, complicated wounds. The Cardinal seems impressed by his quick and accurate assessment. Edgar is impressed, saying Uzuki understood the situation perfectly. He explains that with more mages on the battlefield, amputations are becoming crucial. Dr. Uzuki can only listen, the grim reality sinking in. The Cardinal explains that any delay in the election could cause the nation to collapse. He's torn, as each candidate is already busy with their own factions, contributing to the war. But Uzuki knows that if he reveals his true skills, he could change the course of this entire conflict. Guess it's time for the big reveal. Edgar reassures him that Justina's judgment is highly regarded, guaranteeing his credibility. He then asks if Uzuki has any other ideas to help their nation. Our boy is left to consider a solution that could save them all. Dr. Uzuki asks for a pen and paper, ready to write a prescription for the entire nation. The Cardinal is confused by the simple request, and after some time has passed, our boy presents a detailed report, a medical revolution on a single sheet of paper. The Cardinal reads it, his expression shifting to one of pure disbelief. Edgar can only watch, sweating nervously. Guess his career is on the line too. He's stunned by the unheard-of treatment methods detailed within. He declares this knowledge is far beyond anything in their nation. He admits that Uzuki's proposals are more reliable than the current four saints. A statement that hits our boy with the force of a physical blow. Dr. Uzuki can only listen, the praise hitting him hard. The Cardinal asks him to explain how he acquired such knowledge, but Uzuki politely asks to consult with his party first. The Cardinal considers his request, intrigued by the mention of companions. He glances down at the revolutionary report on his desk, a document that could change the very foundation of their medicine, and with a quiet nod he makes his decision. He tells Uzuki to bring his entire party to the chapel, a suggestion that leaves our boy completely stunned. He questions the order, knowing this place is under a strict lockdown. Guess some rules are more like suggestions. The Cardinal explains that while there are public rules, there's always a hidden agenda. Edgar adds that this is a political game, where true power is what truly matters, and Dr. Uzuki finally understands the true stakes of this meeting. The Cardinal admits he's been blunt, but it's because he believes Uzuki's party has the power to change things, and he needs their help. Our boy offers a small, confident smile. Guess he's ready to play the game. He quietly agrees to their terms. 3 days later, back at the Grand Chapel, Asgray and the others return from another successful quest, but a guild worker calls out, telling him a letter has arrived. Asgray looks up, a sudden realization on his face. He notes that the message from his teacher is late. Dr. Uzuki apologizes for the delay and all the trouble he's caused. He insists he didn't mean to just disappear on them again. Guess old habits die hard. Asgray leans in, cutting right to the chase. He asks his teacher what exactly happened inside the chapel, and Uzuki begins to explain the unbelievable turn of events. He reveals the Cardinal's assessment that his knowledge surpasses the four saints. The party is stunned, struggling to process the idea, but Koreru reminds them this is the result of all their hard work. Asgray admits the situation has grown far beyond their control. Dr. Uzuki listens, his expression unreadable. Asgray confesses that at this point, he doesn't care about becoming a saint. He explains that now that he understands the demon tribe's plight, his priorities have changed. He then turns to Race's rabbit-eared companion, who seems completely confused by the sudden attention. Uzuki explains he had a similar idea and wanted to consult with her. He calls her by the name Forn, asking for her help. He then declares that he wants her to become a saint so she can save even more people, a suggestion that leaves the woman completely and utterly speechless. Guess career change wasn't on her bingo card. Uzuki explains that if they can change how the world sees demons, but Forn is completely flustered, insisting she could never be a saint. Uzuki calmly admits this has been his plan all along, and she suddenly remembers being told this was possible before. She looks down, embarrassed by the sudden confession-like proposal, but Uzuki tells her there's nothing to be ashamed of. He looks at her, insisting she is worthy of the title, a statement that leaves her completely and utterly stunned. He just offers a small, reassuring smile in return. Asgray lays out the plan. She'll be the saint. They'll be the heroes who support her, and Uzuki will be her personal doctor. Guess the PR campaign is already underway, but Forn argues that as a demon, the church would just execute her on the spot. Uzuki just smiles, saying he'll stick by her even if that happens. His expression is firm, his resolve unwavering, a statement that leaves her completely and utterly speechless. He explains that if their grand plan fails, they can just run away and go back to being adventurers, traveling the world together. But she worries that even then, she'll never truly have a place to belong. So he offers one last, impossible solution. They'll find a way back to his world together. He offers a gentle, reassuring smile, and Forn is left completely flustered, her mind reeling from the proposal. Guess interdimensional travel is the new third date. She tells him if he's going to say all that, he has to take responsibility. And with a confident smile, he agrees without a moment's hesitation. She admits she believes his medicine is the path to saving the most people, and he promises that he'll make sure she finds her own happiness too. A statement that leaves her completely and utterly short-circuited. She can only look away, her mind racing to catch up. She tells him to stop saying such things, before finally agreeing to just let him do as he pleases. He takes her hands, telling her that no matter what path she chooses,
He will be right there by her side.
his expression is gentle, but his resolve is absolute. Forn can only look away, her heart racing. Asgray rallies the group, declaring it's time to settle this election once and for all. Dr. Uzuki offers a quiet, confident agreement, and Forn, still flustered, accepts her new path. He gently takes her hand, a silent promise of his support. And with their new mission set, the party moves out as one. They gather by their wagon, preparing for the road ahead. Uzuki explains that he and Forn will go persuade the papal candidates. Asgray tells him to just buy time if things go wrong, and they'll come running. Guess he's the designated cavalry now. He explains that he's asked everyone for their support. Just then, Klein approaches him, wanting to say something. The young demon offers their thanks and vows to help in any way they can. A promise that brings a warm, grateful smile to Uzuki's face. As they prepare to leave, Forn explains the nature of the demon tribe. And with that, their journey to the chapel begins. She tells him their lives are usually filled with resentment and pain, but she admits that with him around, things are different. Guess our boy is a walking antidepressant. Her words leave Dr. Uzuki in quiet contemplation, a sentiment she seems to quietly agree with as they ride on. She explains that he's the missing piece that can help them avoid destruction, a sentiment that brings a small, knowing smile to Uzuki's face. He admits he doesn't know the fallen lord's true intentions, but he hopes his own skills can bring happiness to everyone in this world. And so they arrive at the Grand Nardis Chapel, ready to change history. Inside, Cardinal Diltska can only ask if our boy has lost his mind. His assistant agrees, saying the idea of a demon saint is unheard of. Guess they're not fans of progressive policy. But Uzuki calmly confirms that he is perfectly sane. He explains he's here to do what needs to be done, and he's determined to see it through. The Cardinal can only listen, intrigued by this doctor's impossible proposal. The Cardinal admits the report's impossible treatments make the demon tribe's involvement logical. He reveals he's been watching the Empire use demons to delay the election. He turns to Forn, asking what she truly wants from them. His assistant expresses relief at finally dealing with someone reasonable. But Forn cuts in, explaining there's been a misunderstanding, a statement that leaves the Cardinal completely baffled. The assistant clarifies that the recent chaos was just them being targeted, and they have no grander purpose. The Cardinal questions why they would aim to become a saint if that were true. Guess their resume was a little misleading. Forn calmly states that becoming a saint was never her idea. Uzuki steps forward, telling them that if they want answers, he's the one they need to listen to. The Cardinal is left completely speechless by this sudden turn. Forn explains her only role is to create plants, and that she's not part of this grand plan. But Uzuki confirms that his report is a proposal built on knowledge that opens up entirely new possibilities. The Cardinal listens, a new understanding dawning on his face. He admits that even if it's possible, it's far beyond the scope of a simple saint. Uzuki agrees, explaining that he came here to change her fate and the fate of the entire demon tribe. A declaration that leaves the church leaders completely stunned. Guess interspecies diplomacy wasn't on the agenda today. The Cardinal argues that demons are too dangerous to coexist with, capable of wiping out entire cities. Forn can only listen, completely stunned by the Cardinal's harsh words. But he admits that while the current saints have their uses, the situation could change. A possibility that brings a small, confident smile to Uzuki's face. The Cardinal gives them until tomorrow's meeting to persuade the candidates, but Edgar suddenly calls out, telling them to wait. He worries about the other Cardinals' reactions, urging Uzuki not to rush. The assistant agrees, fearing that if Justina is targeted, Forn will be next. A grim possibility that Edgar can't deny, but the Cardinal dismisses their fears, telling Uzuki this is the moment to prove himself. And our boy declares he's already prepared to share his fate with Forn. The Cardinal's aide looks on, his expression troubled. Even the Cardinal seems to be weighing the risks of this plan. The aide apologizes, saying this isn't Uzuki's burden to carry. He worries that if Uzuki gets caught in their politics, his skills will be lost forever. But Uzuki calmly tells him not to worry about that. He explains that his knowledge is meant to be passed on, no matter what happens to him. The aide is stunned that he'd just give away such revolutionary techniques. Uzuki simply says he's a successor to the great minds of the past. The aide struggles to comprehend this selfless philosophy. Guess intellectual property isn't a thing here. Uzuki clarifies he'll simply do what he can, within his own limits. He explains that what he can't do, he'll entrust to others. And if everyone takes one step forward, the world will get better. He insists that no single person has to carry the burden of being a hero. His simple, selfless philosophy leaves the church leaders completely stunned. Our boy just offers a small, confident smile in return. The cardinal lets out a quiet, thoughtful chuckle, which quickly erupts into a full, hearty laugh. He admits that after years of political scheming, Uzuki's words are a breath of fresh air. He jokes that when he retires, he might just become a traveling poet. Guess he's found a new calling. A suggestion that leaves Dr. Uzuki completely speechless. The cardinal tells Uzuki to go for it, promising his full support. Our boy is taken aback by this sudden, powerful ally. The cardinal hopes this will finally put an end to their endless debates. Uzuki can only offer his heartfelt thanks for the opportunity. And so, the day of the grand meeting finally arrives. The papal candidates and cardinals gather to hear the impossible proposal. Many are skeptical, questioning if these new methods are even possible. But Cardinal Diltska reminds them that half the room was saved by Uzuki's medicine. Guess personal experience is a great motivator. The others read the report, stunned by the mention of advanced anesthetics and corneal transplants. They realized the potential of the demon tribe, and the threat of a demon king born from their suffering. One of the cardinals notes that this topic has finally been brought to the table. Another observes that Cardinal Diltska must have immense trust in this newcomer. Diltska confidently states that this will make their past debates meaningless. A skeptical cardinal considers this, admitting the demon tribe's numbers are growing. He argues that with their power increasing, eliminating them is a viable option to prevent a catastrophe. Cardinal Diltska listens, his expression unreadable. Another brings up the past, when saints protected the people and demons were few. Diltska gives Uzuki a subtle glance, giving him the floor. Guess it's showtime. Our boy clears his throat, ready to make his case. He explains that simply persecuting the demon tribe will only lead to greater losses for everyone. He asks them to consider a future where Forn is accepted as a saint. Forn listens quietly, her expression unreadable. The cardinals are clearly skeptical of this radical idea. He explains the benefits, from advanced anesthetics to new medicinal plants, and he reveals that only the demon tribe can create these miracles. Guess they've got a monopoly on the good stuff. The cardinals are left speechless, his logic undeniable. One admits the idea is so revolutionary, he understands their hesitation. Another argues it's far too hasty to just make her a saint. So a new proposal is made, a test of their true abilities under Justina's watch. Their mission is to solve the medical crisis on the Valhalla floating island. The cardinals consider the proposal, realizing it might just work. The entire room is filled with a tense silence. And finally, Cardinal Diltska makes his decision. He explains that the Valhalla situation is their top priority. Dr. Uzuki can only listen, the weight of their decision sinking in. He declares the election is suspended and command is given to Diltska. The results of their mission will decide the next pope and saint. Guess trial by fire is the new voting system, and to Forn's surprise, no one objects to the plan. She realizes that from this moment on, she and Uzuki are truly in this together. Dr. Uzuki can only process the impossible turn of events, but Justina seems to be enjoying the chaos she helped create. She asks if he's satisfied with the results of their little gamble. She even teases that she would have been fine just running away with him, a joke that Forn insists is going to cause all sorts of trouble. Justina warns him not to die from overwork, as he's now in charge of the demon tribe. Guess he got a promotion he never asked for. But Uzuki just smiles, saying he'll manage with Elfryla's help. Just then, the meeting is officially suspended, leaving Forn completely stunned. But their victory is cut short by a massive explosion from outside. The entire room turns, wondering what new crisis has just begun. The cardinal's aide calls out to Uzuki and Forn. The two of them turn, confused by his sudden urgency. He asks what's wrong, trying to lead them away. But a massive crash from above interrupts their exit. Guess the cavalry decided not to use the front door. Uzuki realizes that familiar sound could only be his own party. Asgray gets to his feet, sheepishly telling his teacher that things went well. Dr. Uzuki can only offer a relieved smile in return. Asgray tries to quiet Koreru's celebration, reminding her they're outsiders here. The aide urges them to leave quickly before they're discovered. He hands Uzuki a small token, a pass for their escape. Dr. Uzuki looks down at the strange token in his hand. The aide explains it's a pass for a flying mount, just in case. Uzuki thanks him, and the aide says meeting Justina is their best bet. He points them towards the station, a small repayment for all of Uzuki's help. With their escape route secured, Uzuki turns to Forn, ready to go. The rest of the party tries to hide, though not very successfully. Guess stealth isn't Koreru's strong suit, and with that, they slip out of the chapel under the open sky. They regroup outside the city walls, their next mission now clear. Asgray realizes that solving this medical crisis could end the war entirely. Forn takes stock of their party's considerable demonic power. Guess Koreru is in a league of her own. Uzuki explains what Edgar told him about the soldier's strange curse. The Beastman admits they don't understand the symptoms, so they just call it a curse. But Koreru has absolute faith, insisting her teacher can solve anything. Asgray points out that Forn doesn't exactly have the saint vibe just yet. He reminds her that they all started out as complete novices, and he's confident that in time, she'll grow into the role. Forn seems to accept his words, quietly agreeing. Her expression hardens with a new resolve to become a saint. Asgray declares they will be the heroes who support her, and Uzuki will be her personal doctor, guiding her every step of the way. Asgray reminds them all of the contract they made. He vows they'll stick with her until she succeeds. Forn can only offer a quiet, determined agreement. The rest of the party looks on, their resolve now united. Dr. Uzuki smiles, announcing it's time to move out. A silent, shared agreement hangs in the air. The scene shifts to a gathering of beastmen, with Forn and another rabbitkin at the center. The other rabbitkin, a woman in robes, gives a quiet command, and Forn unleashes her power, creating a field of glowing flowers. Guess subtle isn't in her vocabulary. The robed woman turns to her, asking if she's satisfied. The robed woman asks if this will be enough. A young foxkin named Ent counts off the newly grown plants. The small grove stands ready, their task now complete. Ent turns to the robed woman, his sister, confirming he's finished. She thanks him, noting he's gotten used to running errands for her. But he insists it's not an errand. He's helping because he wants to. His sister just offers a placid smile, calmly accepting his passionate denial. He declares he wants to learn from Uzuki so he can help people just like her. She tells him to just focus on learning the good things. Guess she's aware of her own flaws. He lists her good qualities, but also her clumsiness, wondering why she seems so troubled. She quickly covers his mouth, asking him to repeat what he just said. He complains that she's still just as rough as ever. The conversation is interrupted by the glint of a ring on her finger. Forn looks down at it, a faint blush on her cheeks. She holds it up for her brother to see. Another woman points out she's had that engagement ring for 2 years, leaving Forn completely flustered. Guess it's complicated is an understatement. She quickly changes the subject, saying the plants they've grown are useful. Ent agrees, confirming that part of their plan is working perfectly. Just then, a young catkin girl calls out to Forn. She asks what kind of tree can be created with such incredible magic. Her mother quickly apologizes for the interruption, but Forn explains the plants can be used for food and medicine. The young girl's eyes light up with excitement. Forn just offers a small, knowing smile in return. The child is amazed by how helpful her powers are. She runs up to Forn, calling her big sister. She asks if Forn is a famous saint and if she could become one too. Her eyes are filled with a pure, innocent hope. A question that leaves Forn completely taken aback. But another beast man tells the child that if she works hard, anything is possible. The other woman explains that even a monster who spreads curses can become a saint, depending on their actions. A statement that leaves young Ent completely stunned. The catkin mother tells her child not to bother them, as they're busy helping the village. She tells her daughter it's time to go, and the child agrees. And with a final wave, they head back into the village. The woman with the cheek mark waves back, a thoughtful look on her face. Forn seems to agree with her assessment. She looks over the village, admitting this place reminds her of their own home. The other woman listens, her expression unreadable. Forn recalls that their own village was also very isolated and closed off. She reflects on her painful past and how it's given her the strength to save others now. She tells her companion that it's a noble thing to help those who suffer as they once did. Her friend is taken aback, noting that Forn has truly matured. Forn just smiles, attributing it to the wisdom gained on their journey. She looks over the village, admitting it's been a good trip. A sentiment that leaves her companion visibly moved. An elder from the village approaches, marveling at the medicinal garden they've created. He declares she's worthy of the title Saint of the Medicinal Garden. Forn explains that the church will send someone to manage the new resources. The elder is left speechless, overwhelmed with gratitude for their help. Her friend can only stare, completely taken aback by Forn's newfound wisdom. The village elder approaches, asking to speak with her. He asks if the treatments for the sick are going well. Forn admits she's worried as her friends are still on their way, and the treatment for the most critical patients is far from over. Inside the makeshift clinic, they can only treat the symptoms, not the cause. The sick lie in their beds, their bodies weak from the illness. Others can only sit, too weak to even move. Dr. Uzuki works tirelessly, with Ent and the others assisting him. Forn knows that even with everyone's help, it's still not enough for a true cure. Forn asks if the patients can even be treated just sitting in chairs. Her companion explains that for the severely ill, even this is a struggle. A handy diagram explains the process of peritoneal dialysis, a grim substitute for functioning kidneys. The village elder can only listen, the weight of their plight sinking in. Just then, another villager approaches with a new request for help. She explains a man-eater monster has appeared, spreading a deadly pollen. The elder questions how mere pollen could cause such devastation. The woman explains that lilies are highly toxic to carnivores like them. Guess allergies are the least of their worries. She concludes that this new monster shares the same deadly properties. And Forn realizes that for those poisoned, there is no hope but to give up. But the catkin woman insists that's not the case at all. Just then, a winged beast swoops in from the sky and Forn announces their arrival. A woman with long blonde hair and glasses rides the creature, her expression confident. She leaps from its back, landing gracefully on the ground. And with a dramatic pose, she declares that she has arrived. She introduces herself as the Saint of Regeneration, saying her old title is a thing of the past. She confidently explains that she's already heard all about their little problem, and argues that they arrived too late, as the poison has already destroyed the patient's kidneys. But she declares that as long as they're alive, she can just regenerate the damaged organs. Well, that's one heck of a party trick. The elder can only stare, completely stunned by this impossible solution. The elder confirms the details of her impossible plan. He insists they must begin at once, offering to pay for the treatment, and with a deep bow, he entrusts his people to the saints. The group looks out over the village, the weight of their task ahead. The catkin woman notes that Forn has already gone ahead, but Justina suddenly collapses, complaining of utter exhaustion. Guess even saints need a nap. Her companion reminds her that a true saint shouldn't complain in front of the sick, but she insists Uzuki is pushing her to her limits, demanding he learn to delegate. The catkin woman can only sigh, thinking what a handful she is. Justina then approaches her massive mount, telling it to wait just a moment. The catkin woman complains to Alfreila that their efforts are completely useless. The other woman points out that Forn has become a proper saint since getting close to Uzuki. Justina feigns tears over how cute it is, while her companion yawns, noting another troublesome person has appeared. She then turns her attention to a new arrival, another member of the demon tribe. Justina explains this is their chance for first contact, and that Uzuki is the key to improving their standing. Just then, Forn spots them, calling out that their timing is perfect. The catkin woman seems surprised by the sudden request, as she looks into the makeshift clinic, filled with the gravely ill. Dr. Uzuki looks up from his work, his attention caught by the new arrivals. He greets Justina, explaining he's been waiting for them to get here. Justina calls out to Uzuki, saying he's a lifesaver. He explains the critical patients are at their limit, and he needs her help now. She can only offer a flustered agreement to his desperate plea. She complains about being overworked, but promises to show them what she can do. Meanwhile, the rest of the party ventures into the mountains. They find themselves facing a forest of massive, plant-like monsters. Bernard identifies the creature, its maw lined with deadly spikes. Guess vegan isn't in its vocabulary. Asgray is baffled, questioning how a plant could even move. Bernhard explains they're different, moving in search of nutrients. He compares them to snakes that multiply like plants, much to Asgray's disgust. Mauja considers just blowing them all away, but worries about starting a forest fire. Bernhard, however, is ready for a fight, vowing to charge in and tear them apart. He insists he can provide all the support they need, but Asgray seems unimpressed by his reckless plan. And with that, Bernhardt and the Beastman charge into the fray. Magia asks Asgray why he's not joining them. He explains that leaving their rear exposed is too dangerous, and he'll observe for now. He's confident Bernhardt can handle it, and he'll only step in if the situation changes. Magia lets out a quiet sigh, accepting his logic. She then calls out to Asgray, a new question on her mind. She asks if it's been about 2 years since Uzuki and Forn got married, a fact Asgray quietly confirms. She admits she's a bit jealous, telling him to hurry up and finish, a comment that leaves Asgray completely and utterly flustered. He asks what she's talking about, but she just stands there, smugly crossing her arms. He insists this is no time for distractions, and she calmly agrees. He tells her to stay back, deciding to handle this himself, though she notes he's just running away. Asgray can only wonder what's gotten into her all of a sudden. He tries to process her words, his mind racing. He knows they've been friends forever, but this is a new development, and he has no idea what he's supposed to do about it. so he channels his frustration into the fight, silencing his thoughts with a powerful blow. Meanwhile, deep in a remote mountain forest, inside a quiet, makeshift clinic, Dr. Uzuki is hard at work, his focus absolute. He performs a delicate procedure on a patient's damaged kidney, and with a flash of magic, Justina's power begins to regenerate the organ. But the immense effort leaves the saint completely drained on the floor. She declares she's at her absolute limit. Guess organ regeneration isn't covered by her stamina bar. Uzuki asks Forn to take over for her, seeing no other choice. He then heads off to check on the other patients receiving transfusions. Koreru cheerfully promises to keep an eye on everything, much to Uzuki's concern. The catkin woman tells him she'll be careful, though she seems a bit annoyed. Uzuki then turns to Koreru, explaining that if she's coming along, he needs her to help him observe the patient's progress. He explains that when kidneys fail, the body gives off a distinct smell, and her keen senses are the perfect diagnostic tool. Guess she's a walking medical scanner now. She eagerly accepts her new role, ready to help in any way she can. As they head out, Uzuki's attention is suddenly caught by something. A small white cat sits in the grass, watching them pass. He recognizes it as a stray he's seen before, while Koreru is just excited to see a cat. She kneels down, gently asking what the little creature wants. But Koreru's attention is suddenly caught by something else. She turns to find her teacher has completely vanished. The white cat is still there, its meow now sounding strangely urgent. It seems to be trying to tell her something, or perhaps someone else is speaking through it. And just like that, Uzuki wakes up in a strange, futuristic hall. Guess getting catnapped is a thing now. He immediately recognizes this place, the domain of the fallen lord. He gets to his feet, trying to understand how he was brought here. And there, on a massive throne, sits the familiar robed figure. Uzuki can only offer a nervous greeting, acknowledging their reunion. The fallen lord looks down, explaining he's here to offer his thanks. Dr. Uzuki can only ask what he's being thanked for. The fallen lord explains his actions have gone above and beyond, and that the demon tribe's suffering may finally end. Uzuki realizes that the path they've chosen was the right one. The robed figure offers to send him home as a reward, saying he's earned it by stabilizing this world. But Uzuki insists his work is far from finished. Guess he's not ready to clock out just yet. A response that leaves the fallen lord completely baffled. He explains it's only been 2 years since he arrived, and that's not nearly enough time to repay this world for the miracles he's been able to perform. The fallen lord considers his words with a faint smile. He agrees to send Uzuki back, apologizing for the sudden summons, but our boy asks him to wait, as he has one more question. He turns the tables, asking if the fallen lord himself needs treatment, a question that leaves the powerful being completely stunned. Uzuki explains there must be a reason he was brought here. The fallen lord listens in silence, his expression unreadable. Our boy suggests the problem might be a personal one. Guess it's time for a divine checkup. The robed figure admits he lacks the temperament to deal with the demon tribe's inner sickness. Dr. Uzuki can only listen, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. Dr. Uzuki offers a small, knowing smile. He tells the fallen lord that there must be more to the story. He explains that by watching over them, the fallen lord must have his own burdens, and that he can feel his heart, a statement that leaves the powerful being completely stunned. So he offers to make a house call anytime he's needed. Guess divine beings get health insurance too. The fallen lord can only stare, his mind reeling from the offer. He closes his eyes, considering the doctor's words, and he agrees that if the time comes, he'll call on him. He wishes our boy a safe journey back. And just like that, Uzuki wakes up, tumbling back into reality. Koreru is relieved to see her teacher has returned from his little trip. Uzuki explains he was just having a chat with the fallen lord, but Magia suddenly interrupts, declaring it's time for a girls' night. She drags Koreru away, leaving the boys to their own devices. The beastman asks what's wrong, noting Asgray is usually the cause of these things. Asgray can only look on, his expression troubled. He lets out a long sigh, admitting that's probably true. He suddenly clutches his chest, calling out to his teacher. Guess the teenage angst is finally kicking in. He begs Uzuki for some life advice, calling it a strategy meeting. And so the three of them head off for a very serious man-to-man talk. Asgray begins to explain the situation with Magia to the others. The beastman adds that with her immense power, she's always been relied on, and Asgray has always been her support. Asgray admits their dynamic has been the same since they were kids. He confesses that in the end, nothing has ever really changed. The beastman agrees while Dr. Uzuki listens intently. But Asgray turns, saying the one he truly doesn't understand is his teacher, pointing right at a very confused Uzuki. He explains that Uzuki abandoned his home, came to a new world, and even got married, calling him reckless. Guess our boy's life story is a speed run. Dr. Uzuki just laughs, admitting he's never thought of it that way. But Asgray's expression turns serious once more, a new thought on his mind. He explains his choices weren't reckless, but carefully considered, a statement that leaves Asgray completely confused. Uzuki reveals that in his world, he was just a replaceable cog in the machine, one of 300,000 people who could do his job, and among them, he considered himself below average. Asgray listens, stunned by this sudden painful honesty. But in this world, things were different.
Here, there were things that only he could do.
A revelation that hits the young mage with incredible force. He explains that Forn was the same, a kind soul struggling under a cruel label. He felt that only Uzuki, a man from another world, could bring her true happiness. Dr. Uzuki just offers a small, understanding smile. He explains that in this world, unlike his old one, there were so many things that only he could accomplish. And that's why he has absolutely no regrets about the path he's chosen. The words hit Asgray hard, forcing him to consider his own purpose. Uzuki explains that the same is true for his relationship with Magia. Asgray wonders if there's something else that can complete their dynamic. Guess childhood friends isn't the final evolution. The scene cuts to Magia, who offers a smug, knowing smile. And in that moment, Asgray's eyes widen with a sudden, dawning realization. Asgray announces that he's going to go talk to her. Dr. Uzuki offers a small, knowing smile in agreement. The young mage stands, ready to face his own challenge. He admits that someone who can do this is a true hero, a compliment that seems to catch Uzuki by surprise. Uzuki jokes that he's the hero's doctor, ready to patch him up no matter what. He reassures Asgray that everything will be fine. Svel adds that Magia would forgive any mistake with a swift kick. Guess that's their version of tough love. Asgray can only offer a weary sigh at his friend's antics, and with their encouragement, he heads off into the night. He finds Magia waiting for him in a quiet, moonlit clearing. She looks back at him, a smug and knowing smile on her face, a look that leaves Asgray completely and utterly flustered. And after a very awkward conversation, she gives him a swift kick for his troubles. Guess some things never change. The next morning, the two of them stand together, a new dynamic between them. It seems they've finally worked things out, a quiet understanding passing between them, a development that Bernhardt and Rice find incredibly amusing. The rest of the party can only cheer for their friend's happiness. Even Uzuki and Forn celebrate this long-awaited moment. Rice notes that ever since their journey began, everyone around her is always smiling. Uzuki explains that Asgray is the type who needs a strong woman to lead him. The Catkin woman agrees, noting they'll make a good pair. As they walk, Forn tells Uzuki that while medicine and skill are important, there's something even more crucial to healing people, a lesson she's learned from watching him. He asks her to explain, but she gets flustered and tells him to just forget it. Guess some lessons are best left unspoken.